Are we starting?
Hello out there. Welcome back to TableTalk.
Can we end
discussion.
early tonight?
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm not really feeling it,
Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Brogan of Nonat1s.
Hey there, gamers. It's
Yeah.
me, your second host for this week, epically called Sneaky.
Wow.
Oh God, I hate it.
Yeah.
SneakyAdolf. Oh, kill me now.
What are you talking about? Isn't your name X capital X Assassin Ninja X capital X?
You forgot the 69.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
He's getting
169, you piece of shit. Shut up.
Let him get there. Anyway.
I was getting there. Jesus, calm down.
The X is on the end. Not in the
Yeah,
middle.
they start
Don't you
too.
fucking try to control my words.
I will stifle your creativity.
Wow.
Boo, go ahead.
Yep. I'm the third one.
Cool. And of course, and as you fucking heard, today we have
Hello.
our special guest.
Nonat1s. Hello. I've been on here before, but I don't think I was going
No.
by Nonat yet.
You weren't.
I
No,
don't think you
no.
were. No.
Yeah. So this is the
Yeah.
first time Nonat's on here. Cool.
Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
First time.
So does that make you your our second guest?
Yeah, I was your first and second guest.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
guess no. That's not how being the same person works. But okay.
You add those together, and I'm third. So
Oh, okay. Right.
1 plus
well,
2 is...
Well,
Anyway,
how about that?
Math.
Our-
yes.
our friend over here, our friend Brogan,
That's my
he's made many a content himself. He does Pathfinder content.
Yeah.
Pathfinder
2E
2E
specifically.
Yeah. And myself, Aiden, and Brogan have played together. I have played also with Brogan for a session. And I've got to say, I'm quickly learning to love Pathfinder. I
It's
really
a lot
am.
of fun.
It is pretty cool.
You fucking traitor.
Yep.
I have a hardcover book coming to my house,
Me
courtesy of
too.
Ido.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, me
and
too.
which is a perfect segue. Thank you. Before we go into today's content itself, Humble Bundle has a
Yes.
bundle going on that is literally everything you would want for Pathfinder 2e if you wanted to start. Let me get.
Oh, you
to-
all you need to start is like the base. It's a $5
Yes.
tier for the core rulebook as a PDF.
Yes,
Mhm.
this
Everything
is.
else on that is
or-
gravy.
Or you can pledge $35. Is it 30 or more?
30
It's 30.
More.
It's
30 or more
more.
and $9 shipping.
Yes. 30 or more, and you'll get a code for a hardcover version, which you
Yes.
can then go over to Paizo and redeem. And if you pay for shipping, they will send you a nice, shiny book in the mail to your residence. Yes, your residence, dear listener.
It
Mine.
is true. It is true.
Mhm.
Um,
It possibly,
possibly if you bought it.
if you
I
want to
did.
spare.
I actually forgot it was coming until you brought it up, Aiden. So I'm actually
Yeah.
I'm re-hyped myself.
Yeah.
And the best part is all proceeds go to benefit Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. So
NAACP, I believe, is one of them.
I think so. Let me
Yes,
look here.
there's one for inner city schools. There's one
Right here.
for people wrongly arrested, I believe.
Mhm. It's the National Urban League, the Carl Brandon
Yes.
Society, and NAACP Legal Defense Fund.
Hell yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Good.
and NAACP.
But yeah, if you even like have $5 on you, you can literally get the PDF of the core rulebook. You can get character sheets, like a bunch of stuff. It's really cool. And then $10 is the second tier here. I'm showing it on the screen.
And
for
one thing that I
video
was actually
players.
informed by Alejo and I's GM the other day, actually, is that the flip mats, the grids that come with it, are specifically picked because they are the grids that go along with the quests and scenarios included in the bundle.
There you go.
Yeah, I figured that
They
would.
call for specific maps, and so those are the ones that it comes with.
Makes sense. But yeah, and then 20, and then as said 30, which is literally half the price of the rulebook.
Yeah, just the physical copy rulebook alone.
So a fucking
Although-
good deal.
Although you could pay the full price if you want, and
Oh,
then
absolutely.
adjust the sliders on the bottom to make sure that the max amount possible goes to charities.
Absolutely. You
Or you can pay 35 for it, like I did.
Humble is a great a great site, and it's got a lot of RPG content on it as every now and again. But yeah, no, legitimately go look at it. The link will be in the description of both the video and the audio versions of this podcast. So
This episode's sponsored by Humble Bundle.
I wish, but no. I could get into talks with them, actually.
I was going to say that we were sponsored by G Fuel, but
oh no,
you kind of beat me to that bit this week.
You can even see the exact time if you do some math, but it'll probably be 11 days and such by the time this comes out, because at the moment it is not Friday. So, yeah. So that's that. So today, as we have resident Pathfinder boy on the podcast, we're going to talk about Pathfinder.
I love it.
It's pretty cool.
I don't know a goddamn thing about Pathfinder.
Well, you go learn, son.
I will be the audience proxy.
Exactly. So we're going to start today with a video that was picked out by our good friend here.
Yeah. So this video. So this video, it's not like an opinion video or anything like that. It's strictly rules.
Hello.
And so for people who are new to Pathfinder 2nd Edition and don't know anything, there is no classic multi-class system. It's not like when you level up, you can just take a level in another class anymore. Instead, what class you pick at character creation is your base class, but you have the option to take archetypes.
What now? Tell me, what is an archetype?
An archetypus is sort of a dip into another class. You will never get the full features of another class. A good example.
So then tell me, if I'm not allowed to get all the benefits of taking another class, what exactly is my incentive to take these archetypes?
Because they don't cost. Oh, Jesus, fuck. I already hate this bit.
I'll stop. The incentive is mostly diversity, widening your options, and it does not slow down the growth of your main class.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, before we go into this, what is max level in Pathfinder?
Max level is also 20.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
In fact, one thing that apparently a lot of people actually don't know about is that every year, Paizo releases what are called adventure pads. And these are 6-book-long modules that are designed from the start to finish of the story to carry characters from level 1 to level 20. And so at every 2 months, they release another book. And the new one is coming out actually on the 30th at Gen Con, I believe.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so those are designed to run. It should take about 2 months, probably 7 or 8 sessions to play through a book. And then probably more actually.
It depends.
And then hopefully by the time you finish that whole adventure path, it's almost time for the next one to come out, and you all got to level 20.
That's neat.
Cool.
That is super cool. Okay. Well, let us begin. This is Pathfinder 2e Basics for Archetypes by Basics for Gamers.
Really cool guy. I highly recommend his content if you're looking for sort of obscure rules in the system.
I've looked. He has both. He has a few, he has a few things on D&D, Pathfinder, more so
and
Pathfinder, and Starfinder.
Starfinder.
Yes, I was gonna say.
This episode sponsored by Basics for Gamers.
Oh.
Well, I could call him. I could call him up.
No, that's okay.
This
Yeah, go on.
Oh, no, the bit's dead.
Okay.
Hello, and welcome to Basics of Archetypes for Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Hello.
Archetypes allow players to customize their characters beyond the initial ABCs of ancestry, background, and class. They can be used to specialize your character within
I never
their
noticed
class,
that. Oh my god, I've watched this video
centralize your
before and I didn't
character
understand.
within their class.
Okay,
Oh
hold
my
on.
god.
That is insight gained.
Yeah,
That is really clever.
Ooh,
I don't know
yeah.
if Paizo did that on purpose.
I
or-
hope so, because
I really hope so.
Abilities,
I'm gonna have to look at the core rulebook.
backgrounds, classes.
chemo-
Yes.
No, that's pretty good. That's pretty
Happy-
slick.
Happy chemical. Happy chemical.
Dopamine.
Ooh.
All right, let me just do something real quick. There we go. Okay.
Okay, but for real though, the guy there that is shown
Mhm.
looks like a black version of Godfist Lee Sin from League of Legends.
You're not wrong.
I was gonna say he looks like a human version of Zenyatta.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, yeah,
Yeah.
with the rosary.
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Essentially multi-class by gaining abilities found in other classes, or flesh out the character's place within a special organization. Class feats and, in rare cases, skill feats are used to purchase archetype feats. So you have to sacrifice one of your class abilities for each new ability you want to gain from an archetype. Say you're playing a ranger. If we look at their advancement chart, we see rangers gain class feats at first level and every even level after that.
Mhm.
The rule of thumb is all characters receive class feats when they reach even levels, and if your class does not cast spells at first level, then you get a class feat at first level instead. And I should mention that although class feats are what are usually thought of as the currency for purchasing archetypes, in some cases you will use skill feats instead of class feats. For example, if we look at the entry for Forced Entry, we see that it is an archetype feat found in the Pathfinder Agent archetype tree.
Mhm.
But it also has the skill trait, meaning you would use a skill feat instead of a class feat to purchase it. Otherwise,
Okay.
it works the same as any other archetype feat.
Something that I would like to say as a person who has come from 5e, looking at Pathfinder stuff, because we'll get to a thing about that later on. But at the moment, the tags and such that they use, the classification tags that they use for each of the feats and everything like that, are extremely useful.
They
Yes.
are. I do have.
Especially-
Go ahead.
I was going to say, especially if you're using a PDF, which you can
Yes.
purchase for $5 on
For $5
Humble
on
Bundle.
Humble Bundle.
If and you have in your keyboard, if you're lucky enough to have both a Control key and an F key,
That's rare.
then you can very quickly like sort things by tags, and
Yep.
oh my god, did it make making my alchemist so much easier.
My only complaint is there are certain traits. They're very rare and very far between. The example I always use is the incapacitation trait. This is a trait that actually comes with its own rules, and at first glance, there is nothing that makes that apparent. So, like, it appears just like archetype skill, and it would say red incapacitation. And normal traits like that, whether it be like evocation, illusion, melee, whatever, those traits don't change the rules of the game. But like incapacitation, if it's on a spell and a creature is more than double the level of the spell, it is less effective. It treats their success as 1 degree higher against the effect.
Oh, okay. So it is for low level creatures. Like if you're a level like 10 spellcaster at that point, and
Right,
you
but it
fight
also-
a goblin, it'll just incapacitate them. But if you fought like, I don't know, it would be
A
a good
lich.
CR for that. Okay, yeah, a lich.
Yeah.
It would be way easier for them to shrug it off.
Right. So, but
Okay.
that also grants the incentive to heighten your spell's level. Because the charm spell is level 1, but if you cast it at level 1, it only affects levels 1 to 2. If you upcast it at 3rd level, it'll affect things all the way to 6th level.
Okay, okay.
Gotcha.
Or I think 5th level, because I think it's double or more, it's less effective. So, yeah.
But yeah, having come from 3.5, because if you don't know, Pathfinder was based off of 3.5.
First
The
edition,
original was. And second edition has just kind of evolved from that, which is cool. And like having the feats that it used to have in 3.5 that had all the prerequisites and stuff, it was a little hard for you to find some things if you didn't have a PDF of the whole of every feat, right? Because you didn't know necessarily what goes into what. But with this, you can like look at the actual tags and like have everything there of like, these are all melee feats, these are all spells from illusion. I assume that's a thing you can do, like look at illusion stuff.
Yeah, illusion, evocation, abjuration, all the schools as well. Yeah.
So like you get to be able to find all of those, and then you can go, okay, now I can look at the prerequisites for these, and now I know this is from melee probably, and then find that. And it seems to be, at least at the current moment from looking at it for so long, of like looking at things that had less of a organized list, it seems to be more organized and very helpful. But yeah.
That's one thing I love. That definitely does feed from its 3.5 origins. Is that everything in Pathfinder, not everything, but so much of it is feat based. You get class feats, skill feats, archetype feats. You get so many more feats because oftentimes a lot of the most fun parts of leveling in 3.5 were those levels you got to take a feat. You got to take something that totally added to your kit as a character, and so now you get to do that every other level.
Yeah, we'll probably get into it more in the other video because it'll be a point, I assume.
Yes.
But feats in 5th edition are so neutered to the point
They're optional, right?
They are optional, and they are good, and you can, and like taking them is not a waste. So it's good to take them, but the incentive is lessened because it's like you either take a feat or you get a stat up, right? Just
which
straight
is
up.
So good.
It is like raising your stats is always usually the better option unless you really are like, this is a feat that my character will use tactically, or it just makes sense for the character, right? But yeah, with the way this works, it gives me that good chemical of like, I'm getting a feat, dude. Oh,
Right?
Yeah, I do like too the fact that it allows you to dip into other classes and get that little something that you probably want
yeah, especially
without
with this
having to
archetype.
sacrifice a whole level.
Exactly.
And it's like, dude, I literally just want to be able to sneak attack. I don't even care if it's good. I just want to be able to do it because it makes sense for my character.
Yeah, it does make that customization of a class to make it feel your own, like way more so if you throw in like something from a ranger, right? Like it's just like, what? I'm a monk, but I also love animals. Yes.
Get into that druid.
Yeah.
Whenever I go to a party, I hide in the kitchen with the dog.
Exactly.
If I sent you a picture, Alejo, would you be able to?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, give me 2 seconds. Keep talking.
I
just want to send you my favorite picture in the entire.
I am currently, if you need talking, I am currently on Teespring, wherein our resident Nonat1s currently has merch that is going live. And
well, I was going to let him pimp that later, but
I'll plug it again later. Don't worry.
Okay, fair.
But this is my favorite picture in the entire core rulebook. It is a druid that took the barbarian archetype.
Oh my god.
Is this one? Yeah.
It is my favorite picture.
That's pretty good. Hold on.
No talk, me Angie.
No talk, me Angie, though.
No talk, me Angie.
Yeah, no, that's great. Okay. Well, let's continue on here.
So when you level up, you can either spend your new feats to gain an ability from your class or spend them on an archetype. But there are some limitations you should know about. You can think of archetypes as a sort of ability tree. Each of these trees begin with a special feat called a dedication feat. Dedication feats are the doorways to the archetype, and you cannot gain any other feat within the archetype until you first take the dedication feat. And dedication feats are aptly named because once you dedicate yourself to an archetype, you will be locked out from gaining other archetypes until you satisfy the requirements listed at the bottom of the dedication feat listed under special.
So then you can take more archetypes as long as you meet the requirements of your first dedication.
Yep, every multi-class archetype in the core rulebook requires you to take 3 feats, including the dedication, from the archetype before you take another one. So if you never take a class feat, you can take 3 different archetypes and be a 4-class character. You'll just be really weak.
Yeah, but
So
like...
so wait a minute. So does this mean that if I'm playing a fighter and I want to archetype, like a different archetype, does that mean that I have to spend 2 of my feats in order to start getting things from the archetype? Because it sounds like
the dedication does give its own bonuses.
Okay,
it's not like waste a feat on nothing and then get stuff, because the dedication is its own set of bonuses and feat in itself.
But you still do have to put that like a feat into the dedication before you can get a feat in the archetype.
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
The dedication is an in-game way of representing the time your character is taking to not focus on their main class and learn and own their skills in this new class.
Yeah.
It sort of gets around that I'm a fighter for 6 levels. Now I can cast magic missile. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
It does help with the whole role playing of that entire encounter there. Like,
Yeah, I was
just
thinking like purely numbers, because it's unfortunate that you basically have to get, like, depending on what class you play, you have to spend possibly 4 levels before you can even get a feat in your archetype.
No, 2 levels.
It's just
so. Yeah,
Well, no, if you're playing a fighter, you get that first level feat, and then it's level 2. You get another feat. But if you're playing like a sorcerer, then or like a wizard or something, it's only at level 2 to get the dedication, and then level 4 to get
that's how it is with
archetype feat.
any class. That's how it would be with a fighter too.
I thought at the very beginning he said that if you play a class that doesn't gain spellcasting level 1, you get a level 1 feat.
All dedications require level 2.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, he hadn't mentioned that yet, but
Okay.
Plus 2, like, for I don't mind spending the feat for the dedication and a feat for the feat from whatever class you're getting the dedication in, simply because being able to, like, mix and match from other classes is itself very good, and opens the door for a lot of really good and fun little combos that you can do. So I don't think putting that behind sinking 2 feats into it is that outrageous of an ask.
So now, if you, again, say I'm a fighter and I take the dedication into the other archetype, does that mean that I can't, or if I have to spend additional feats to get stuff in my original base class, or no? Or can I just take whatever I want?
You can always take from the base class. You just can't take a second archetype until you've dumped 3 feats into your current one. And you don't have to dump all 3 in. Sometimes it's smart for your build if you just take the dedication, 1 more feat, and never touch archetypes again.
Okay, because the way it seemed, or at least what it seemed like, is like, imagine, 2 straight lines. One on the right is the fighter, one on the left is the archetype. The dedication, I imagined, was like a wall between the two, and taking that dedication breaks that wall down, and now you have access to both. But what I thought it would have been was you just pass through the wall, and now there's a wall between your archetype and your fighter.
Oh, yeah,
so I thought,
no.
like,
No,
you would have had
no,
to spend more to go back to the fighter stuff. But okay, that's good.
And what's nice about archetypes is a lot of classes, specifically spellcaster classes, have a lot of levels where none of the feats may interest you. Like, I just did a lot of research on wizards. At 6th level, there's only 2 new feats available to wizards. So that might be a level where you're like, okay, this is where I'm going to take another archetype just because I don't have any feats that interest me.
Yeah,
that is very, very true.
That does help.
Yeah, because that doesn't slow your wizard down. You can still come back at level 8 and say, okay, I like these feats. But now I can throw bombs.
Yeah.
It is.
So,
go on.
So is every single dedication that you need to have 3 feats from the dedication you're currently working on?
Yes. That is always the lock-in no matter what archetype you pick.
So doesn't that mean, say we take a dedication at level 2, and then feats from that dedication at levels 4, 6, and 8, then that means that I'm at least level 10 before I can work on my second dedication.
Because the dedication counts as one of the 3. So 2, 4, 6 gets you the dedication and 2 more feats from that archetype. And then at level 8, you can take another one. 10, 12, and then 14, you can take another one. 16, 18, and you could take a 4th one at level 20.
Yeah, because I was looking at these and I was like, oh, well, following this math, then I can only have 2 full ones and like half of a third.
Right. Okay. Well, then that's interesting.
That's a lot quicker than I initially thought.
It honestly, it makes it so much more simple to multi-class, quote unquote, right? Because in D&D, they have 2 pages that are dedicated to if you're a spellcaster and you take another spellcasting thing. It's like this is the spell slots that you'll get because you're fucked.
I will say multi-classing into another spellcaster is not very powerful because I mean honestly you haven't spent that long studying this spellcasting.
Oh sure.
So unless you are a base level spellcaster, let's say you archetype into wizard, you are going to get 1 level 1 spell slot, 1 level 2 spell slot, You get one
Yeah.
spell slot
Oh, yeah.
every level as you level up, and you never get more.
I'm just saying, like, I assume it would be very weak to do so because you are literally dipping your toes into two different spell stuff,
yeah.
and it still has to balance out the fact that you can cast still.
Mhm.
But what I'm getting at is just that it is probably so much easier to just go, oh, this is what I get, and not have to worry about this whole big table that I have to look at.
What's
and
really
such,
nice
and-
is you're still looking at your base class
Mhm.
for like what you get at this level.
Yeah,
and then the only thing you change is instead of this class feat, I'm gonna get exactly what it says on this archetype feat.
Yeah, exactly. So
So now, let me ask this: if you archetype, I take it you get like your hit die when you're leveling up. I
Stays
take
the
it
same.
it's your base class.
Yep. So if you're a
Yeah.
barbarian and you archetype into wizard, you still get 12 hit points on the next level.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking like, oh, I'm going to start out as a wizard and then become a barbarian, and now I get to roll a d12. Yeah.
No, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But there are if you look at fighter and barbarian specifically, they both have a feat called resiliency, where for every feat you take from that archetype, you get 3 extra hit points.
oh, okay, there you go.
Nice. Is that
There-
retroactive?
Yes.
Nice.
There is one thing I really like about this system,
Mhm.
and it's if people use the system, whenever I ask people, "Oh, what class are you playing?" I will no longer get a paragraph of, "Oh, well, I'm 3 levels cleric,
Right.
2 levels ranger, 5 levels fighter, 1
Yeah.
level warlock because I decided I wanted a patron," and I'm like, "Oh my god,
Yeah,
shut up!"
Now I'm a barbarian with a ranger archetype.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's like I'm a barbarian with a bit of ranger, and then you're like, "Oh, I get it." So like you're a huntsman who's been living off the fat of the land. And they're
Although I
like,
will
"Ee."
say, because 2E has very in-depth character options, you'll then be met with, I'm a ranger, and for my hunt prey, I took precision, so when I shoot things, I deal 1d8 bonus damage. Also, I took animal companion, so he gets access to my precision, and he's a bear, so every time I hurt him, my bear gets a free attack. And that's level 1.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I know
I forgot
that feel.
that Pathfinder
I
made
love
superheroes.
rangers. I love rangers.
Well,
Yeah.
and Pathfinder also has big numbers that
Yeah,
you
I
do.
was gonna
but
say
They
that
do.
the
That's my
monsters
favorite
are
part
that you
super
take.
big.
Is that your characters are super powerful, but
Yeah.
so are the enemies.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It is balanced, at least as
Yeah,
far as I've
yeah.
seen.
You know what's really funny?
Hmm.
Everybody hates 4th edition. You know the
Yeah,
edition that never
That doesn't
existed.
exist. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mythos tomes.
Yeah.
Everybody hates that, but 4th edition did that.
Oh, I'm sure it
Where,
did.
They
where
did.
you're superheroes and everybody does tons of damage, but
The
everybody-
problem is 4th
Yeah.
edition went very rules heavy.
Yeah, no, I know
Yeah.
what the problem with 4th edition
Well,
was. Don't worry,
yeah.
that was my first game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've heard a little bit of 4th edition. I've never played it before.
Same.
What
Me
Boo
neither.
had told
I would love
me,
to.
it sounds
Eh.
like a homework problem.
Yeah,
It
that
is.
that
It
is the
is.
thing. I don't want to like I already do enough math.
Yeah.
I'm okay,
Mhm.
right?
3.5 and 5th are
3.5
much
is
better.
that bit of math that is just right for me. That I'm like, yes,
Mhm.
I'll do all
Unless
that
it comes
math.
down to scribing cantrips.
Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
see,
or learning
still-
how much money you guys can get out of Baphomet's arm.
still perfectly willing to do the scribe
Hey,
math.
Hey,
I
to
just,
be
you know,
fair, that could happen in basic and 5th.
it's true.
Like,
It could
It's
happen
true.
anytime.
No system covers every possible outcome of every
Yeah,
rule.
it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, if you were a Pathfinder and wanted to gain the abilities of a Scroll Master, you would first need to take the Scroll Master Dedication feat. To do so, you would need to meet the prerequisites of having expert proficiency in at least one lore skill and also be a member of the Pathfinder Society affiliated with the School of Scrolls. If you meet both of those requirements,
Ugh, Pathfinder 2E has a season pass now. God damn it.
No, Pathfinder Society is specifically organized play.
It's true. Which is weird that they have a feat that is only
Oh.
dedicated to the organized play.
I believe
that is a
that is
weird
f-
prerequisite.
Yeah. I think that that's not in the core rulebook.
Okay.
It's honestly a weird example he chose.
Yeah, that's kind of weird then, because like we played the other day in a Pathfinder Society game, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I don't expect everyone's going to do so. So this is definitely going to be like a niche example.
Yeah.
Which is very weird.
it's worth. I don't know if he says it in this video, but all of the archetypes for the base classes, their prerequisite is always a 14 in their key ability score. So a champion has to have a 14 in charisma, I believe. A fighter has to have a 14, I think, strength and dexterity, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
a wizard has to have a 14 in intellect.
Off the top of my head, the equivalent for D&D was, I know clerics was 13 in wisdom, barbarian I think was 14 in strength, you know. It makes sense. I'm glad they still have stuff like that, because otherwise it'd be like, haha, I'm a wizard that has 0 to my strength, woo, and I'm gonna be a barbarian.
We won't talk about my wizard who throws great axes and doesn't use their strength mod.
Well, that makes sense, though. It's okay.
We don't talk about Kolungo either.
No, we always talk about Kolungo. We always
I was telling a friend of mine about Kolungo the other day.
We use it to make sure that people know. Okay.
Aww.
Yes.
It's a PSA.
Wasn't Kolungo's highest stat an 11?
I thought it was a 12.
Thank
yeah.
you. It was 12 in dexterity as a ranger.
Yeah. Don't worry, my best stat was also like a 2.
The best thing is we were doing we were using javelins wrong, because javelins work off strength.
Oh my god. That's right, because I was going to be an Eldritch Archer with javelins. Oh, that was going to be cool. Damn it.
Anyway.
Were he not so dice cursed?
Yes.
And a class feat of 6th level or higher to gain Scroll Master dedication. But once you do that, you lock yourself out from gaining any other dedication feats until you have gained 2 other archetype feats from the Scroll Master tree. You could take any regular class feats,
there you go,
and you could choose any feats from an archetype you unlocked before Scroll Master, but could not.
Oh, so that's
choose
actually good to know.
Another
Is if you've already got, like, let's say at 2, 4, and 6, you put 3 feats into Rogue archetype and then dipped into Monk. Even though you're locked into Monk, you can still go back for free and buy another Rogue archetype feat. So you're only locked in from selecting a new one.
Yes.
So wait. So then, am I understanding this correctly? If you don't want the dedication, you can go back on it?
No. So let's say at level 1 I make a fighter. Fuck it.
Okay.
And then at 2, 4, and 6 I take Rogue feats, the dedication, and 2 more archetype feats. So I'm free to select another dedication.
Yeah.
And I pick the Monk dedication at level 8.
Okay.
Then at level 10, I can't pick any other dedication feat. I have to go from Monk. But because I already unlocked Rogue, I can take a 4th Rogue feat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah.
Okay. I thought you were talking about something different, so I was like,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
what? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you could have like only 1 feat in and then select a new one, and I was like, wait, but what?
Yeah.
No.
archetype until first having 3 feats from the Scroll Master tree, including the dedication feat.
Yeah, I already figured that would be the way.
There are 2 very special types of archetypes we need to discuss.
These ones haven't
and the
existed
first
yet.
of those is class archetypes. Class archetypes represent a specialization within a class that diverges fairly significantly from the default base class. At the time of this recording, no class archetypes have been released
Still
for
are
second
none.
edition, so I have no concrete examples to offer you.
So a class archetype is, imagine like an Eldritch Knight or something for a fighter in 5th edition. It's a subclass that doesn't usually exist, and you actually take it at level 1 instead of 2. And it locks you in that way. It removes some class features and grants you new ones. But to this date, none exist.
Right.
Okay.
And then hopefully they'll come later.
From what I've heard, from rumors and hearsay, even the APG does not have any.
Oh,
They
really?
released 42 archetypes, but none of them are class.
Really? Wait,
Yeah, they're all multi-class, skill archetypes, or just free.
Is
from what I've
this?
heard.
I assume that this then is from 1E, right? Like
No,
class
like
archetypes.
in the oh maybe I see what you're saying. Yeah, but the rules are in the core rulebook for 2E for class archetypes.
Oh,
yeah,
That's weird.
I
Weird.
don't think they used the archetype system in 1E. I could be wrong.
I honestly
I
can't
thought-
I
remember.
didn't play enough one.
I
can
played a
say.
little bit, and
I could have sworn in Pathfinder you just multi-class like in D&D.
3.5.
It
yeah.
might be. It might be. Let me.
I will
actually have
do a quick check
Okay.
on myself.
Yeah, please, because that would be good to know.
Oh, look at that! I am correct. The Pathfinder multi-classing.
But the core rulebook does lay out a few basic rules for these archetypes. First, you must be the same class as the class archetype. Say there's a class archetype called Star Dancer, and it is listed as a Bard class archetype.
This section, I don't even think it should be in this because it's not used yet. You know.
Yeah, I think he added it to the video just in case in the future they add some.
That's
So that
fair,
the
but
video
then
ages,
make a video right on it.
Yeah.
Because these videos, even so, are gonna be timeless because they go over the system, unless they completely revamp everything to do with
Yeah.
I
how
don't think they
the
ever would.
system works. Right? Yeah,
Yeah.
because this 2E seems to be working out pretty well so far, I'd say.
Mhm.
So, heads up.
Mhm.
Multi-classing.
Yep.
The regular way multi-classing works is how it works in D&D.
Right. Okay.
They give an example of, let's say, a 5th level fighter decides to dabble in the arcane arts and adds 1 level of wizard when he advances to 6th level.
Mhm.
Such a character would have the powers and abilities of both a 5th level fighter and a 1st level wizard,
Mhm.
but would still be considered a 6th level character.
Okay.
However, there is a variant of multi-classing
Oh.
that says this optional system allows a character to trade out half her feats in order to gain the benefits of a secondary class. These rules enable characters to gain many of the benefits of multi-classing without sacrificing advancement in their primary classes, and creates
Hey.
opportunities to explore novel character concepts, such as a barbarian whose rage stems from being afflicted by the gods with an oracle's curse and revelations.
There you go.
Ah.
Yeah. So even back then.
It's like they advanced that variant
Yeah.
and sort of made that the standard, and that's what became archetypes.
Yeah.
Which honestly, super on board for.
Oh yeah, no, I'm much more a fan of you don't suffer because you multiclassed.
Right.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Like in truth, the only character that I've ever multiclassed happened the other day, last Friday when I did my other game, because it was a basically a hireling that I got, but I earned him by curing him of leprosy as I was a
Nice.
cleric, right? And so he's cured, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna follow you. What the fuck's up with your god?" And I'm like, "Hey, yeah, okay, let's do it." And so basically, I'd teach him and shit. And when he leveled, I gave him a level in cleric because he was super interested in it, right? And so that was the first time I've ever multi-classed in 5th edition. I can't remember if I've done it in previous stuff, but I don't think so.
The biggest benefit I give 5th edition's version of multi-classing is you can still get some bigger features. I think where 5th edition shines is when you're making a higher level character to start the session or campaign. Like when we played the few sessions of 5th edition with Alejo DMing, and I made my level 2 cleric, level 2 thief. That was super fun because they were both even. But when the hard part, especially in role plays, when you start at level 1 and then you just suddenly get powers from something else, and then you have to choose which one you advance.
Yeah. That's the thing. Oh, go on.
The two levels I most recommend starting if you have a group of experienced players is level 3 and level 5. Reasons for those being, if you are level 3, then you get access to your path.
Yes.
And getting your path feels real good, especially for customizing your character's backstory. Level 5, also because it's a nice round number and it puts the mind goblins at ease.
Round?
Square. Well, you can say a round number. Like,
I mean, I could say a round number, yes, because
tell me the square root of 5, Aiden, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say five is
Okay,
it's the square root of 5.
I counter with tell me the round root of 5.
2.
Quick math.
Oh god.
Not correct.
I
math,
think
but
I
correct.
understand what you're saying. It's like when I put the TV at 25 and
Yes.
at 21
Yeah, it's a satisfying number.
because
It is.
a division
Like-
of 3 or 5 is fine.
Mhm.
But a division of 2
wait,
it can
no,
be
back up.
okay.
A division of
no.
3?
3.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
You're
my
okay
volume,
with 27 volume.
I'm okay with
You're-
21.
You're okay with 72?
63?
I don't go past 50 usually, to be fair.
Fine.
But
48?
yeah,
Yeah.
48's fine.
Oh!
It's
Ew.
divisible by 2.
Ew, you're not
48,
welcome in my home.
48 is divisible by
No.
2.
Dude,
No.
you set that to 45 or 50.
I mean, I
Yeah.
would, yes, but 48 I would be fine with.
Ugh, I'm uncomfortable thinking about it.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm actually wringing my hands.
That is fine.
I'm like,
I'm
That's
now-
what you get for fucking eating Pocky the wrong way, you son of a bitch.
wait, how do you eat Pocky the wrong way? You just
He
bite
fucking-
down.
No!
No, he turns
fucking
it
eats it
around.
from the handle!
I,
Hold it by the chocolate?
He wants to buy the chocolate!
are
It's
you?
gonna melt and get all your hands all sticky.
I eat my Pocky by inserting it into my mouth sideways.
Yeah, like you
Okay,
fucking
Boa.
you eat a fucking hamburger from the top and you drill
Yeah.
through like a mole.
Oh yeah. I get the burger on my plate and I pick up the
Yes.
bun and I eat it and then sorry, you lick the condiments off
true.
and then
Yes.
you eat it and then you grab the lettuce and you
Yep.
eat that and it's a nice little salad chaser and
Yeah.
then you have your hamburger steak and then you have to go through onion land and then after that you're rewarded with some nice bland bread.
I eat ice cream cones from the bottom up.
And then just suck it through.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that wouldn't be that
No,
bad.
no,
Ooh.
you don't suck it through. You fucking eat the whole cone, and then you just
Oh,
left
and
with
then
a
you just
fucking
hold the
bottle of
ice cream in your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, no. And then you dispose of the ball of ice cream.
Yeah, right. The cone is all you needed at that point. You're good.
Let's get back on
The
topic.
Pathfinder.
Uh,
Oh no.
anyway.
In that case, you must be a bard in order to take any feats from the Star Dancer archetype. And it may be possible to take a class archetype at first level, even if your class does not have class feats to spend at first level. In this case, you must spend your class feat that's granted at second level to purchase that
But again, they don't
archetype's
exist yet.
dedication.
I was gonna say, yeah, the fact that they don't exist, this is just confusing, because it's like, I guess you could, yes, but they don't
Also-
exist.
Also, why? So wait, you are allowed to take them at first level,
yeah.
despite the fact that you only are able to get the dedication at second level. Why not just raise the level that where you can?
So
enter
again,
into
this is
second?
all just what it says about class archetypes in the core rulebooks.
And it's still
Yeah.
weird.
And
like,
I
it's very
understand
weird.
that they don't exist, but they don't exist and are poorly written.
Yeah, it's very strange to.
So the part he actually left out there, because I have the rules open right now, is that it may be possible to take a class archetype at first level if it alters or replaces your class's initial class features. Is when you can take it at first level if it changes something drastic about the class.
That sounds ultra specific and
Yeah.
a lot to keep track of.
Well, it's not even something that you need to keep track of though, because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, which
Right, like-
in his defense, he prefaced this entire section.
I know,
Yeah,
and,
saying
and
that, yeah.
I would say what I would say to that is you can mention it and then you move on because it
Yeah.
does not exist, and you can literally say at this moment this does not exist, and so it is irrelevant.
I actually would disagree, and I would say it's good to talk about them so
Yeah.
that people are somewhat familiar when they do add them in.
That's
Mhm.
And
why I would
for-
say you
and
make a
what it's-
second video and you make it relevant.
But that would be a very short video.
yeah, no, like
I mean,
Because
would
again,
it be
this is the only way it differs. It would be a 45-second long video.
would
Yeah.
it be that different to then use you use it as a segue to go into these new class archetypes and then go over some of them and see how they change? Is that not valuable information?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I see where you're going now.
Yeah.
It
You
could
use
be.
it as the preface because it's like these were introduced but they were never used, and then you dive into what they changed with it, right? Like you dive into exactly how they changed the classes.
But I don't think it hurts to have this information. You know?
It doesn't benefit though either.
but it could. In the future, if somebody cracks open a new book and doesn't have to watch a video because they already know how a class archetype works. But from what it sounds like, I'm guessing Paizo might have gone, this is more complicated than it needs to be. Let's not make these a thing.
I don't know, maybe. The only complexity that I see here is just, this is a different class now, right? Like, it is not the same fighter, it is instead this thing that has its own tree. So you just make a different class, basically.
Well, no, because the plan was to be like, so, for example, the ranger is centered around, they get hunt prey, where they can spend one action to choose a target, and they get bonuses against that target. Maybe there would be a ranger that, instead of hunting one prey, gets smaller bonuses, but can hunt like a pack, and gets like smaller bonuses against multiple targets, so they don't change their feat availability, but they just change how that one base feature works. Because then you don't want to make a whole new class, because they still have access to... Because that's the thing, is these archetypes don't give... It doesn't change the feats available to this class.
Okay, so then... I guess... I don't know, then. It doesn't seem that complicated still. It's just, instead of taking Hunt Prey, you take this. Right? That's it.
Right. And that's why it would be a ranger class archetype, because if a fighter can't take it,
No, that's fine. That makes sense. I'm just saying it doesn't seem that complicated, but this is unnecessary wholly. Even if they do implement it like later down the line, then it will become relevant. But right now, this is totally irrelevant. Right?
I just think it's fair to go over all the information in the chapter of the book, but
I would agree if it proved any benefit whatsoever in the current moment.
I don't know. We talk shit about people all the time for missing out on content that they could have elaborated more on. And I think the fact that, despite the fact that, yes, this information is not relevant to the average player at this moment
at all.
However, if someone watches this video next year, then the information that he gives right now can be beneficial to them.
I suppose so, but it's still one of those things where I still think you can still... This is a point that I would say that you can just mention and pass by because of its irrelevancy. And as long as you explain how it's irrelevant, like saying there is nothing that uses the rules for this at the current moment, and you back that up by saying that and just move on, then you at least have covered yourself to the point that once you make another video on it and have it be relevant, and then people from that point on can see that, right? Because with this, it's just, this is here. Neat. Right? I
suppose it's just ultimately different styles.
Yeah, I think so.
I see no issue with giving more than enough information.
Sure.
Much like the class archetype itself, this is all irrelevant.
Well,
I would also say, of course, we've been on this point for so long, I forget the initial point I was going to make. But for the sake of this video, I'll be talking about class archetypes as if they exist, and I recognize that at the time of this recording, they are not out yet.
If they ever do come out.
Yeah. But I will say that I'm not quite sure how I feel about class archetypes being able being able to take them at level 1 and then sometimes only at level 2.
I think that would vary on the archetype.
Yeah, it'll definitely vary on the archetype, but specifically this archetype, you're going to have to preface, like, say you have archetype A, and then that is standard, you take it at second level, and then you have archetype B, and it's like, you can take this first level at fighter 1,
I think you're confusing what this means. This is saying that you take this archetype if you are going into, say this is a fighter archetype, right? The class archetype is for fighters specifically, change whatever the dedicated thing for fighter is. You can either take it at first level, right, or you can do the dedication at second level in another class. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about...
No, class archetypes can only be taken by a specific class. I feel like we're getting wrapped up on this, and it's not even officially in the rules yet. I mean, it is, but there's nothing
This is the problem, right? Because we're now discussing how you do it, because my interpretation is that the class archetype works the same as taking a multi-class quote-unquote archetype.
No, like the first point he says, your character must belong to that class in order to apply to the archetype.
But then why would you take it as a dedication feat?
Because the dedication feat is what changes your feature.
So then why would it change your feature at second level when you've been using it for your first level? Why would you change it at second level?
Because, like I said, he didn't put the entire sentence there. It may be possible to take a class archetype at first level if it alters or replaces some of the class's initial class features. The ones that might be taken at second level probably replace a feature possibly later on down the class, or even just add to it, but can't be taken by other classes.
That's so strange.
Yeah.
That is the complication. I don't like that.
And again, maybe that's a reason they haven't made any.
Maybe, I hope so.
Yeah.
And I hope they don't, because that adds that complexity there that I do not like.
Yeah.
Never mind. You are right.
I don't like having part of your class be replaced by something else.
So you know what? I will retract what I said about this not being useful. This actually informs me that I would not like this being implemented.
I would have to see the way it actually appears. You know, we can actually get the stat block, actually see it written out.
If they ever do.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
if, when.
If. I can't say when, because this seems to not be in the plans at the moment. I don't know.
Again, it's all rumor.
And the last restriction for class archetypes is that you may never belong to more than one class archetype. So if you're a bard who chooses the Star Dancer class archetype, you are forever locked out from all other bard class archetypes.
Sure.
The other special kind of archetype, and probably the reason why you're here, is
even probably while you're here.
Alright, I didn't hear the start of that.
Yeah.
Other special kind of archetype, and probably the reason why you're here, is the multi-class archetype. These allow members of one class to gain abilities normally restricted to members of another class. But it's important to note that multi-class archetypes are wholly different from class archetypes. Class archetypes require you to be the same class as that archetype, while multi-class archetypes require you to be of a different class. If you're a bard, you cannot take the bard multi-class archetype to gain more bard abilities.
I'm a fighter with an archetype as fighter.
Yeah, I want to be a fucking bard.
My name is Bard. I play really good music.
A barbarian.
You can be a barbarian.
Well, I mean,
I know. I want to be. Okay, so if I play a bard, can I take bard? And then, like, everything else gets, like, double damage because I'm, like, super bard.
Super bard.
Yeah.
Any other archetype? But I would caution people not to make assumptions. When you multi-class, you get what the feats say you do. Nothing more and nothing less. If the dedication feat doesn't mention a skill or proficiency or access to some other ability that you assume you would get from multiclassing, well, then you don't get it. But look for other feats within that multi-class archetype, and maybe you'll find those abilities there. Some archetypes, especially multi-class archetypes, grant the ability to cast spells. The Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, and Wizard multi-class archetypes all grant the ability to cast spells from their class. But there are a few limitations and key points to understand. First, when you take a spellcasting archetype, you gain the ability to use scrolls, staves, and wands in the same way that a member of that spellcasting class can. Also, when you take a spellcasting dedication, you will learn how to cast cantrips from that class, but do not progress your spellcasting further unless you select additional feats. These feats are called Basic Spellcasting, Expert Spellcasting, and Master Spellcasting. Basic Spellcasting grants a first level spell slot at 4th level, a second level spell slot at 6th level, and 1 third level spell slot at 8th level. Also, at 6th level, if you're a spontaneous spellcaster, you can select one of these spells as a signature spell. What this means is you can select one spell that can be cast by that archetype and cast it as a heightened spell without needing to learn each individual level of the spell.
Okay.
Again, this only applies
If you want to pause it real
to
quick, that's something that Pathfinder did differently. You can't just upcast at will. If you want to cast Magic Missile at 3rd level, you usually need to spend one of your new 3rd level spells on Magic Missile.
Oh.
Yeah. And so that's why sorcerers, and I think the other spontaneous one is Bard, I think, yeah. They get signature spells, which means they can upcast or lowcast that one spell at will.
So now,
Okay.
that's what. So now, what does spontaneous spellcaster mean?
They don't need to
exactly?
prepare.
Okay.
Like a sorcerer, they just pull it out of their blood.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. And then the wizards get to study their spells list.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Any spellcaster.
I don't think he mentioned it. I don't know if he's just about to. These feats do work retroactively. So if you take basic spellcasting at 8th level, you instantly get the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level. But if you take it at 6th level, you only get the 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
It would be so bad to get one of these spells at later level, and it's like, you can only cast a 1st level spell slot. I'd be like, what?
So
No, give me my spells.
With the basic spell casting at the 4th level, you get a 1st level, 6th level, you get a 2nd. So you do gain spell slots through normal leveling without this feat, correct? Or no?
Depending on your class.
If you're not originally a spellcaster, no.
Oh no, I mean like if you pick a wizard.
This does not affect your wizard spell slots at all. If you're a wizard who takes a cleric archetype, you will get a 1st level cleric spell slot, which is completely separate from your wizard spell slots.
Oh, but what I'm saying is you can gain spell slots through regular leveling without having this feat.
For your
Yeah,
wizard.
only for a wizard, though. Like a fighter won't gain spell slots.
No, that's not. Yeah, because like I was just saying, because this gives you spell slots. I didn't know if you got spell slots through regular leveling, like removing archetypes at all. Like,
this is if you're a greedy bitch who wants more.
Gotcha.
But it's worth noting that, like, if you are a wizard who took cleric, you can't use your cleric spell slot to cast wizard spells, and you can't use your wizard spell slots to cast cleric spells.
Well,
They
makes
are
sense.
separate.
That should go without saying.
That's fine.
Casters, not prepared spellcasters. And you gain one more signature spell when you take the expert spellcasting feat, and you gain a 3rd signature spell when you take master spellcasting. All of the spell slots granted by a spellcasting archetype must be used to cast spells from that class's list. For example, if a sorcerer takes the Bard multiclass archetype, all spell slots granted by Bard basic spellcasting must be used to cast Bard occult spells, even though that character may also be able to cast sorcerer.
Yeah, so that's actually interesting.
spells.
Even if your main and archetype use the same spell list, you still can't use them as the same spell slots.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, you're only getting the spells that you took the feat for. I would hope no one would try to use Fireball with a cleric spell that should be a cleric spell slot that should be used for healing word.
So what I'm saying is that if you are a sorcerer who takes the wizard archetype and your sorcerer bloodline is also arcane magic, even though the wizard is also arcane magic, you can't use any of your sorcerer spells and cast them with the wizard archetype, even though they're the same spell list.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's tagged as wizard, it stays on wizard. If it's tagged as sorcerer, it stays on sorcerer. Yeah, that's simple.
Yeah, and that's what I would just do is, personally, since I write all my character sheets instead of like using the default ones, is I would just have under like the section under the section for the feat, I would just write how many spell slots I get and then what spells I can use at what level for those spell slots.
Yeah, because that's the thing.
then
Outside
that
of
would
learning
be
from...
Oh, well, hold on. And then that list right there would be completely separate from my main spell slot list on like the first page.
Yeah, and what's nice and simple about it is outside of learning new spells via like scrolls and stuff, you're only going to have one spell of each level anyway.
Expert Spellcasting grants expert proficiency in the relevant spellcasting tradition, and also grants a single 4th level spell at 12th level, a 5th level spell slot at 14th level, and a 6th level spell slot at 16th level. Master Spellcasting grants master level proficiency and gives you a 7th level spell slot at 18th level and an 8th level spell slot at 20th level. Those are the basic rules of archetypes, but let's bring it all together one more
I mean, skip this if you
time.
want. He just goes over it all again.
Archetypes
you-
are powerful
I think
tools
so.
that allow you to customize your character.
Yeah.
Let me skip ahead a little bit just to see.
Yeah, he always ends them just with a summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right. Yeah, no, that's good.
That's
The
nice.
only criticism I would honestly have for this video is page numbers, please.
He
Ooh, yeah.
has.
He did actually.
He had in the corner in the bottom
Yeah,
left.
he had 219 on a lot of the video.
Which is actually everything. It is
Yeah.
all on page 219. I checked
every feat and okay.
No, everything that he talked about, not the feats themselves, which I
Yeah, because
agree.
he didn't dive into the. Yeah.
I agree though.
Oh.
Using page numbers for those specifically would be good too. But
Yeah.
everything that he was discussing here is on page
yeah.
219 of the
Yeah, well,
core rule.
Do you want me to send you guys and we can talk about because all of the archetypes are one page.
Mhm.
So if you want, I can put a page in the chat
Well,
and we can just look at
I
it.
have mine already.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I think
have
everyone but Boo has a core rulebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What page is
Like 220 to like 230. What archetype do we want to look at so I can send it to Boo?
Boo.
Well,
What
What
would you
if
like?
I don't want to be involved in the conversation?
Did we want to look
You're
at
in the
Rogue?
wrong
Like we were-
podcast pod.
Do we want to look at Rogue like we were talking about earlier?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
That is
I do
page-
love that on every page there's a picture that you can tell is one clear class.
Yeah.
Dipping into the other, like on the
Yeah,
Rogue page,
dude.
which I just sent to Boo.
I was actually just looking at one, the rogue with bard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's clearly a bard dipping into Rogue. It's great.
Oh nah, dude, that looks like a rogue dipping into bard.
Yeah,
She's
he
got
looks-
the
what he's
cloak,
at.
the dagger. Oh, I thought you said a bard.
No, it's a
dipping
bard
into
dipping
rogue.
into Rogue because this is the Rogue archetype page.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the way he's holding the flute, it does look like he's primarily a Rogue.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you can see like the first part is like what they do. I like that they even give like examples of what different mishmashes would be. Like barbarian rogues can become masters in every saving throw. Jesus.
Yeah.
I love it. So yeah, we see the rogue dedication, which gives you a skill feat, which is super unique. And you get surprise attack, which means anybody you in the first round of initiative, anybody you attack that hasn't moved yet is flat-footed.
Mhm.
Proficiency in light armor. You get the stealth and thievery and a third skill of your choice. But that's it. That's all you get. You also get the class DC, which is almost never important, but it's still there. And so, like, I love it. Like, even in the dedication, the rogue is the skill monkey of this game. I know in D&D it tends to be the bard, but in Pathfinder it's the rogue. And most of these archetypes only give you one skill, whereas this gives you stealth, thievery, and a skill of your choice. And if you already have stealth or thievery, you can pick a different skill.
I
Oh
was
my
gonna
god.
say in D&D as well, rogues are also skill monkeys because they get.
Oh yeah, they actually
expertise.
get the. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so you can see every archetype works this way. They have basic something. So this one has basic trickery, which is gain a first or second level rogue feat.
Yeah.
But you see, you can only take that at 4th level or higher, which is what the number in the right corner is.
Yep.
So you can either take a rogue feat or sneak attack.
Yeah. This...
It has just occurred to me
Mhm.
that with taking the alchemist skill feat, doesn't that mean that you could be a champion that would also have a little homunculus buddy?
The alchemist skill feat.
Or sorry, the alchemist
Dedication?
feat, like first or level. Yeah.
Yeah,
take the
if you-
alchemist dedication,
At
and
4th
you get
level.
the-
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, you
I
can take the alchemical familiar, which would give you a homunculus companion, no matter
Yeah,
what
dude.
base class you are.
I would love to be like a champion that has a little homunculus companion that's also decked out in the same armor, like matching armor as me, and his sole job is to carry pamphlets.
He is your propaganda machine.
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, I'll do what I can to like make him as good as at reverse pickpocketing things. And he'll be running around slipping flyers into people's pockets and purses.
Oh my god, I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So
especially if it was a god of thievery.
yeah, it's true. It's true. But yeah, that was an informative video. I only had my one gripe, which is just a personal gripe, honestly. So very, very good. From what I've seen, that's most of his videos. They're very, very well informed.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it's there for. It's
good.
Now, does this guy focus primarily on Pathfinder 2e, or does he do TTRPGs in general?
Lately, it's been Pathfinder 2e. Before that, it was Starfinder. Before that, it was, I think, 5th edition.
It was 5e, yeah.
And from his upload schedule, it looks like he sort of picks one and does that for, looks like about a year. But it's if I had to guess, just from a personal standpoint, it's probably whatever he's playing at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that, it could also be that Pathfinder kind of blew up recently.
That too. It released. Yeah, because it looks like he was originally alternating Starfinder D&D, Starfinder D&D, and then Pathfinder 2e came out, and he dove into it, and that's all he's done for the past year. Yeah.
Reminder, hey, if you don't have Pathfinder and you're interested, hey, go into the link in the description and go to the Humble Bundle and buy it.
Plug that while I pee, because that monster's
I'm doing that. Okay, cool. Welcome back.
Yay, we're back.
We're back.
We're ready to keep talking about...
Oh, that's good. But yeah, so we're gonna watch Taking 20 video, a Cody video.
Oh boy,
it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
I sure hope
time.
so.
It's gonna be good this time.
I sure hope so.
We're gonna not get mad this time.
The face.
No promises.
We're gonna be fine. He's comparing. He's comparing 5e to 2e, and it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, no, like.
Well, don't forget. Last time we watched someone compare D&D to another game, which was Cyberpunk, we got
Well, see, he was just talking about that system, and then went into weird things.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I actually, that'll be fine. Taking 20 is fine.
He does fine usually.
Yeah.
Usually.
I have a few artistic differences that I would do in my videos, but yeah, no, he's fine.
I can't take this anymore. I'll be right back.
Shipping.
Okay.
This.
Oh shit! I was completely wrong.
Okay.
Beard is same length.
Very confused. That's a weird way to start your video, my dude.
I was completely wrong.
Aiden, that was so perfect.
Okay, well, now that that's out of the way, I suppose.
Seriously, I don't even know why I'm making this video. No good can come from it. I guess it's just what's in my heart this week. Before we begin, I have two small statements. One, I enjoy both of these games, and in fact, currently run a Patreon Pathfinder 2e game and a Patreon Dungeons & Dragons 5e game back-to-back for 2 groups 3 out of every 4 weeks of the month. Yes, edition muddling is a real thing, and I would like to think that running them back-to-back and seeing the different gaming experiences just a few hours apart has given me a fair insight to the strengths and weaknesses of these games compared to one another.
That's fair enough.
I'm going to be slightly more lenient in the comments this week, but that is not an excuse for being people to one another, okay? I will never understand people from nearly identical fandoms belittling one another. It's like, hello, the person you're insulting almost certainly has far more in common with you than other people in your...
That means absolutely nothing, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Cody. I understand that you want to see the good, but I can tell you, it's not always going to be that way. But, all right.
...for life. Like, please keep the discussion from devolving into just simple name calling. I'm begging you guys. Okay, so...
Complex names only, boys.
Here's how this will work.
Let me go get my
I reached out to a
thesaurus.
few friends and patrons and asked them to help me theorize the most important gaming mechanics that in some way or another is significant to the game's design and feel. After that, I took it a step further and narrowed down that list to 15 with the help of my younger brother, Daniel, who is the best dungeon master I've ever played
Goddamn
with.
right he is.
That's your name, boo.
It's my name. He's talking about me.
Oh my God,
I'm not
it's the
gonna know his
first-
brother. I
it's the-
disowned him a long time ago.
Oh.
It's the
I'm
first
joking.
time. It's the first time that that's ever been said on the podcast. Oh my
Yeah, right?
God!
It's the first time anyone's thought Boo's the best DM they've ever had.
Oh, wait. No, we have plans for that.
yeah, we
Davis
do.
of WebDM and my
Don't
good
we
friend
all?
Guy Sklanders from How to Be a Great GM. While my
Oh,
brother
Whoa, hey, wait. What did you say about him? Hold on. What did you say?
and feel. After that, I took it a step further and narrowed down that list to 15 with the help of my younger brother, Daniel, who is the best dungeon master I've ever played with. And that includes Jim Davis of WebDM and my good friend Guy Sklanders. from
Oh,
How to Be
okay.
a-
Oh,
He's saying somebody's
Oh.
better than how to be a great GM. That's fine.
Yeah. That's fine.
That's fine. I'm sure he's fine.
Great
Yeah,
GM.
he's fine.
While my brother and I get along quite well,
Just a
he
cheat.
gives exactly zero that I have a YouTube channel and will tell me to my face that I'm dumb or wrong. And so I feel like this.
Congratulations,
with his help,
I will
we
too.
have objectively narrowed
We have. Unfortunately. Oh well.
down the most impactful mechanics between these two games to these 15. So now we are going to tackle them one by one. My opinions are subjective, and I will award 1 point for each topic as we move through them. Okay? Ready, set, go. Our first mechanic is one that I feel like is a no-brainer, and that is the death and dying mechanics. On one side, we have the death saves mechanic for 5e, and on the other, we have the whole chaotic mess of Pathfinder 2e's dying 1, but you get healed and come back up with a wounded 2, then you drop again and start at dying 3. So naturally, the point here goes to Pathfinder 2e. Yeah, here's what
Brogan.
Yes. Would you like me to elaborate?
I would love
Yes,
to know
please.
more.
When you
about
drop
this.
to 0 hit points, you become dying 1. You are moved to the initiative order right before the thing that killed you, sort of giving you some more time before you have to start making saves.
Ooh.
You then roll a flat d20 with a DC of 10 plus your dying state. If you roll equal to or greater than, your dying goes down 1, and if it hits dying 0, you stabilize. But you are now wounded 1. If you go down again, because you're wounded 1, you start at dying 2. If you fail a save, your dying condition also goes down. So if your state ever reaches dying 4, you are dead.
So doesn't that mean though that as you progress in the levels of dying 2, dying 3,
It
that
gets
you're
harder
at...
to continue saving.
Oh, I thought it gets easier. Oh, 10,
No,
10
it's
plus.
plus. Yeah, plus.
So
Oh,
if you're
okay.
dying 3, it's a flat DC 13 to save.
So it's
Oh,
a
okay.
death spiral.
Yes,
It
and
is kind of
again,
a death
if,
spiral.
if your barbarian goes down, and even though it's not a spell, healing word back up down, healing word back up down. After
Yeah.
going down 3 times, he's starting at dying 3.
Yeah, it's meant to
I like
discourage
that.
base
No,
things.
I'm quite a fan of actually having it be a
Repercussions.
consequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might actually start implementing that into
Mhm.
my own campaign where if you have just been brought up from being downed, start off as if you had one failed death save.
Yeah,
Mhm.
honestly, it would
Go down
it would
3
make the
times, you're dead.
stakes. It would make the
Yes,
stakes
exactly.
so much more punchy.
That
right?
I really like that.
Yeah.
It also
I-
makes the stabilize action a lot more useful because
Yeah.
trying to save yourself gets harder and harder every time you fail. So having someone run over and make a medicine check, like it happened in our most recent session of my Pathfinder campaign that I run, and it was actually kind of scary. The cleric nuked everyone with an AoE spell and then got shish kebabbed by 2 flanking assassins with rapiers
Oh.
and went down hard, and nobody could get to them. They went down to dying too. And
So-
yeah.
So what happens, say you are dying 3
Mhm.
and you are rezzed back up and you are wounded 4, how does your wounded level go down?
By 1 per long rest, I believe.
Oh.
Let me
Whoa.
double check that.
I
It might be all in a long rest.
Because if it goes down by 1 in a long rest, that that makes me go, ooh.
Yeah, no,
Um,
that makes me go,
Yeah.
Okay. The wounded condition ends completely if someone restores hit points using the 10-minute treat wounds action, or if you are restored to full hit points and take a 10-minute rest.
And take a 10-minute rest.
Okay, that's good. Because it's even if you get up to full HP, you're not totally fine. You got to take a little bit.
You got to take a breather
Yeah,
there.
get a breather, yeah.
Reset your broken arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, actually though.
What he also, I don't think he goes into it here. But my favorite status condition, Doomed in Pathfinder 2e. It's so rare. Doomed reduces your dying threshold. So if you're doomed 1, you die at dying 3.
Oh.
If you're doomed 3 and you go down at all, you're dead.
And then aren't there certain enemies like Gorgons that do doomed as a status?
I don't know if I can double check. No, Gorgons. Oh wait.
Maybe not Gorgons, but maybe it's basilisks or something. No, wait, no, I'm confused.
That would be
Dark Souls 3.
Gorgons and basilisks both.
They petrify.
I'm thinking of basilisks and Dark Souls 3 make you cursed, and that's what they call petrification.
Yeah.
Because when you're cursed goes to full, you turn into a statue.
That's right. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm a fan of, because death and dying in 5e, we've all talked about it.
Yeah.
We've all talked about it. It's nothing. Like if you go down, nothing. That's why we like all think about it and we go.
Yeah.
"Eh."
And if your DM is really rude, enemies can attack downed character, and if you take a hit while downed, which is automatic, your dying condition just increases by 1.
I mean, yeah, the same thing is for 5e.
in 5e.
Yeah.
That is it too? Okay, gotcha.
Because-
but no DM is jerk enough to be like, you're down.
Oh,
poke,
no,
poke,
no,
poke.
that, it's not a jerk thing.
I do that. Are
It
you
is not a
kidding me?
jerk
Yeah?
thing. It is
The
definitely...
monsters don't want to die.
Yeah, the monsters want to take out the threat. And
Right,
even...
but the threat is already incapacitated, and
That
while you
doesn't
focus
mean
on poking the
shit when-
downed threat, someone else already sneaks up behind you and murders you.
It's one of those things where it's both an intimidation factor as well as a making sure the threat is down.
But in the
Right.
middle of a fight, in the middle of a 5v5 giant skirmish, you can't take the time to double check because there's another fighter on your other side.
So that's why you don't double check, you just do it, right?
And here's the other thing. It also depends on positioning. Like, for example, remember when you guys got in the fight with all those quasits and the Vrox?
Yeah.
If you didn't do that color spray and I was able to hit you with all those guys, they would have just killed you because everybody else was focused like 40 feet away from you fighting their own fight, and you were alone.
Right, and that makes sense. If you are alone on the other side of the battlefield, they're not going to leave you to run around. But I'm saying if they're poking you, but they're also flanked by the fighter, they're going to turn and fend off the fighter.
The other thing that I would put in that case is the use of leverage. They have your friend like dead to rights.
If they want to use it as, that would be a great roleplay opportunity.
And then also what I would say is some animals just don't care. They'll just keep going until their whole attack thing is over.
So it's a situational thing.
Most dogs, for instance.
Yeah.
Like if they down a deer, they don't immediately go and start aggressing on like the rest of the pack.
But the other deer aren't threatening them.
It was a poor example. What I'm saying is like a police dog charges into a building. It grabs hold of a person's leg. It doesn't trip a person and then go to another person. Yeah. It stays on that person.
It stays on
but
that
they're
person
specifically
to make sure.
trained to do that. I think.
Okay, Brogan, meet me halfway.
Yeah, come on.
I'm sorry.
Like
I thought this was the point of the show.
Well,
it's not.
It is, but you're not
like
allowing.
You're being pedantic.
In this case, the pedantics are not necessary because you understand the point.
It's situational.
What I also do in my campaign, and I've done this for a boss, is it downed someone and it went, okay, cool, I can worry about this person now. And then a person came over and healed the person that was downed, and it thought to itself, oh shit, they can do that, and it downed the paladin again, and then it kept slamming it because he's like, I don't want you alive.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's definitely, it makes more sense because usually what you're fighting isn't an idiot. right? Like
That's what I'm saying. Is it would be stupid while the fighter is slashing at your back to sit there and keep poking a downed body.
Yes.
While
Yes, I agree. Yes, in that situation, if the threat is on you, you want to get away from the threat or engage it in order to make it stop. What I'm saying is that if they see that another threat just comes the fuck back up, then they want to take out the thing that got the thing back up, or just take out the threat,
100%.
or just take out
the healer.
or just take out the threat that just came up because it can't be that well.
It knows it's weak because it can see that it's bloody, battered, and bruised.
Yeah.
And it's going to go, all right, now I'm going to get you down and I'm going to rip off your head.
Exactly.
Because you do radiant damage to me, which makes me take double damage. I can take the barbarian slashing at me for a couple rounds. I cannot take another smite.
Yeah, it's all a situational thing. Anyway,
I agree.
The way that this is presented in the core rulebook is a total mess. However, when you are running it in-game, it's actually super simple and easy. And it also has the added bonuses that, unlike 5e, you cannot simply be healing worded back up 10 straight times without consequence. And rolling a natural 20 doesn't miraculously bring you up to 1 hit point at the start of your turn, aka, I stand up miraculously and attack your face again. Pathfinder takes an early lead with, honestly, a solidly designed game mechanic that probably could have been presented a little cleaner. For mechanic number 2, we have action economy in
no
combat
contest.
with D&D's move action, standard action, and sometimes bonus action versus Pathfinder 2e straightforward 3 actions.
Action
Out of
points.
all the mechanics we're going to talk about, few will be an easier choice than this, and the point is resoundingly awarded to Pathfinder 2e.
Absolutely.
I know I was in a debate with Brogan personally for a while about actions, and like having gone over it even back then before playing Pathfinder some more, and like at this point I'm like, yeah, Pathfinder, fucking actions. Oh god, they're so much better. Like the ability to see everything that says this takes 2, this takes 1, this takes 3, right? Like the only thing that I have issue with is just the placements in the book.
Yeah, no,
that
but
is
I will always say 2E's biggest weakness is the rulebook.
yes, it is unfortunately a
Not laid
big
out well.
weakness, but
Which, by the way, you should go buy a Humble Bundle.
Yeah,
You
so you
should.
can get lost in it.
you should. It honestly, it's a good read.
It is, yeah.
But-
Once you know how to read.
Not
Yeah, it's a
all
little
who-
weird.
Yeah. Not all who are lost need to be rescued. If you're lost in that book, dude, take the time, enjoy the art.
Yeah.
Good
The
book.
art is so good
It is
in
pretty
all
cool.
the books.
Hey, Brogan,
Yeah.
I think both Alejo and I could more or less sum up how the action economy in Pathfinder 2e is more or less action points from Divinity.
Yes,
But
that is
as-
almost always my
It's
comparison.
true.
But would you perhaps describe to our audience proxy how action points work in Pathfinder 2e? Because you could probably sum it the most elegantly.
Sure. Hi, audience proxy boo.
Hello, I am the audience proxy boo. So please tell me, and by proxy, the audience, what is an
that's why I
action
call it
point?
An action point. Everybody starts their turn with 3 action points. Everything you do costs an action point, and it will vary on what you're trying to do. Many offensive spells are 2 action points, but a simple buff spell like True Strike, which isn't garbage, only costs 1
It's
action.
true. It's actually
And
not garbage.
because it only costs 1 action, and attacking costs 1 action, so you can actually True Strike and then attack with advantage, and it's great. And some things are free actions, which just don't cost anything, and it's still the reaction system is still the same. You get 1 reaction per round. But yeah, no more learning about like different types of actions. It just costs actions.
Nice. Now tell me, and by proxy, the audience, what types of things don't take an action point?
Such things that are like releasing an item, such as dropping your weapon, or speaking, or many things that you can do easily while doing something else.
Oh,
Tell me, Brogan, for I am curious, is there any way to naturally increase the amount of action points that you get per turn?
Indeed, with things such as the haste spell, though it is actually hard nerfed in Pathfinder due to the action economy. The haste spell, it's only a 3rd level spell, and it grants the target 1 extra action every single turn for 1 minute, but that action can only be used to move or attack.
Oh,
That's the
And
same, actually.
To be fair, it's in the same in 5e.
Yeah, 5e is the same.
okay.
way.
Very
Cool.
similar.
Very, very
And
similar.
also conversely, the slow effect is horribly nerfing, where the value of slowed is how many actions you lose per turn. So if you're slowed 2, you get 1 action per turn.
Yeah,
Woo!
the thing we haven't touched on, which I hope he also brings up at some point that we can go into further, is that conditions
they're
are...
so good, but they're so overwhelming at
There are
first.
so many conditions, and they have various stages, and it's not too hard to grasp.
Yeah, so almost any of them that come with
Quick.
a number is basically their penalty. Like,
Yeah.
Frightened 1 gives you a -1 penalty to everything.
Exactly.
Quick heads up, Brogan. I pulled up the haste spell because I look it up a lot, and I literally just
It's a good
search
spell.
H, and then I hit enter, and it brings me to the Roll20 page. That action, choose a willing creature that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, the target's speed is doubled, gains a +2 bonus
That's
to
5th
AC.
edition, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It has advantage on Dex saving throws, and it gains an additional action on each of its turns. That action can be used only to take the attack, 1 weapon attack only, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object action.
Mm-hmm.
It's just for your benefit.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and that also means, because I've had this debate with one of my players who tried attacking 4 times with haste, was that no, you have 2 attacks from multi-attack because you're above 5th level,
And then
and
one bonus
1 from
attack, yeah.
haste.
Yeah.
And that is that segues perfectly into one of my favorite things about the action
Yes.
economy. At level 1, you can attack 3 times in one turn.
Yes.
You're just gonna miss like hell because Pathfinder 2e works with what's called a multiple attack penalty. As you level up, you don't gain more attacks in a single action unless you get certain feats. But your bonus to hit obviously goes up as you go up in level. And so typically, if you attack your first, it's called striking. Your first strike in a turn is at no penalty. Your second one is at -5 to hit, and your third attack in a row is at -10 to hit. So really big penalties. But what I love is that they've played with that in that certain weapons, like daggers or short swords, are considered agile. So their multiple attack penalty is only -4, -8. And then, if you play a ranger, like my boy Pelcrondis in my society play, you can take the flurry feature, which reduces that by another 2. So at level 1, I'm able to attack at no penalty, -2, -4.
Which is ridiculous.
Which is
Really good.
Yeah.
And that's the ranger's whole thing. That whole archetype I'm going down is just flurrying attacks. At level 1, I also have a feat that for 1 action lets me attack twice. And so if I don't have to move, I can start with that action, attack normal, -2, -4, and then it never gets worse than your second penalty. So it'll always be -4 no matter how many times more I attack.
You're becoming Bastion, really. You find an Overwatch position, you plant your feet, and you're saying, "I'm sending rounds down range."
No, that is the bow archetype for rangers because they get triple shot.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I would say also, is what was it? Never mind, I lost it.
Okay. Well, you have the ability to pause when you find it again.
Oh no, I can feel it disappearing.
Okay, it's
Into the
gone
ether.
forever.
That thought has
What the-
died and gone into the ether.
What do you think, audience? What do you think he thought? Tell me in the comments, because
Feed that algorithm.
I don't fucking know.
I don't.
Oh, you're talking to the actual. Okay.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, hey, if they wanted to comment, I don't fucking know.
Moo, you better leave a comment on this video that just says "I don't fucking know."
Yes,
here we
audience
go.
proxy.
Here we go. I have got it. I
Oh!
have idea necromancied it.
Ah!
Which is so I really like the idea that with the penalties that you take, like 0, 5, and 10.
Mhm.
It really well mimics the 3.5 base attack bonus,
Yep.
where it was
Yeah.
you were at +0, +1, +2, +3, +4, +5, and then +6, and then +1 for your
Yeah.
second attack.
It's a
Yeah.
+6 / +1.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was how, of course, the monsters you're fighting at higher levels, that +1 attack, probably not going to hit.
Mm-hmm.
But you're absolutely free to roll, and the reason that I like having the penalty instead is at level 1, if you want to attack twice, you absolutely can,
Mhm.
whereas in 3.5, you cannot even try.
That's one
Yeah.
thing that, yeah, it's almost not even, doesn't even make sense in like 3.5 and 5th edition, where, a low level character is like, I attack with my dagger really swiftly and dexly. Okay, cool. He attacks with his great axe in the same amount of time.
Yeah, well, the only way that you can attack multiple attacks
Dual wielding, right?
is dual wielding. Yes,
Yeah.
in low levels in 5th edition,
Yeah.
which I mean, it works for the system. I'm not too.
It's balanced
upset
around
about
it, you know?
Exactly, like
Yeah.
everything's fine with it, but I do like the idea of I'm a shitty no-name nobody who got a sword and knows how to use it, and I'm gonna swing it so much in your face.
And where this can get really, really fun is if your GM, I haven't dabbled in this yet, but they do sell a critical fumble deck. And that's one thing I think he covers in this video, but critical hits and critical fumbles are handled differently, audience surrogate. Proxy, are those synonyms?
A surrogate and a proxy are not synonyms.
No.
Oh, okay.
synonyms.
Yeah, they're not
Audience
synonymous.
proxy. No longer do you only crit succeed and crit fail on 20s and 1s. If
Oh.
you beat the DC by 10, it's a critical hit. So if they have an AC of 18 and your total is 28, that's a crit.
I like that.
Yeah,
If their
that's pretty
AC
cool.
is 18 and you only total an 8, that's a crit fail.
Oh,
And so in game, there is no crit fail rules unless the spell or whatever states it.
Mm-hmm.
But if your GM is mean and you want to, like, you can have some interesting crit fumbles, which would add even more tense, like, do I really want to risk a third attack here? Which I think represents actual, like, sword play. If you start
sure.
wildly swinging your sword, your enemy's gonna the first one might catch them. They'll start to learn your pattern on the second attack, and on the third one, they may have a chance to, like, block or even disarm it.
yeah.
You
I-
basically become Darkness from Konosuba. It's just wildly swinging your sword, hoping something will connect.
I do
Yeah.
disagree with the use of mean, though.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I use it as the, like, GM versus player kind of mean, which can be fun, and all the entire table can enjoy it.
Yeah,
I don't mean as in, like, they won't like it.
right.
It's not mean spirited.
Yes,
Thank you,
exactly.
yeah.
So it's one of those things of like, I guess what would be the term that I would use is
Risky?
Yeah, risky.
Because it would
risky
apply
could
to,
work.
if you were going to do it to the players, it would have to apply
Oh,
to the
absolutely,
enemies as well.
absolutely. And risky would
naturally.
work. Yeah, risky works. So yeah, and I honestly think, as a personal sentiment, I enjoy those kinds of tables, and so I think it would be more fun for me.
Yeah.
But
I
Noted.
yeah.
I
Oh, absolutely.
I personally enjoy things like crit tables and fumble tables because they add a lot more variance to how like combat and things work, and it's really hard to get two combats ever go the same way.
Yes.
There's already a lot of variability in combat
Mhm.
and roleplay, and like delving and exploring in general. It's one of the things that make TTRPG so great.
Mhm.
But when you add like that extra variable to it, you're like, oh,
Right.
And it's
we're
not that
traveling
hard,
in untreaded territory, boys.
What I really love about the 2E fumble deck in particular, so it's 54 cards,
Oh.
and the player draws the card.
Yes.
Every single card you draw has 4 options. One for melee, ranged, spell, and some fourth option I can't think of.
Nice.
It might be natural attack, I think, is like claws and stuff. And so, like, there's 54 cards, but multiply that by 4, that's 220 possible fumbles in the deck.
Yeah.
I just love the idea at a physical table with that deck in the middle of the table, and everyone looks at you after your nat 1, and you have to shamefully grab the card.
Yeah, you grab it and like you bring it towards you, and people are like glancing over your shoulder because they're like, "What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get?"
Yeah.
And
Totally.
then you gotta like read it aloud and hold it up to the table and like know your shame.
Question actually, Brogan, you would know. Is there an equivalent of a chaos sorcerer or a chaos mage?
Wild magic?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the core rules and the current available rulebooks, no.
Okay.
And we have not gotten confirmation from the APG yet.
Okay. I'm sad. I like them.
I don't think this is subjective in the least. What we have been presented in Pathfinder 2e is simply incredible and super easy to understand. You just get 3 actions. Do whatever you want to with them. Want to move, attack, move? Go for it. Want to attack, move, or move, interact with an object, attack, whatever. Just go for it. Meanwhile, trying to explain to a new player in 5e that even though they cast Misty Step as a bonus action and they didn't use their move action at all, they can't attack with their offhand dagger after their short sword because technically that's also a bonus action, and you can't trade a bonus action for a move or a standard action is frustrating for you as a DM who understands the rules, and it's frustrating for a player who finds those things illogical.
Yeah, that's fair enough, I suppose. I don't think it takes too long to understand, though.
In
It
which
depends on the
case,
person.
yeah, in which case I'd just say, hey, you can attack with your dagger or your short sword, because using your dagger is like attacking one and then the other. You've already is a bonus action. It consumes your action and your bonus action, and you've already used your bonus action. Choose what weapon you want to swing with.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
Action,
Action,
surge!
action.
Unless you're the cracked out fighter, in which case do whatever the hell you want. I don't even know what you're doing at this point. Just tell me the damage the monster takes, and I'll take it out of the initiative order.
Don't worry, Aiden. Fighters in 2e are the same way.
Oh yeah.
Of course they are.
Honey, it's round 4 on initiative. Time for you to remove another monster. Yes, honey.
Though I will say they are a bit more interesting. Like the fighter in our campaign, again, they're stupid. They're more accurate. They do more damage in melee, which I guess they're made to fight. But they do have a lot more utility. Like one of his abilities is 2 actions to make an attack and knock them prone. Is like
cool.
Brogan, do you mean to tell me that the fighter fights?
Sometimes.
What?
Sometimes.
That's crazy. Next, you'll be telling me that the ranger ranges.
Not always.
Did you know that the sorcerer sorks?
Oh.
What?
I want to make a monk that starts out with the spell initiate feat, magic initiate feat, and never punches anybody.
Yes, of course. They just dodge and only do patient defense, but then they only use cantrips.
Did I tell you? Did I tell you guys
like,
about my mountain monk?
It's like stalling in Pokemon, but in D&D, and I hate it.
That would actually take forever.
Ooh, your character's a Blissey. Ooh, I hate it.
That's exactly what I made with my mountain monk. Level 6, 29 armor class.
Oh.
Because, Aiden, did I not tell you about this?
Oh, you probably did, but I probably repressed it.
Basically, there's no rule against monks wielding shields.
That's right. Yes, you did tell me about this.
And so you just plant yourself, but you still take attacks of opportunity, so you just say, move!
Yep, because I shared with you the picture of the Dark Souls character holding the 2 swords as shields.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say, and I will agree with him, that objectively, I would also consider that this is the better system with action economy.
I would also say it allows for more variance in play.
I would say so
yes,
too. Yeah.
From
creativity.
Every turn does feel unique.
Yeah.
Damn it! I want to play Baldur's Gate 3 now.
So, I will say, however, that if you are a beginner to TTRPGs,
5th edition.
That if you're a beginner and you're considering 5e or Pathfinder 2e, do be aware that because different types of actions require different amounts of action points, that can be a bit intensive starting out to some.
Sure.
I would absolutely recommend sitting down with someone, a DM most preferably.
I would imagine.
Are you saying like a one-on-one session 0?
Well, not necessarily
Not
session
necessarily.
0, but like text a
Matchup.
DM friend of yours who has experience with
Mhm.
both games and say, "Hey, I have already read my player's handbook,
As you should.
but I'm not still quite getting it. Can you perhaps simplify this for
Oh,
me?"
yeah.
And they'll talk you through
Mhm.
actions, bonus actions, and free actions
Yeah.
versus action points and do whatever the hell.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was gonna say I think both are pretty easy for new players, but I honestly think
Mhm.
5e's streamlined like everything else is much easier for a beginner because
Mhm.
like even with the feats and stuff being very easy to find and do, I think um the layout of the rulebook for 2E kind of is a little more daunting for a new
Yep.
player.
Agreed.
So
Mhm.
I honestly think like you get some experience with D&D 5e and then you can go into 2e, but like
In
all
this-
your experience that you got from 5e will still translate over more or
A
less.
lot of it will, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh yeah. A lot of the
along
spells are the same
Yep.
and
Mhm.
stuff like that.
along that same line, I do think if you've never played a tabletop RPG, but you've played a lot of like video game RPGs, a lot, especially the turn-based ones like Divinity or Baldur's Gate, I think you'd pick up 2E a lot
Oh
easier.
yeah.
Oh sure. Yeah. Honestly.
Yeah,
But yeah.
you're already used to like, okay,
Spending
I
a
have
resource.
yeah,
Yeah.
which honestly for me, spending resources to do things
I love
make
it.
goblins go yee.
I
But
like
yeah, if you're
resource management.
completely coming from outside the entire like genre community fan base
Yep.
with no connection, I'd say 5e.
5e.
Quick
Though
question.
if you're listening to episode 27 of the podcast, you probably have some experience.
Not necessarily. Who knows?
How big is the Pathfinder rulebook anyway? Because I know
620
that.
pages.
Woo, yeah, that's
it,
intimidating.
But-
it is intimidating
but-
as shit.
Yeah, no, I know that it includes everything.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Like 100 pages is like the world itself. Like 100 pages are like crafting and treasure.
Which I am quite a fan of because it does help with setting up like what the world is like. Because I know in 5e they have the little tiny descriptions for each race, and that's really it, right?
Yeah,
like, they
I think
don't
5e
have-
was banking on like
world
people know
building.
about the Forgotten Realms at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they kind of do, but they have a supplement that is specifically so that you know more about it because of
and
that,
so does
right?
2e. But
Yeah, oh no, but even so, 2e has so much more in there. As far as I've seen, I haven't read through it all,
on the
but
core rulebook.
yeah,
Oh yeah. It goes into like the 8 major regions of the Lost
Yeah,
Seas.
exactly.
It goes into the religions and all of that.
there you go.
Yeah. But I'm really hyped because they're actually soon to be. They've released
Yeah,
two supplements.
I just want to. I just posted that because I went to the very end of the rulebook, and like, good lord, that is one of the coolest Death Knights I've seen in a long time. And like, brah.
Man.
But yeah, so far they've released 2 supplemental books that they still provide some gameplay stuff, but they're mostly lore focused. Gods and Magic, which just adds a bunch of new deities, expands upon existing deities, and just religion as a whole on the world of Galarian. They've added the
Of
Lost. That's the name of the planet, Galarian.
Oh, well, that's also the name of the adjective
guy.
describing the realm in Sword and Shield.
That's
Because
right.
the realm is
Oh.
Galar, and they'll be like,
but
"Oh,
this is
it's a
GOL.
it's a Galarian twig,"
It's a Galarian fighter.
and I'm like, "What?"
Worlds
so-
collide. Worlds collide.
Okay, so if that's the case, fucking play Pathfinder 2e, play an entire party of fighters, and then you guys will become phalanx.
Well, I was gonna say, how many action points is eruption?
Oh,
Probably 3.
Probably
imagine.
3, unless you're lower health, in which case, like, the action points to do it go down.
Oh yeah. Anyway,
All right.
Here we go.
And talking about spellcasting action economy for Pathfinder, this has been one of my absolute favorite changes to the game, hands down. by giving players the tactical choice with flexible spells and how many actions they want to spend.
That's actually a great one. If you want to pause that there.
Genius.
You are also able to pause things, my man.
Yes.
Oh, am I? Oh, okay.
It is watched together.
Anyway.
Anyway.
You've paused the music in the
Yeah, I wasn't
this
thinking.
campaign.
It's
My
okay,
brain
my
wasn't-
man. It's all right. I appreciate you submitting to our authority.
Part of it is I was like, it's not my show. But
You are our
some-
honored guest.
It is true.
I do feel honored.
Good.
Some spells, not as many as we would hope, but there are at least there are a few of them that we hope they're going to add more that can be cast at multiple amounts of actions. The best examples are heal and harm. So there's no like cure light wounds, cure major wounds, cure serious wounds. There's just heal.
Oh.
And heal, along with being able to be cast at multiple different spell levels, can be cast 1 action, range of touch for 1d8 healing.
Mhm.
2 actions, 30-foot range for 1d8 plus 8 healing. Or
Oh.
3 actions to heal everything in a 30-foot burst for 1d8.
Is that every creature or every
creature,
ally?
including enemies.
Whoa!
Yeah. And that's what happened with our...
I like that.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
yeah.
have to be a bit tactical with it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what happened.
yeah,
So
yeah.
our sorcerer, who's a divine bloodline, so they get divine spells like heal and harm,
Mhm.
which harm works the same way, same 3 actions, but for dealing damage.
Right.
She was like way in front of the party, and everyone was very confused. And the enemies weren't like aggressively attacking right on top, but as they started to walk past her, she just cast like a 4th level harm spell at 30 foot. And I think in 1 action, she did, I think, 130 damage. And that was 4d8 to 6 targets.
That's amazing.
Does that, if you cast harm like that, does it hurt yourself as well, or no?
It used to, but in the errata, they added that casters can exempt themselves from emanation spells.
That's
good.
good.
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Although what was cool, kind of a cool idea is that in the APG, it has been confirmed that Dampiers are being added, which they give you negative healing, but positive healing hurts you. So I was thinking it'd be really cool to have a whole campaign of Dampiers, and the cleric
Just everyone Zerg rush and start spamming harm.
big
Yeah,
AoE
yeah.
hurts the enemies and heals you.
That's
and
really
alternatively,
cool.
using heal if you're fighting undead as a burst is
Yep.
beautiful. Another cool example is Magic Missile. For every action you spend, you shoot an extra missile.
Nice.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
okay.
Okay.
Now, so I assume the amount of d8s also gets scaled, or multiplied, I should say, by the level that you cast it at.
Yeah, so 4th level heals for 4d8. But there's also, they give you a reason to use the 2 action instead of the 3 action, because the 3 action has the same reach and is multi-target. But the 2 action specifically scale, so if you remember I said it's 1d8 plus 8 for a single target, that 8 also scales. So a 4th level heal spell at range heals for 4d8 plus 32.
Plus 32.
That's
Jesus.
pretty good.
Like, because Pathfinder's numbers are so huge, you will have a lot of these, like, ow, I took 40 damage, and now I'm back up, and ow, I took 50 damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Big numbers, big heals, big
Yeah.
Big
big
numbers,
health
good.
balls.
I like big numbers.
Big dopamine. Dopamine go brrr.
Big number make for better system. Yes.
Well,
I can hit for 30 damage at level 2 in Pathfinder, but only
I can hit for
16 and
56
5
damage at level 1.
yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things where it's the bigger number will make you feel the better.
Yeah.
I also love the fact that because the cleric can reliably spend 3 points to heal everything in a range, you can absolutely make a playstyle around cleric stays in the back, and like we establish basically a circle
front
around the
line.
cleric.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we are the staunch line of spears,
Yeah.
keeping things at bay.
But they
Or
also
even-
have a War Priest dedication, which gives them proficiency in heavy armor, and then like being able to
Run
do that
in,
at a
yeah.
touch. Yeah. Especially if you're fighting undead, just burst heal in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something that I actually very much enjoy in that is that you can heal undead and they hurt.
Mhm.
Because
Is that not
you
a thing in
used
5th
to
edition?
you used to be able to do that in 3.5, but now you can't do it in 5th
What?
edition. Yeah. There's nothing about it. They resist necrotic. That's it. Like, and there's they have
That is true.
They have there's nothing in the text that says that if you heal a undead creature that it does it takes damage. There's nothing.
You know what? I realized
I
I've been holding this over and addition muddling in my game.
Yep.
Because that's how I have it. But you know what? You're totally right.
It doesn't
Don't
make any
mention
sense. It doesn't make any sense.
For me, that was part of the reason why the paladin always had lay on hands, was so that he can like touch an ally and heal them, and then punch a zombie and like disintegrate it.
Yeah, and
you can use a Hamon basically.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking exactly, actually.
And also, while we're talking about spells, Aiden, I know you actually said they're mostly the same spells between the systems. Paizo actually went out of their way to make some really unique spells.
Yeah, but like there's still Firebolt.
The classics are there.
But like it still transfers over, right? Like that was the point.
There's some cool, like I'd say, even if you're not going to play the system, take a look at the spells. I got shocked when the sorcerer with the divine spells, upon leveling up and starting this last session, she says like, yeah, I have, you guys look over and my character is kind of glowing a little bit, and we were all a little confused, and he goes, I got a new 4th level spell. During daily preparations, I cast it, and for the entire day, someone can touch me and heal for 4d10, and then if someone touches me again, they heal for 4d8, and if they do it again, 4d6, and then 4d4, and then it's gone. But it lasts the entire day, and as an action, someone can just touch the cleric and heal.
That's
neat. Can't
slap
enemies
that ass
do
for
that?
healing.
Exactly. What's that, Aiden?
So can't enemies do that though too?
I think it says allies specifically.
Oh, okay. So the cleric has to willingly let them absorb it.
But the important part of it is that the cleric can't touch them to make it happen. It specifically says an ally touches you.
So they have to suffer an action to do it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So does that mean that each character, the first time they touch it, they get 4d10?
No, there's 4 charges total, and each charge gets...
Okay.
Yeah,
each charge is...
That makes sense.
Perfect.
But it's so cool, because you don't have to spend an action casting it in combat.
Doesn't that also mean that you can spend an action to run up to the cleric and then use an action to touch him and another action to touch him?
Yes. Yes, you can. You could heal for 4d10 plus 4d8 in one turn.
You could sit next to them and just touch them 3 times, right?
Yeah. But yeah, no, I love it because there are some spells that just last the entire day. They finally made mage armor, like, you don't have to cast it mid-combat. You prepare mage armor when you prepare it, and you sacrifice that spell slot, and you get +1 AC all day.
You could do that because it lasts for 8 hours in 5e.
Oh, it's 8 hours?
So,
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah,
I would also house rule allowing to use that spell offensively against undead. So like
that'd be
no, not mage armor. That glowing heal spell, because like ostensibly, if you're touching them, then the cleric's going, okay, yeah, you can get some of the energy. So like zombie goes to claw them, and the zombie just
4d10 damage.
Honestly, it would kind of make sense because like they are literally.
Although again,
channeling...
I think it specifically says ally.
I know, but
again,
this is why he said
house
rule. Yeah, because I would say like they are channeling quite literally divinity in their own body for people to heal from.
They are like, glowing with radiant energy.
Yeah,
if you touch that and you're a vampire, like, but
it's a bad.
You drink the blood and you just go, oh, it's still burning in my mouth.
Exactly.
How much alcohol do you drink?
It's like that Witcher potion.
Black blood.
Thank you. Yes, black blood. Yeah. Anyway.
If the player wants to cast a magic missile with 1 action, they fire off 1 dart. If they want to use 2 actions, then do something else.
Magic missile.
2 darts. And if they want to stand still in the back with good positioning, they can use all 3 actions and get all 3 darts. Point Pathfinder by a landslide. However, things are not perfect for Pathfinder as we move on to game mechanic number 3, which I'm going to just call spell slots and spell casting. If you can't guess, this is where 5e really shines, as it's going to take the point here. Pathfinder's spontaneous and heightened rules are an absolute mess, way overcomplicated, and truly humorously bad when you try to decipher them. It's like, all I want to do is like maybe cast this fireball at a higher level, and then you and your group will spend the next 15 minutes trying to figure out out if it's even possible and how exactly that's
What?
done for your sorcerer. Meanwhile, where Pathfinder
Wait,
I'll be honest here. He's making it. It is complicated to a new player,
sure.
but when you realize it's just when you learn a new spell, you have the option to learn a lower level spell
Yeah.
at that level.
I was gonna say, when you said that to me before, because that's how you get higher level spells, then I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, because you have to study how to cast it. That's what that's another
Like,
one of those things where
like I don't like it, right? Like I personally
it's not
don't,
it's not everyone's. No,
no,
Not
like
everyone's.
I don't
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
like
not
it,
a fan of
but
it personally.
but I understand it. It's not that
Yeah.
hard to get, right? Like
Yeah.
this is such a hyperbole right here of like you and your players, like your fellow players, are gonna be looking at the book and going, huh? It's like
Yeah.
what? No,
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
it's great.
Took like 15 seconds to explain it.
Yeah.
I will be honest, if I ever did run a Pathfinder 2e game, I
Mm.
would probably take upcasting the way it's done in 5e and just transplant it over.
The hard part is doing that without making signature spells pointless for bards and sorcerers.
Yeah, 'cause
Then-
they do have that whole like that is the reason why signature spells exist.
Then take what wizards do at super high level and the fact that they can customize spells. Say like, all right, fireball is your signature spell. You can still upcast it just like every other spell, but if you want, you can take cold ball or lightning ball and choose to augment it.
Okay, make it more unique.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
You'd have to take time to talk it out and balance it, but yeah.
Yeah.
fails, D&D doesn't just succeed, but is a smashing success of
Smashing.
design. Not only is their system easy to understand as a player or coach as a DM, but it's easy to adapt on the fly for a DM running a monster with spellcasting as well. I mean, does my Flame Skull want to forgo a level 2 spell slot to throw a magic missile at level 2? Done. Super simple. Point, hands down, Dungeons and Dragons.
So yeah, I think honestly, like just with this example, I wouldn't say it was a point for either. I think they're both fine. Like
I think
they
they're different, yeah.
they're understandable in both their ways, and
Yeah.
like I
And,
would
like,
say I would agree that it is much simpler for a new player to go.
Mhm.
I want to upcast Fireball.
Yeah.
That's easy to do, but it's not hard for you to go. Okay, so if you want to upcast Fireball, when you level, you just take the next level of Fireball. That way you
Yeah.
can upcast it.
And yeah, the biggest complaint is that people feel limited. Like, I want to take that, but I also want a new spell. And
Yeah.
Well, that's just a choice.
Now here's the thing: what you can do, especially if you have like a wizard or someone like that,
Yeah.
is as a GM, like in the game, give them opportunities to learn new spells and scrolls, and especially if they're
Does it work
or-
the same way as in 5e where you?
oh yeah, there's
you
just
literally...
a learn a spell action.
Oh,
in
yeah.
downtime.
Oh,
Yeah.
pfft.
Yeah. So as long and you can buy them in any town as long as it's like big enough to be considered a town.
Oh.
All common spells can be purchased.
Oh,
Same with alchemical formulas.
Common spells,
Woo!
right? Yeah,
Common,
okay.
yes. Now most spells in the core rulebook are considered common. Crap like wish and stuff, obviously
of
not
course.
common.
Oh,
Yeah,
of course.
But yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah.
fireball, magic missile, all of those.
So yeah, I would say these are just two different systems that I would go both are fine. Like
Yeah.
I wouldn't say one is better necessarily than the other. Well, I would say personally that I prefer to use the D&D's upcast system
Yeah,
because
totally fair.
meh, it's just something that I, it makes my brain
it's
go,
apples and
yes.
oranges.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And
also, against his point of like as a GM warping and changing what spells are at what level, like yeah, you have that option, but like I was running a spellcaster in my last session, and Fireball, a 3rd level spell, was under the creature's 4th level spell. So it's like, okay, this creature chose not to take it as a 3rd level and took it as a 4th level. I'm like, cool,
Yeah.
now I know.
yeah, that makes sense.
I do have a question regarding like learning spells at later levels. Say
Okay.
I take Fireball at 5th level.
Okay.
Or is a Fireball casting it at 3rd level when my character reaches level 5. Then say at level 10, I want to be able to start casting Fireball at let's say 4th level. Can I then use the fact that I know Fireball at 3rd level and Fireball at 4th level and sort of get rid of my Fireball at 3rd level and replace it with a new spell at 3rd level?
It depends on your class. I know sorcerers can.
Yeah,
I think wizards just have their spell book, so they are considered separate spells in your wizard spell book. Level 3 fireball and level 4 fireball, and you can prepare them as you want, day by day.
Mhm.
Whereas as a sorcerer who always has access to the same limited allotment of spells, I think it's either every time you level up or during downtime, you can reorganize your spells, forget some, learn others.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because I know at least in 5th edition for sorcerers, they do the whole when you hit your next level, you learn a spell and you can substitute an old.
I think that's
spell
how
for
it is in
something.
this one as well.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
Yeah, because like if you can do that, then like I'm totally fine with it because
Yeah.
I don't want to say like, oh man, my levels I know magic level 1 through 5, and on that list there's fireball at levels 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. So sorcerers, it's every time you level up, you can replace one spell with a different spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wizards cannot swap spells. No.
But
Ew.
you have access to all of your spells in your spellbook, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so
And,
you can literally
yeah.
just prepare for the day. This spell, this spell, this spell, right? Like you don't have
Right.
to, like, and
It doesn't hinder you to have both fireballs, whereas a
Exactly.
sorcerer with a limited spell amount, it does hinder you.
yeah, exactly. My question then becomes, if I knew, let's say I knew Fireball 3 and Fireball 4 because we're using Fireball today.
Okay.
It's just a good placeholder
It
spell
is.
name.
If I forgot Fireball 3, could I not use it at 3rd spell slot level?
You can't downcast either. No.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Cool.
Dragons 5e. Game mechanic number 4 might be our most controversial one, and that is the
Oh, boy.
proficiency
I like
bonus.
Pathfinder,
On
but
one
I
side,
like
we
big
have
numbers.
5e with flat proficiency bonuses, and on the other side we have Pathfinder 2e with their expert, trained, untrained, master, but it grows every level, if and only if you've at least trained. It's just a total
Not
mess. Okay. I might be being a little
prefer
harsh on it.
Pathfinder,
The system isn't
but
that
that's me.
complicated to understand, and it does lend itself to game mechanics.
Can we
that
pause it? I
actually
can pause it.
like when we
Ah.
talk about
Yeah.
later.
You can pause it.
I'm
Hey,
learning.
welcome to
I
the
don't know,
show.
Brogan. Can you pause it?
I don't like how in D&D 5th edition, you're either super proficient at the skill or not. Whereas in Pathfinder, you can be master in stealth, but maybe only trained in thievery. Whereas in 5e, aside from your stat bonus to it, it's just your level. Like the
Yeah.
proficiency bonus from your level.
For me, the gold standard in this regard is 3.5 with the ranks and skill
I like the
points.
skill
Yes.
ranks,
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That is a gold
because-
standard for me as well.
Yeah, because it allows you to freely decide every time you level
Mhm.
how your character is growing.
Yeah.
I would personally give the point to this to Pathfinder
I would as well.
simply because it's closer.
Yeah, every odd
because-
level you can increase your proficiency in one skill.
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
super simplified version of the 3.5 rank system.
And not only that, but isn't increasing that one level like go from a +2 bonus to a +4 bonus?
Yes, so proficiency is always your level plus 2 for trained, 4 for expert, 6 for master, 8 for legendary. Untrained, you don't get anything but the stat bonus.
Yes.
Um,
So every 2 levels you get 2 points, and I
You just have to
really
put them-
like
yeah.
I really like being able to pick how your character grows and
Yeah,
matures.
Mhm.
Whereas in 5e, it's more all or nothing,
Yes.
and it make brain goblins go on a wah.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. The only thing that allows you to do that more so is like being a rogue or a bard and getting
Yeah.
expertise, right? Like that.
But that just
because...
gets you more skills, doesn't it?
No.
No, it's been a while since I played
It's
Final
quite literally you
You
just
double
up-
your proficiency.
yes,
okay.
double proficiency in something that you're already proficient in. You can't get a new proficiency.
Gotcha.
That might not be true. I would have to look. But it is more often used to just double your sneak, right? Where you had a
Yeah.
+4. Well, now you have a +8. right.
Yeah.
Which is like similar enough, but I agree that like if you can, the ability to have a choice is so much more valuable than just being
Flat bonuses across the
stuck.
board.
Well, being stuck what you chose in the beginning, right?
That's
like,
true too. Yeah, 'Cause
you
have to
are
take feats
stuck.
to learn new skills, right? To get more proficiencies.
You don't get to learn really new skills or anything
Oh,
unless
God.
you have a DM that's like, yeah, if you're doing this, then you get some
Right, yeah, you
increased
study this
efficiency.
for a month.
Right? Like,
yeah.
you have to do the thing in game, and I'm cool with doing that too, but I would also very much like to have it be represented in the whole, I get a choice of, how did my character spend their downtime, because Pathfinder has its downtime.
Uh-huh.
Whereas D&D has downtime, but it is very rarely used, I would say.
Yeah.
But I couldn't confirm that, to be fair.
A lot of the issue that I have, and I guess every edition of D&D and Pathfinder has this problem.
Mhm.
A lot of the skills that I want to give out to my players are not covered on character sheets.
Yes. Yeah.
The most prominent example for me being sailing. Sailing is a very niche thing, and as such, I understand why it is not on the character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
However, if my players are going to go on an arc, I'm not going to have the art of sailing a ship and being able to tell the forecastle from the stern.
Mhm.
That's not a survival check, bud. That is
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Like I understand. When in doubt for using rope, use survival check.
Mhm.
But like, knowing like, okay, they're over at the helm, they're turning this way, I'm going to adjust the sails at this rate and stuff like that.
Mhm.
What I personally do is, our rogue in his backstory talked about sailing ships, and we all just kind of agreed your character knows how to sail a ship.
Yeah.
And if you're ever going to make any ship sailing checks, then I'll allow you to add your proficiency to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's totally possible with the 2E version as well. You just make it its own, basically not on the character sheet skill.
Yes.
And say, add a trained proficiency bonus.
I had him
totally.
write it down at the bottom of his character sheet.
Yeah, that's the thing where it used to be like in 3.5 where you would have the blank spaces where you could just add in more skills and stuff. And before that, even 2E D&D, AD&D had a lot of skills, and it still had more like general kind of stuff, and it had like sailing and stuff like that. Like it was more detailed in that respect, but and it was percentage based as well, which was
a lot of that system was percentage based. They loved
the skills thing I was cool with. Everything else I was less cool with. This is a lot of numbers in there that I just didn't want to learn how to do.
Compared to 5e, it's just all over the place. And even if you know it by heart and love it, every time you level, you've got so many skills to change the modifiers
like
on.
18.
And depending on your VTT, if you're playing online, like many of you now, you've got to reset a lot of shortcuts and hotbars.
What?
5th edition takes the point. Our 5th game...
That's so
I think you just complained
Oh.
there's too many skills.
Yeah.
In
That
that you
one's-
have too many things to update when you level. Like, really? That's one of my favorite things about leveling. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, man, I get to
Yeah.
increase
So his-
this and this and
His
this.
his argument there is that when you level up, your proficiency gains a direct bonus from your level. So his complaint is that when you level up, you have to erase and rewrite everything you're proficient in.
Oh
Except
no, I get to
yeah.
directly interface with that which I am
Yeah.
better with.
It's
Yeah.
very
Oh,
it's
no.
very strange. That is a very strange point.
I-
I can understand it being preference, but
I guess
Yeah.
it's easy to overlook something, like maybe you forget to up one of your skills or you forget to increase your armor class.
I can also
Yes.
understand having a desire for the process to be more streamlined.
yeah.
But we've already gone over in your actions portion with action points versus action and
Mhm.
bonus action that action points are a lot less streamlined.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
are. So, what is it, Cody? No, I can understand like the thing is I could make the same argument for proficiency in D&D. You could forget to add it to your base attack bonus, right? Like you could forget to add it to a bunch of different things. You still have to erase and do all this kind of stuff for, like, it's not a very strong argument, my man. You can just say I prefer this, which basically you are, but in a roundabout way while knocking the system of Pathfinder, which I don't think deserves this knock. I don't think it does.
And I mean, here's the other thing. If we ignore the problem potentially being just forgetting to do stuff, it's like, I don't want to have to erase my character sheet because the sheet gets all worn down and I can't tell what's what. Get a blank sheet and just transcribe this shit,
or use a online sheet or fucking
like AutoCalc.
Well, he mentioned
he
online sheets.
Yeah, and you have to change your shortcuts and stuff, and I'm like, what?
That was weird. Yeah, like hotbar.
Oh, no, I think
that must be Roll20.
But even so, you don't really. I mean, you go in and you change numbers, and then you click something, right? Like it's not that hard. I
think when he said that, he was referring to in an MMO when you level up and you get a new skill and you have to change your hotbar.
I want to hear it again.
That's fine. Yeah.
This lend itself to game mechanics that I actually like that we'll talk about later. But compared to 5e, it's just all over the place. And even if you know it by heart and love it, every time you level, you've got so many skills to change the modifiers on. And depending on your
virtual
VPT,
tabletop,
if you're playing online, like many of you now, you've got to reset a lot of short.
Wait. So 19 times over the course of an entire campaign.
Yeah. Oh no.
Not the strongest argument there.
Not that and it's like, oh my god, I have to update my character sheet 19
which is the best feeling
times.
in the world.
No. This is
for you. I
was gonna say that is a preference, but you have to do it so many times. It's like, bud, you have to do it so many times just to add your proficiency modifier to your fucking D&D sheet.
What shortcuts are you resetting?
Also that, I'm so
People
confused.
have macros, I'm sure, where they'll have
I understand you have macros, but your macro should just be more or less form fillable.
Right.
At least I know it is on Roll20.
Exactly.
I change the stat in the character sheet, and the macro should function
everything
the same.
is fine.
Exactly.
Unless you're doing custom ones?
The macro shouldn't act as... in which case, that's on you.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, he just didn't have enough to talk about to make it a long enough segment.
Well, that's
very possible.
The problem
that tends to be an issue with Cody.
He likes to stretch things out. But even so, it's still a 27-minute video. You don't need to fucking fill it with filler of actual this doesn't matter. This doesn't make sense. I don't understand your point.
No macro I know of acts as in add 5, add +3, plus random 1 to 20 roll. Instead it goes add 1 to 20 roll, add STR bonus, add dex bonus.
Yeah. Cody, I mean, I know we shit on you a lot, but you've been doing well so far. I've been enjoying
We're running
myself.
out of shit, man.
Yeah, no,
I mean, it's not the worst point he's made.
No, it's not.
Infuriating.
No. Oh, absolutely not. I'm just saying it's a slight.
The problem that I have with it though is it's going to skew the results of the Pathfinder versus 2e. Which edition is better?
Yeah, exactly. And
again,
I understand he said that it's subjective, but he's already brought in objectivity to use as well. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but that was when it was convenient for him.
I know, and I agreed with his objective assessment, but that doesn't, you can have it be subjective and objective, it's just use them correctly, you know?
I would honestly say, if you prefer this, Cody, that's fine.
That's fine.
Your preference.
Absolutely.
Go for it.
Yes.
Don't give a point to D&D, though, if you don't have a solid enough standing.
Exactly.
Just call this one a tie.
Yeah, I think a tie would have been a better outcome
tie.
for this one.
Absolutely. That is what I would go for in this.
You know, I'm going to make a prediction right now. Later on, he's going to give another point. So D&D is it would normally have been 4 to 6.
Okay.
But because he gives the point in this one to D&D, it's going to be 5 to 5. And his conclusion is going to be, on conclusion, both of these are good. You should play them.
Which I would say yes, but you don't have to do this to do it, right?
But it has that. I'm getting that energy.
I feel it. I do. It's. We'll see. I
will
hope it's
spoil
not
nothing.
I hope it's not correct.
I could be totally wrong.
Let's continue.
but I
Let
feel
us
it.
away.
Mm-hmm.
5th edition takes the point. Our 5th game mechanic is one that, again, is pretty lopsided, and that's multiclassing. I cannot overstate how beautifully elegant Pathfinder 2nd edition is with multiclassing. Holy crap, turning multiclassing from the disaster that previous games had it into a simple
I wouldn't call it a disaster. I would call it a little complicated.
No, it's a disaster.
I'm sorry.
That means it's a disaster. So that means basically all RPGs are a disaster.
I don't know.
strange.
I wouldn't even call early editions that complicated. It was like, do you want a level in this? Grab
Follow
yourself-
the level
yeah,
up.
The only
grab
complication.
grab a level. Do you want an apple? Take one out of the fruit bowl.
Right. The only thing that I would say for complication is just the figuring out what you get. Right, because
and what does and doesn't apply,
Yes.
like the base attack bonus from the new class,
Yes,
and your
exactly.
proficiency bonus.
that is what I would say for complication, because I know 5th edition does this nice thing where it's like, hey, you don't get this shit in this one paragraph. It's like, you don't get the fucking proficiency bonuses, you don't get like skill bonuses, like that thing. You don't get to choose more skills. You just get this shit, right? Like, but you still have to look at that, because I was even going, like, when I read it, I didn't understand. And so I went online and I had to look it up, because I was like, what is the consensus here? What is the... And then they, like, explained it to me, because I have a small brain. And
Very smooth.
And it's very smooth, and I needed the wrinkles to be brought to me and not me to supply them myself,
Yes.
right?
You needed someone to punch the knowledge into your brain to make new wrinkles.
Exactly. And so...
Guys, I'm not to hurry you up, but I'm scared because Cody is staring right into my soul.
Oh, that's fine.
He usually does.
He does that a lot. Yeah. Don't worry. We've been through this. You're initiating yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Like, we're getting there.
You'll try to look away, you'll close your eyes, but you still see Cody.
Because he sees you.
Yes.
He sees all.
Yeah, that's the only way I would say complicated.
I would say, if anything, Pathfinders is a little more complicated than 5e's. Maybe it's just because
In different ways.
Yeah, maybe it's just because me am smooth brain and I had to watch a video / have Brogan explain it to me a little
Also,
bit.
though, keep in mind, we also grew up with the D&D version of multiclassing.
It's also that, yeah.
exactly. And I was gonna get to that if you would have let me.
No, man. I have to look like the big brain. Now your brain looked like this. My brain looked like this.
My brain already looked like this.
This is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs, okay? We all get it. All right.
This is crack.
Watch me rip a fat line of it, kiddies. It's gonna be Siak.
Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Yes, as I was saying, maybe it's because I had to have Brogan explain it to me briefly before the call started. Or, sorry, while the call started, but before the podcast was recording. Word. And, also, like, after watching a video and discussing it at length, I now get it, but I would say I can understand telling a player, hey, you have to spend a class skill feat to start it, and then another class skill feat, and then you can pick from something that is equal to or less than your current character level.
That's what I love. It uses character level, not class level. There is no such thing as a class level. I think that simplifies a lot.
I can understand that being a wee bit wonky, whereas in 5e and like 3.5, it's, do you want a level in Rogue? Have a level in Rogue. You are still a 5th level fighter.
You need to have a specific stat, but yes.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I think he's just being dramatic about the disaster. I don't think 5e multiclassing is just that complicated.
No,
It's weird that
it's
complicating
just a weird...
is not the way I would go. I would say that the progression of 2e multiclassing is more satisfying.
Yes. I definitely prefer 2e's style of it.
I do
because
as well, yes.
I love the idea of, yeah, you're a fighter who's like looking to get into the arcane arts a little bit.
You don't want to devote your life to it, but
you're not just devoting your life to it.
If you devote 4 of your class feats to it, you can get 8th level spells.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But you have to devote a lot. You get what you put in.
Again, it's literally devotion.
Yeah.
It feels more organic, I guess you could
Yes,
say.
the
to
growth.
me,
I would
The
say
growth
so,
is more
yes.
organic. Yeah.
because you're still adventuring and you're still delving and you're going, I still have to be a fighter. I'm starting to learn a couple spells, but I'm not going to be me and Mr. Magic Man. I'm not selling my armor to buy robes.
Right.
Right.
And the end of that, the sort of natural progression of that character's mentality and being like, I have to survive, is when they would hit the proverbial level cap, is they would be primarily a fighter but also know some spells, which is what you see more in Pathfinder 2e
Mhm.
versus a 10th level fighter, 10th level wizard.
Right.
Well, I would then say you see Eldritch Knight, actually, if you want to do that, right?
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Again, this is just me
Yeah.
trying to take two diametrically opposing play styles and say Magic Man, me, spell go burr,
Yeah.
versus sword go slash.
Yeah, and what I would say is that the way that they've handled it in Pathfinder, it like bringing up the oh god, what are they called? Are they actually, some of them are called archetypes and some of them are called paths, and some of the classes, whatever they take at 3rd level, right, in 5th edition.
Oh, in 5th edition.
Yeah, in 5th edition, they
Your
get
path.
their path. Yeah, basically whatever.
5th edition is path.
I
it-
like that
is it
you
just
get it
path?
at 1st level in Pathfinder.
I what I would say is it is nice to have it at 1st level so that you can see where you're going and shit.
Yes.
Because
It's also good for backstory.
yes,
Yeah.
you are your character already, whereas in D&D you have to wait until your 3rd level until you're your character, which is a little annoying.
Or like the fact that you take your fucking devotion at 3rd level as a paladin.
Oh,
Right,
but like,
exactly.
but this is where I agree with Jacob from XP to level 3, in that as a paladin, you have to like follow the oath and get nothing from it for 3 levels.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah,
weird. It's super weird. He does say that, and I agree.
Yeah.
It is super weird.
Give me one moment. I'm gonna head to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. But what I was going towards is the fact that you have that in the beginning, and then you can go into that multi-class kind of thing, and then you're still good to go, right? Like you're able to do it in a very easy, fast like way, and you can see where it's going, and you can choose it at any time, right? Whereas with D&D, it's like once you hit 3rd level, if you keep going on that path, you'll get way fucking better than if you were to go, I want to be slightly wizard though.
Right, yeah, which is
Right.
great about Pathfinder, because if at 6th level you take the wizard archetype,
Yeah.
at 7th level you still get fighter weapon mastery.
Exactly. All your
Yeah.
stuff is still tied to your leveling
primary class. Yeah.
of your primary class. Whereas in 5th edition, it's like, do I really want to sacrifice what I get at 4th level well, for some classes it's easier because you don't get shit at some levels, but
But you're still delaying
Yeah, I was gonna say you still get it, right? Like you still get
Yeah.
to that point of you don't get shit if you keep leveling this, right?
Mhm.
It's really weird. But yeah, at least in this, you'll always be getting stuff, which is cool.
And a fun little thing, as I don't think I have a way to fit this in anywhere else, is that they've removed spell check penalties from armor.
Okay.
So,
yeah, the
if
thing
you're
that
a
no
wizard-
one has ever encountered a problem with, right?
Well, it's just because every wizard goes, I'm a wizard, I'm not supposed to wear armor, so I'm not going to.
Yep.
And even in 2e, the wizards aren't trained in armor. So even if you're wearing plate mail, because they're trained in unarmored, so they still get to add their dex and their level. So you'll be way better off without wearing it. But what you can do, what's kind of cool, is for 1 class feat, you could dip into the champion dedication, which gives you trained in all armor.
Yeah.
So you can then be a wizard in full plate, and as long as you have the strength to wear it, which does require a strength stat, otherwise you take penalties.
Yeah.
As long as you have the strength, and you can run around in full plate throwing fireballs.
Yeah. The way that D&D has done it always was like the percentage base of chance that you failed if you wore armor,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, which I never
Never
quite
seen it.
understood.
Never seen it. Never seen it applied. No one cares.
No one wants to do. Oh, you've actually played with like a wizard in armor and they didn't roll it, huh?
I've played with a multi-classed wizard, I think, who was proficient in their armor, and I think in the text it was. This isn't 5e. I think this was 3.5. I think in the
Okay.
text, if you're proficient in the armor, you ignore the penalties. The other thing was it's only arcane spell failure checks.
in 3.5, yeah.
And yeah, in 3.5, and I don't think there's any in 5th edition. I don't remember. I honestly don't think they care. I would
think
have to
there was.
look.
Oh, yeah, I mean, while Aiden's away, might as
Yeah,
well.
sure,
You know?
go for it.
Let's see.
but like,
5e.
it's one of those things where it was like divine spellcasters they're fine.
Well, yeah, paladins and clerics, that makes
The
sense.
limiting factor in 5th edition is if you're not proficient in something, you just can't use it. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the only thing. That only applies to armors and stuff and weapons. It does not apply to your skills though, because everyone can do it.
See, that's another point I give to Pathfinder in that you can wear heavy armor, but your AC will literally go down because you don't know how to dodge or use it correctly.
It might be that I'm misremembering or have read something wrong about armor, but I'm pretty sure that if you
Okay, no. Anyone can put on a suit of armor or strap a shield to their arm. Only those proficient know how to wear it effectively. If you wear armor that you lack proficiency with, you have disadvantage on ability check, saving throw, or attack rolls that involve strength. Oh, so it gives you disadvantage on all attacks, and you can't cast spells. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
you
there you go.
have to be proficient to cast spells.
So
but
then-
otherwise you can.
So then you multi-class a level into fighter and you're fine.
Yeah. So that does
Does
give.
the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's definitely something I like. Multiclassing into fighter in 2E only gives you proficiency with weapons, not armor. And champion only gives you proficiency with armor, not weapons.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
Makes sense.
it gives you reasons to dive into each different dedication. Rogue dedication gives you more skills.
Yeah.
Monk lets you make lethal unarmed attacks.
Yeah.
Alchemist lets you brew healing. Like they all have cool things that aren't even necessarily class related. That give you a reason to
do you
dip
mean?
in. Like. I mean, yeah, related to the class, but not class specific. Like you might not,
gotcha.
might take the dedication to champion, not because you plan to do anything holy or learn magic, but just to wear armor. Or with fighters, just to learn how to use martial weapons.
Yeah.
Or the barbarian just to rage, which is more related to class, but still, you might not plan
yeah.
to follow barbarian in any other light.
I actually might be wrong about the multi-classing into fighter and getting those proficiencies now that I think about it. No, I'm not. Wait. I'm not.
We'll
Because
find
I remember
out.
there's a table that shows you what you get. I remember. You get certain things.
Oh yes, fighter gives you proficiency only in up to medium armor though.
Yeah, that's fine. That's still armor, right?
Oh wow, no multi-class gives you heavy armor in 5e.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's just because you're not like if I were to go and like wear plate mail the next day.
Yeah, that's
right.
fair.
Like it would be really weird because I wouldn't have fucking any idea how to wield that, and I wouldn't be strong enough to, right?
But shooting gouts of fire out your hand the next day, that's totally fine.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck it. Well, to be fair, those are lower level spells. They're easier to teach and learn, right?
Yeah.
I would say that's the reasoning.
Hello.
Welcome back. We've been speaking about things. Are you ready for the next point? Well, we're
I
not even
am.
past this point
Yeah.
yet, actually, but still.
Feats was brilliant. Hey, you want your fighter to be a little more like a ranger? No problem. Just start taking a few of these specially designated feats that will give your character similar, if not identical,
Yeah.
features
Super
that the
cool.
ranger space class have. No need to wait for your character to hit the exact perfect right level so they don't miss their ability increase at level 4 or spell slot at level 7 or their extra attack at level 5 so you don't fall behind. Just start acting slightly more like a fighter ranger. Conversely, I dare say that what Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition does, in fact, discourages players from trying to multi-class too much,
Yes.
lest they become
Yep.
overpowered.
Overpowered.
Oh,
Wait, what?
No. They don't become overpowered when they multi-class. They become
I feel like he misspoke because even before that, he was mentioning
was
how
talking about
they
falling
fall behind. That must have been a misspeak. He must have been
So
underpowered.
no, I understand what he means by falling behind. It's just because of the fact that
You don't get ASI or anything.
Yeah, you will not have your special class stuff because you've multi-classed into something else, and then you take those things, right? I think that makes sense that you would fall behind, because when you multi-class into another class in D&D, you are quite literally gimping yourself. Because you're not going to be any more powerful in your primary class. You're actually just leveling something that is probably very much worse.
Right.
So that I understand, but overpowered?
I need to hear him say that again.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, that's far back.
No need to wait for your character to hit the exact perfect right level so they don't miss their ability increase at level 4 or spell slot at level 7 or their extra attack at level 5 so you don't fall behind. Just start acting slightly more like a fighter ranger. Conversely, I dare say that what Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition does, in fact, discourages players from trying to multi-class too much, lest they become...
Unless they become overpowered. Like, that's what he said.
You
I have
stopped a
to
little bit
imagine
before.
he misspoke and just didn't catch it or something.
I mean, he sometimes annotates when he misspeaks, to be fair.
Does that pop up on Watch Together?
Yeah, it's not an annotation. It's in the video. He annotates
weird.
it sometimes.
Oh, okay.
As far as I remember. Am I wrong about that?
No, he's usually pretty good about catching
he's
his
done
mistakes.
It, so I think
Weird.
that was intentional, yeah.
5th edition does, in fact, discourages players...
Alright, I could actually, I think I have a bead on what he's thinking.
Okay.
He's saying that if you're allowed to multi-class freely with no penalty, you would be overpowered, which is a fair point. So
you do
as
have the
such,
penalties, though.
I'm saying if. Let me finish my point, Alejo.
Sorry. Go on.
If you were able to freely multi-class with no penalty, you would be overpowered. Yes, this is true. So what 5th edition tries to do is they make you sacrifice a higher level, or a higher level in your main class, and sort of that delay of power is, I think, them discouraging you from taking a multi-class and becoming overpowered.
Yeah, that might be what he says. Let's listen to the whole point, because I know we keep stopping at that point.
No problem. Just start taking a few of these specially.
No, you're
Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition does, in fact, discourages players from trying to multi-class too much, lest they become overpowered. Point, Pathfinder 2nd edition.
I don't know.
So I hope he's saying what you're saying, because I agree with what you're saying. If that's what he's saying, then yes.
I would also say that a big problem with 5e is the fact that because you do lose out on like one or even multiple levels, like that level 20 power spike is so good
for some. Yes.
Yeah, for some, yeah. Like it sucks for warlocks and is excellent for rogues.
Yep.
Fucking excellent for monks and fighters.
Yep.
Because a lot of the time those classes are so good, you wind up getting gimped too much.
Yeah,
and secondly, because going from, like, say, I don't have stat bonuses memorized, so viewers and listeners please don't get myopic on me on this one, but say, for point of reference, let's just say when your class, whatever you want, when you go from 17th level to 18th level, you get a really good bonus. That bonus is going to be way better than what you get at levels from 3 to 4. So because of that, you get punished the longer you wait in a game to multi-class.
Yes.
Like, if you're going to multi-class, do it early when the stat bonuses don't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to then make sure that you do not want the 20th level stuff.
Yes.
Right? Because even then, it's like...
I think, personally, multi-classing is fun for, like, a one-shot or a shorter campaign. For a longer campaign, it's hard to look way down the line and be like, do I really want to give up that feature?
Yeah, exactly.
for first and second level spells.
Yeah. Pick the class that you don't mind losing out on the 20th level one, and then start multi-classing.
How you doing, by the way, Boo?
Fine. Mostly just listening because, again, I'm the one with the least Pathfinder experience, so I'm kind of letting you guys flex.
Yeah, but you can still weigh in on 5e stuff.
If you ever have any questions,
Oh yeah, no, but I mean, like so far, I've kind of really agreed with most of everything. I don't really have any additional input. Although, actually,
input.
It's
proxy.
It's less about the rules and more just that I had a character concept that involved multi-classing, and it is unfortunate that basically the character couldn't really exist like as I want it to be at level 1 in D&D. I would have to wait until level 3 to get the character to be where I want it to be.
Yeah.
And that was actually one of the requests that I made when if we did another D&D campaign that someone else was going to run and I'd actually get to play in, that we start at that level so that way I could multi-class and be multi-class from the beginning.
Yeah.
That way my character made sense from the very
That's
beginning.
why I had a lot of fun with my Cleric Thief in Alejo's campaign.
Yeah.
We started at 3rd level, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if we did like Pathfinder, you could do that starting at 2nd level.
Well,
Even-
it depends
even
on the
first.
kinds of spells the Pathfinder has, but I'm sure they probably have the
damn
spells
cool.
that I would need.
Yeah.
There's actually an ancestry in the Lost Omens character guide that lets you start with an archetype at 1st level.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
Yep, it's the ancient elf. You've lived so long that you've picked up the basic function of another class.
Cool.
Pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Number 6 is a big one as we look at the different ways the games look at skills and skill checks. I think that running them
Oh,
back to
shit.
back-
I meant to
what
pause.
have you done?
Oh my god.
I meant to pause.
We were at like 7 something. Hold on.
Yeah, it's like 720.
You know what?
Let's just watch it again.
I'm good. Okay. This is
It is
editing and
still
layout.
loaded.
Wait.
It is still on black screen for me.
Hold on. Let me just make sure to get back to. Oh god, he's on this point for a
man.
while. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
It's
so
just a 0 for me. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Is it 7:45 now for everybody?
Yep.
7:46.
Okay.
So this actually brings me to the point that I was going initially intending on pausing about. We're at 0.6. Yes?
I'm at 7:46. Yes. Or 45, 46, yeah.
0.6. 0.6, not 7:46. He's on his 6th point of 10.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes, we are on sixth point. Yes, I believe.
Yes. I think it's of 10. Is it of 10, Brogan?
15.
15. Okay. Because I was getting real worried at the fact that it's a 27-minute video and we're at 7 minutes in.
Oh, no.
And,
no,
and I was like, if this is 6 of 10, does he spend a half hour on the fucking 10th point?
No.
As we look at the different ways the games look at skills and skill checks. Oh boy. To be honest, neither are perfect systems in my opinion, but there is one that
This is
I
true.
far and away prefer after running them over and over, and that's 5e. I have to be
Oh.
honest. There are few things that hurt my soul as bad as getting Pathfinder 2 in my hands and seeing the just absurd amount of crunch in this section of the core rulebook. Genuinely, everything that I love about how incredible Pathfinder's combat is versus 5th edition takes a complete 180 with running a game outside of combat. With Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, I can just make a call and stay in the moment. There's a gap up ahead in the trail.
I'll
Do
give
I
him
think
this
I
one.
could jump it? Probably. Well, how far is it? I don't know, probably 10 to 12 feet across. But the other side is just slightly lower. Okay, I'll try to jump it. No problem. Give me a strength check. Can I add my athletics? Sure, if you're proficient. Okay, 16, is that enough? You take a few steps and leap the gap.
This is a bad
but you
example,
realize
though,
your
'cause
gear is
there's a-
way
Yeah,
too
I was
Long
gonna
ju-
say athletics is also in
And
2E.
along with that, there's a long jump action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to mention he's going way too far into this.
Yeah,
In-
it's a little
in
bit.
in
strung out of
fact,
a point.
actually, on the default DM screen that is officially licensed by Dungeons and Dragons, they have long jump, move 10 plus feet, and jump
Yeah.
a number of feet up to your strength score.
yeah.
When you make a standing long jump, you can leap only half that distance.
That
There's
isn't-
already rules for this,
I was gonna
Cody, my
say,
man. I
that-
know this
yeah.
because my barbarian jumps all the time because he's Path of the Pigeon.
And Pathfinder 2e is pretty similar. You actually set your own DC. It's 10 plus the number of feet you want to jump. And then you roll.
Wait, so it's a DC of 11 to jump a foot?
I believe so. Because it's a long jump. You're getting a running start.
I should not have to do a DC 11 to jump a 1 foot gap.
Well, remember, if you're
I can
level
walk
2
over
and you're
that.
if you're level
I
2
can-
and you're trained, you're already getting plus 6 to the roll.
I can
five.
stride over that.
Yeah, that's
Then
why
why
you
are you
wouldn't do it.
jumping?
Yeah. To be
Why
fair.
do I have to jump?
You don't.
Okay, sorry. No, it's just equal to the total distance. Sorry, not 10 plus.
Oh,
so 10,
okay.
10 feet would require a 10. roll.
Okay, there
And you
we-
cannot jump farther than your speed.
There you go.
Okay. So wait, hold on. Let's look at Olympic long jump then.
Oh, it's
Oh god, here we go.
How we
Like
compare to
there.
dude, I did the math in one of my arcane spell or my Pathfinder spellbook videos where there's the fleet step level 1 spell, which increases your movement speed by 30 feet per move for 1 minute. Which you can move basically like 60 feet per move action. And I divided a mile by that because you can move 180 feet in 3 actions with that spell on, and 1 round is 6 seconds. So I divided a mile by that into seconds, and you would be like twice as fast as the world record mile
nice.
by
Yeah.
casting Fleet Step.
So the Olympic record for long jump is 29 feet.
Actually, yeah, that's-
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, you
Yeah.
would still need to roll a 29 or higher to jump that far.
Yeah. Okay.
Did that dissuade your
Yep. No,
issues?
I will not make my point.
The
There you
point
go.
that I'm waiting for him to make, which is a common complaint, is that it's hard to keep things challenging for your players in that, again, every time you level up, everything you're proficient in gets another +1, even if you don't increase it to expert or master.
Sure.
And so what might be like apparently the way some people DM it, which I don't understand, is like a locked door at level 1 might have a DC of like 16. And then people, if they run into a locked door in a similar situation at like level 10, the DM's like, oh, I still need this to be challenging. So now it's a DC 30. And I'm like, to me, I'm like, no, it's still a
No.
DC 15. The players are
Don't.
just really powerful now.
Yeah. Don't punish your players for leveling up.
Yeah. Send them,
I-
make them unlock a castle gate. Yeah, that's
yeah,
going to be
absolutely.
a DC 30.
Yeah,
Something
exactly.
that makes sense. If
Make
they go
them
to the
feel like powerful heroes.
yeah, if they go to the
It-
fucking tavern. Ugh.
As actually just gonna say,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense for the Rusty Barnacle,
Mhm.
the shit sailor pub in like the poor end of town to have a DC 30 lock in.
They for some reason bought the best lock, and that's why their whole place is run
Yeah.
down because they only
be
only
hilarious,
invest.
though.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, that would be great as a
Get
gimmick.
You can do shit like that once.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And that is hilarious.
As a
Yeah.
gimmick, you have the entire place be this shitty fucking place, and they have one padlock on the basement door, and they go,
Uh-huh.
"Oh, that's a really good padlock. I wonder what's down there," and it's nothing. Like,
Yeah,
it's
right.
just
It's just like some.
Yeah,
they
and
can't-
again, that's
they
not
can't
playing-
even know
yeah.
That's
they lost the
GM's.
key.
That's GM's weirdly just trying to be like, I need to make this difficult, and I
Yeah.
think that's. I
Yeah,
feel
that's
like he's
stupid.
gonna make that point. If he doesn't, I'll be surprised. But as a GM, I will admit it is hard to balance things when your party is full of level 7s and they're getting, the
Yep.
rangers.
Power creep is hard. Yes.
It is hard to balance around. When your level 7 ranger gets a +15 to perception.
Yeah. Oh,
How the
absolutely.
hell do you think I have to balance fucking Boris over here with a fucking +13 to
That's
sneak?
fair. That
Yeah.
3.5 is honestly.
It is again. It is just power creep is hard to deal with, and it always has been.
It is
That's-
because especially because like if I try to balance the encounter around his fucking sneak, then everybody has a fucking laser sight and everybody can see you from like 10 miles out.
But see, the thing is though, is the way you balance it is you say, okay, sure, you can sneak. You're not
Yeah.
seen, but like you are gonna get that one stealth check. You're gonna get that
Yeah.
one stealth attack, bud. But like that's it for you.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
like make it.
After that, they know you're there, and you've just done so much damage that they're gonna keep track of you.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
not to mention wild cards. Actually, I did that with I did that when you guys were fighting the Minotaurs,
Yeah.
where you were hiding
Yeah,
And
fucking Mocha the narc.
yeah, she like
Yeah.
the angry head was angry at you and was like, "Grr."
Yeah.
And two of them didn't notice it, but two of them did.
But in fairness, though, at that moment, the way that I felt was more like, how do they know she's growling at me and not the dead Baphomet?
It's true.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I rationalized it as growl, what's that? What's over there? Oh, that's a person, right?
Yeah. And like another way you can do that is like say I was sneaking through some long grass and like I accidentally step on a bird's nest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the parents are now like shrieking and flying away.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, so anyway, let's see what he says, because this is very strange.
Yeah.
Down a little more than you thought, you slam onto your stomach on the other side, but luckily you're able to grab on enough and heave the rest of your body up onto the stone pathway. Simple, easy. They trust Dungeon Masters enough to just run the game. Meanwhile, Pathfinder 2...
Wait, sorry, before we go there...
Hey, Boo, run the game for me. Like,
Yeah, Boo.
I'll be on my phone over here. Let me
I
know
rolled
what
a
Morris
10.
does.
Look at my character sheet. Tell me what happens.
Yeah, that's...
right?
Right, like, and like...
Not a great point.
They trust
Nope.
They trust the DM to run the game. Yeah, I fucking trust
I
that
hope
the
so.
DM is gonna run the fucking game.
I certainly hope you trust your DM.
What the
'cause
fuck,
good
dude?
lord.
Like that,
Guys,
yeah, go on.
I'm just gonna tell you right now
Mhm.
that times are changing. You might not. You
Nat
might
20,
have
nat
to
20,
run.
nat 20, nat 20.
Well, no, you might have to run the game yourself.
Oh,
Bring it
Not
on.
just sit back and be like, no, that's not what happens. This happens.
every now and again, you'll just feel like, no, you don't.
Yeah,
see.
no.
They
just
trust the DM
My-
to run the game.
My biggest problem with this point is that he has now poisoned the well immediately, right? He's like he's added in such language that
I think it's a
completely
bad
fucks
choice of words. Yeah, you know me. I love to play devil's advocate. I
Yeah.
think it's a bad choice of words of they trust the DM to know how to do it easily and not get things wrong.
I understand that, but the way that he's phrased it has poisoned the fucking well, and you can hear that a mile away. He has edited this video, right?
Yeah,
he
that's
has
the
heard
thing.
his own point. I hope. Right? Like, I hope he's gone back and gone, yeah, that was what I wanted to say in this. And he has the ability to then go in and re-record things if they're wrong, or if they sound in such a way that is dubious.
And the thing is, too, the other way to run this is in Pathfinder. Okay, yada yada. You come up to the cliff, other side slightly lower. Person says, "Can I make an athletics check?" And you say, "Sure." They roll the dice. They see that they are proficient in it. They add +2 onto their roll.
Yep.
They tell the DM what they rolled, and the DM says, "You made it."
Or you didn't. Yeah, it's
Or you
exactly.
If you can
it's
trust
if you can trust them,
Yeah,
it's exactly the same point.
Like,
It's-
literally, in the scope of this example, there is nothing that is established that Pathfinder 2e cannot handle.
Exactly.
just fine.
When you
Well,
make a
let's
point,
see his point on Pathfinder.
I know. I just want to state that when you make a point where you can substitute what you're comparing to, and it makes entire sense for it to work on the same exact thing. Like, sorry, let me rephrase that. If you make a point and you are comparing two different things, and when you compare the first thing by using this point, and then you can substitute the second thing's name into where you put the first thing's name, and it makes total sense, then your point is not a good point.
Yes.
So it reminds me of a Key and Peele bit
Mhm.
about it was a Turkish restaurant across from a what was it? It was like it was two cultures that were very, very close together.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, so what's with the kebapi here?
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, we take the most wonderful balls of meat, and then we form them, and then we cover them with cheese, and then we add the garnish on top. And it's like, well, what about the kebapi across the street? And it's like, oh, they take their meat, and
I
then
remember
they
that.
form it into balls, and then they take the cheese and they throw it on top, and they put vegetables on the top as a garnish. And it's like saying, oh, McDonald's is better than Burger King. Why? Well, you see, the cheeseburger at McDonald's has meat and cheese, but the cheeseburger at Burger King has cheese and meat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
So-
exactly what
Fucking-
I was thinking. Yeah, it's just like okay.
But McDonald's is better than Burger King. Let's be honest.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
But Burger King
absolutely.
is cheaper than McDonald's.
That,
Yes,
well, you
this
know what
is
you
a
fucking
true
pay
statement.
for.
It's true.
But
Yes, I would
McDonald's
also say
nuggets are not worth the price. I had them like a month ago after
that
we had
is
talked about them.
that is personal preference, sir.
That
If
is
you-
subjective.
Yes.
If
I would
you
say so.
go to McDonald's, make a Big Bird.
Yes.
Make a big bird.
I don't go to McDonald's for pink slime. I go to them for.
It's not pink
fries.
slime anymore.
It's pink slime. It
no,
might be.
I know it might
We are
be.
all pink slime.
I know
at
it
our
might be,
core.
but it tastes different than when I was a child. Anyway,
But yeah.
Oh boy. Articulates absolutely everything to their detriment. Looking at a similar situation,
What?
when the player asks for the distance, you would have to commit to an exact distance across. Then,
Do you?
unless you can memorize the difference in the rules on page 242 in the middle of a 638-page rule book, by the way, for a long jump, and make sure that you're not accidentally mixing it up with high jump, because there are
You have to roll how far you jump.
Dude, okay,
Oh my
Cody.
God.
Hey, man, dude, love you, love your channel. Long jump and high jump exist in 5e2, bud.
yeah, you would. You
They're
can.
they're also
you
right next
can-
to each
I
other.
was gonna say you can mess those two things up as well, my man. Like this is, and
Dude.
let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you how you mitigate this issue that you have with the exact amount of distance you need. Hey, how big is the river, Brogan?
Like
Uh,
17 feet.
Oh, okay. I'll try to jump like 20 feet. Let's try that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like
All
as
right.
a DM,
Or-
he makes it sound like you have to pre-written like exactly how long
yeah,
it is.
exactly.
And
It's
you-
such a weird fucking way to
Dude, and as a
phrase it.
DM, if a note like that is going to continue to be important, just write it down on a sheet of paper next
Yeah,
to you.
exactly.
Right, river, 17 feet, done.
Yes, exactly. That's what I do. As soon as he said, how big is the gap? I don't know, 10 or 12 feet. Like, if you ask the DM how big something in your environment is, and their first words out of their mouth are, I don't know, like, red flag. Secondly, Jesus Christ. Secondly,
I just
if you want to have this done in Pathfinder, say, someone, just say, Alejo, like,
Oh.
let's roleplay this out. You're the
Okay.
player.
all right. Yep.
So as you guys are traveling along, you come across a chasm in front of you.
Okay. So, can I see the bottom?
You can see the bottom. It's hard to tell exactly how far down it is, but you can see that there is a rushing river traveling through it.
Okay.
It seems
okay.
that as water flow has come through this area, it's gently eroded the land over time.
All right. All
Does
right.
it look like the river is deep?
The river is really far down below you. You can't see
So
anything
not like a
aside from
safe
white
distance to fall. Like if you fall, you're done.
That's
And
the point I'm getting
my-
with this. Is
my
you guys are
question-
traveling to.
My
Mhm.
my question then becomes: is there a bridge?
There is no bridge.
What is
So
what
then-
is the thinnest
Okay,
portion?
okay, all right. This was a mistake.
I thought,
My
we were
point.
just, wait, I thought we were just playing. Oh, I got.
My-
I
My
was
point-
gonna
point.
then
Cheetah.
ask how far it was, but okay.
Yes. You
The
as
others,
the player
yeah.
ask me how far it is,
Yes.
and I say, from your perspective, it's hard to get an exact estimate.
Oh.
And
okay.
I, as the DM, have just set the DC
Mhm.
at 13.
Oh, and then I go.
Yeah.
And then
Hmm.
you roll and you add any modifiers and you say, I have gotten a 14, Mr. DM man. And I say you take a running leap and you make it to the other side.
Mhm.
And what's kind of fun about
Roll
the
for
Pathfinder-
initiative.
What's kind of fun about the
yeah.
Pathfinder one is especially if you're like you can't get a good estimate. Maybe it's like you can imagine it's probably 14 to 18 feet. It's a bit far. You can't tell exactly.
Yeah.
Then they have to choose. Do I go for 19 to clear it to be safe, but it's a higher roll? Do I choose 17 or 18? And then if they go safer and choose 17, it's 18 feet across. They didn't jump far enough. Make me
And
a
then you-
reflex save to catch
Yes.
the ledge.
I was about to say reflex save so you could catch
Yep.
on the ledge. Exactly. Like, yeah. So, like, it's. I don't know, Cody. It's not hard to think.
And I don't think it's
Well-
bad. I don't think it's bad for a simple situation like that to become a deeper situation. You know,
Exactly,
with multiple
right?
mechanics.
I don't. Anything can become anything. It's just how things roll, you know. Like.
Also, I'm so fucking uncomfortable right now because when you said, "Oh, if the first words out of your DM's mouth are, I don't know, red flag," and I'm pretty sure I said that exact same shit when you're like, "No, I would Baphomet's arm."
Red fucking flag, dude. I'm having a.
No, I'm done. I'm out.
Gotta
All
get
right,
out.
guys, go play Pathfinder.
Gotta get out. Yep. Gotta get out.
Yeah. Brogan, can you DM?
You got this. Yeah, I got it. I got so many new scenarios downloaded.
How many? How big is this? How big is the chest? Like, how much space is in the chest? Okay, session over. Fuck you.
8 square gallons.
Yeah. So.
Actually, chests are usually measured in round gallons.
Yeah,
Oh,
not this one.
It's
You pick up a gallon of some milk. It's in a box.
box milk.
You
Hey,
mean
dude.
I believe
Okay.
you mean a carton.
Yeah.
Yeah, but bagged milk is superior, though.
Well,
I wish we were Canadian.
Sorry.
Anyway, bad point, Cody. Let's continue.
You would almost certainly have
I
to
don't
stop your-
like how 1 through 3 were good, and then now
It's starting to peter out, my man.
Yeah,
I said it. I was like, I don't like where this
Much-
is going.
Dude,
much
and even-
like a
oh my god.
much
I know.
like a North Korean rocket. Starts off strong, and then like when it reaches 500 feet, you see the flare kind of go like, and then you go, uh-oh, and then it's keep going, and you're like,
No,
Hold on, let's wait. Maybe there's some secondary thrusters.
I was gonna say we
Yes.
still have
you
still
start
have
going,
a lot of time.
yes, no, yes, yes, oh no.
Oh, it's one of those things where I love when we go through a video because people watch these and just go through all in one go. But when you stop every now and again,
When you think
about it, when you have some critical thought, it's very nice. I like critical thought.
I have noticed I've gotten in the habit now of watching videos like this,
Mhm.
and I watch through the whole thing and I'll go, yeah, that's a good video.
Mhm.
And then I start going through and like taking the video half point by half point
Mhm,
and then
mhm.
doing Google searches, and I go,
Oh yeah.
It is definitely something that is good to do because then
Yeah.
you don't blindly follow. Haha.
Honestly, as a content creator, I love it when people do that. Especially in my off-the-cuff videos.
is that an offer, Brogan? Do you want
Absolutely.
I know.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I
like,
know, yeah.
Especially my off-the-cuff videos, I make mistakes. I read spells wrong. I didn't know about that incapacitation trait I told you guys back at the beginning of the podcast. But people point that out in the comments. It's great.
Yeah, exactly.
And as long as you put your criticism as like not insulting, it's totally fine. When people are like, actually, you misspoke about this trait and it actually works like this. I'm like, cool. I didn't know that. Now I did, and you look smart. We all win.
yeah. Hey, heads up. This spell actually is worded this way, and you say, cool. I was wrong, but now I am right. Thank you.
Exactly.
And I mean, every now and then a little insult is definitely just something that
Oh,
you
yeah,
have to
nah,
deal with, right? Like it
depends. Yeah.
You can get a
honestly.
bit cheeky.
Yeah, hello.
Well,
Hi,
yeah,
welcome to the podcast. Anyway.
Yeah, Sam is like, Cody, love you, love your videos, love your channel. There's also rules for that in 5e. They're right next
And also
to
on
each
the
other
converse, if you
read
don't
the
want to get
player's
lost in the
handbook.
rules, you can still be like, okay, make me an athletics check, because that's
Yeah,
all
I
a
was
long
gonna
jump
say,
is.
the whole thing is like you have the ability, and this is something that apparently a lot of people forget when they are DMing, apparently according to videos, is that you have the ability to make things work the way that you want them to work.
Rules
Yeah,
are a
right.
guideline.
Yes,
Yep.
exactly. You can change them to, but as long as you stay consistent to what you've then changed it to.
Exactly.
Right? You can't just go wishy-washy, this is 12, and now when we come back, it's 15. I'm like, what?
And my goat, unless it's like you jumped down the first time and you're jumping back up the second
Well,
time.
again,
Yeah.
like, that's a situation where I would be
Yeah.
like, yeah, that makes sense, but
in
that's still
the
consistent.
context of the scene that has been described.
it can
Yeah.
still be consistent because if they try to jump back, it's 12 still, right? Like,
Yeah,
Anyway.
yeah. And then my penultimate go-to rule is if nobody knows how it worked, GM decide, talk about it after the session.
Yep.
Don't
Sure,
waste an hour
yeah.
trying to figure out the exact details. Just
Yeah.
keep the game rolling.
And then you have someone.
Scroll strike.
Then you have someone like me. I was gonna say you have someone like me who then gets the brain goblins to go into overdrive, and then they go, "We need to know now."
I was part of the problem too. My brain goblins.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it didn't. It only took 20 minutes, and I cut it out anyway.
And that's also totally our group. We as a group of
Oh,
players
yeah.
typically don't mind.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Difference in the rules on page 242 in the middle of a 638-page rulebook, by the way, for a long jump, and make sure that you're not accidentally mixing it up with high jump, because there are, in fact, separate rules for them. You would almost certainly have to stop your game and look it up.
Unless you, I don't know your content.
Like, I can... Okay,
Maybe
so
that's the problem
here's-
for you, Cody, but
Yeah.
I read my player's handbook.
Here's the thing, right?
Sorry.
Don't you dare apologize. It was good. No, but this is the thing, right? He says there are separate rules for that when we already go, there are separate rules for that in 5th edition too, Cody, my man. Like, come on! And then he goes, you have to stop and do it. And like, sometimes I'll go, I have to look this up because I forget. Oh no.
Alternatively, too, you as a DM just want to keep the game moving, and you just sort of ignore that rule and just set a DC.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then they go, oh, well, there are rules for that. And then you go, oh, well.
Right?
Yeah.
This thing is also 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, the player isn't gonna go, actually, aren't I supposed to roll this? And then, like, the only time they'll pipe up is if they know the rule off the top of their head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Hello.
and the thing is too is even if if they know that there's a rule for that, then they're probably just going to say, okay, well, I'll make a long jump and just say I'll jump 10 feet plus my strength score, and then you as a DM go, yeah, do so, and then you think to yourself, oh, thank God they remembered.
Yeah.
Or I go with my route that I usually try to do and go, so there is a rule about this, and it's entirely up to you if you want to implement it or not, but I will tell you the rule, and then you can do it however you'd like. And then that's just like on them if they want to use it, or they go, I think this would make more sense, and I go, okay, cool, let's do it.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I don't know.
Or you just set a DC and then you go, I need to look that up later, and you write a little note in your DM's notes that says, look up long jump and high jump.
Let me stress that notes are entirely important. Oh my God, they're so helpful. Like, if you don't take notes, you're making brain notes, my man.
Oh, dude,
Right?
and like, my brain is smooth. I don't have room for notes. That's why I export portions of my brain into books, and then all I have is one note in my brain that says, look at the book.
And I would say that in certain instances where things were brought up like this, then you will have that, reminder because it was an experience of like, oh, I didn't know at that point, and it'll remind you later on. And so
one of my weaknesses, both as a DM and as a person, are my brain notes are like writing with water and then putting it in like, you write with water, nail them to the corkboard in the sun, leave, come back, and it's all evaporated. And I'm like, there were words here. Where did they go?
This has happened many a time, Brogan. I know.
And then you start looking at the partial memories that are.
And I'm like, I can work with this.
And you're like, I think that's a cue.
Anyway, let's continue.
Don't know what they were thinking here. I have no idea why they really thought that roughly 6 paragraphs were needed to describe in full detail the exact mechanical difference between a character who wants to make a long jump versus the exact mechanical difference of a character making...
I have them open.
All right, okay, so now I need to open 5e as well.
Hold on, would you rather I read them off to you?
I will.
I'm
I'm getting 5e. You can read 2e. Absolutely.
Okay, so...
Can I get a page number, Brogan?
Page number 242 for both. So,
Thank you.
You stride, then make a horizontal leap and attempt an athletics check to increase the length of your jump.
Oh my God, that's so complicated.
The DC of the athletics check is equal to the total distance in feet you're attempting to move during your leap. You can't leap farther than your speed. Or, you stride, then make a vertical leap and attempt a DC 30 athletics check to increase the height of your jump. If you didn't stride at least 10 feet, you automatically fail your check. This DC might be increased or decreased due to the situation, as determined by the GM. And then there's fail, success, crit fail, and crit success results.
So how many paragraphs is that?
Not probably one altogether, but it's 1, 2, 4 sentences.
It's 4 sentences.
I mean, if you count the success and fail stuff, I guess it's like 8 sentences, but those sentences are failure, you leap normally.
And tell me, and this is for both high jump and long jump?
Together is, 4 sentences. 5 if you include if you didn't stride at least 10 feet, or if you attempt to jump in a different direction than your stride, you automatically fail your long jump.
Alright, give me a second here to look at...
So Mario's fucking up all the time!
Mario's a liar.
Mario is a fuck-up. We all know this.
Alejo in Host Generalio Stuffo.
Okay.
I am putting the paragraphs.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, for the convenience of our dear watchers.
For 2E or 5E?
Sorry, listeners. For 2E.
Okay.
Oh, 2E. Oh, 2E. Okay. How am I gonna show that is the question? Hold on. Let me...
Yeah, that's
Would it be easier if I put it in a different channel?
In the one that we're in, yes, please.
Okay.
I think another thing that he's getting on is that there's also a normal leap action, which is just leap.
No, he's going specifically on
long and high jump.
Yeah, he has made this point many a time now. Okay, so
I guess
he's had plenty of time to say the word leap.
Yeah,
exactly.
To count for 5 paragraphs, he would have to be talking about leap as well. And those, again, that is a sidebar of a page.
Yeah,
that's not
I was going to say that's not even the part of it.
He
so
might
this
as
is
well
for
also
2E.
mention falling.
Yeah. Now let me look into jump.
You want to add crafting in there too, Cody?
Crafting your spring boots?
Jumping. See under movement. Fuck me. Move. It's taken me a while to get there. I apologize, but this is important.
I'm not sighing at you.
No, I know. I know. I'm more saying it for the people listening and watching because fuck it, I guess. 182, 190 in the player's handbook. So 182 is adventuring movement.
But you're getting out of the player's handbook, and that'll be better to compare because I'm using a website.
Yes.
Actually, I think it's longer in 5e.
I assume so. Yes. I'm okay, here we go. Jumping. On page 182. Your strength determines how far you can jump. Long jump. When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet. Oh, let me put this on the screen as well. You make a why is it like this? Fuck me. You make a jump. Give me a moment. Again, I need to resize things because things are annoying. Okay. So, your strength determines how far you can jump. Long jump. When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before a jump. When you make a standing long jump, you can leap only half that distance. Either way, each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. This rule assumes that the height of your jump doesn't matter, such as a jump across a stream or chasm. At your DM's option, you must succeed on a... Next paragraph, part of the paragraph. DC's 10 strength athletics check to clear a low obstacle no taller than a quarter of the jump's distance, such as a hedge or low wall, otherwise you hit it. When you land in difficult terrain, you must succeed on a DC 10 dexterity acrobatics check to land on your feet, otherwise you land prone. High jump.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah. When you make a high jump, you leap into the air, number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. When you make a standing high jump, you can jump only half that distance. Either way, each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. In some circumstances, your DM might allow you to make a strength athletics check to jump higher than you normally can. You can extend your arms half your height above yourself during the jump. Thus, you can reach above you can reach above you a distance equal to the height of the jump plus 1.5 times your height.
How many sentences is that?
Oh, let me count. starting from the bottom of page 182, let's go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me get up to the top of the page again because this PDF's annoying. 6, 7. That's for just long jump. High jump is it becomes 8, and then 9, and then 10, and then 11, and then 12, 13. I might have missed 1 or 2. I don't know.
And so
long jump and high jump added together are 8 sentences.
Is that counting all the successes and fails?
No, it is not counting critical successes and fails because those really only need to be known by the DM.
Yeah. But
honestly, you wouldn't even need critical successes and fails. Because the DM can determine bonuses or penalties as necessary at the time of play.
Though I love the high jump crit fail. You don't leap at all, and instead you fall prone.
Nice.
Like those cats who try to jump and go nowhere.
Yes.
And they're like on a very smooth table.
So let me then say that, Cody, that was a fucking mouthful to read, and let me tell you that the high jump thing over here and the long jump thing over here are both separated into 2 different sections, first off, which is incredible, because I didn't get the screen cap of it, but it was on the video. They are just run on together, and the only thing that determines whether or not the long jump is there or the high jump is a boldened long jump and high jump. And they're all part of the things.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. While you were going through the 5e rules for high jump and long jump, I fucking zoned out.
Oh, that's fair. It's also
because
just
like,
the way that
there's
I
no
read.
fucking word salad to me.
The core of all of it is that because it's D&D, nobody uses those rules. They just say, okay, roll athletics.
Yeah.
Okay, you did it.
Yeah,
but
that is more often than not, yeah.
But because I think they're looking at it because Pathfinder's a longer book, it's newer, and the rules are official and more fresh in everyone's eyes, they're holding it stricter to its verbatim rules than 5th edition.
Yeah, which, I mean, sure, I guess the only time where I would use high jump and long jump is in combat, right? Because that is when it matters because it has the actions as well, and that is when I would go, okay, now, if you want to try to do this, you're going to use 2 actions, and it's going to be a high jump, and we got to set that, or sorry, long jump in this case, because you got to set that DC. How far do you want to go? Because that determines what the fuck's going to happen.
I love that Pathfinder option, by the way, where even if you have a strength, like a total athletics bonus of like +6, you can still be like, I want to jump 24 feet. And I'm like, okay, do it. If you roll an 18 or higher, you can still make it.
Yeah. And in D&D, it's just one of those things of like you have to worry about your strength modifier because that determines how far you can go.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the you can jump as far as your strength score.
Which, I mean, it makes sense physically, right? Like,
I guess that leans on Pathfinder 2e's making heroes more than believable characters.
That's the thing, right? And like that I would say is less it is less believable in Pathfinder 2e, which is like it will turn off certain people. I know that
That's
for
fair.
a fact.
Totally fair.
But it's still like this is not the point. The point is it's not that difficult to determine high jump and long jump, especially.
It's not a valid point.
And let me ask you, Brogan, in the core rulebook, is there an index section?
There is an appendix.
And does the appendix, does it have long jump and high jump and where they're located on the pages?
Let me load up my PDF and go to appendix.
Because I had to do that for mine
F,
for 5e, and like it does the same thing, but I'm just saying.
Yep, long jump, skill action, 2 actions, jump horizontally, 242 to 243. Athletics.
There you go. And so you can go there and find it just like I did with 5e. And it's not that difficult. It takes a couple seconds, maybe a minute, just for you to read it and go, okay. And then you got it in your brain for a little bit, and then you write it down if you really think it's going to be a thing that occurs a bunch. Cody.
But here's the thing, though. Cody said that it could take your entire group.
Yeah, it's true. He did.
Stopping your game to figure that out.
Yeah, you're right. My entire argument is valid.
When your group
you know what?
collect.
It
When your
very
group
well
must-
could.
It could.
When your
but
group
it
must
won't.
collectively pool their mental resources to figure out how to jump a gap.
You know,
It's
You know-
it's like fucking shared processing power in cloud
Yeah.
computing.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say cloud computing. Yeah.
here's the thing that I've been doing lately.
Mhm.
This will actually relate.
Mhm.
I work at a grocery store. You guys know this.
Mhm.
And oftentimes, with the coronavirus, we have to basically stand in the foyer and sanitize carts before people
That's
come in.
foyer.
Eh.
Shut up.
Uh,
Go on.
we're not French, you motherfucker.
Yeah, no, I don't even
Yeah.
care. I call it a foyer.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah.
So, oftentimes some carts will get stuck together.
Mhm.
And I have decided to start having a little bit of fun with it, where if someone comes in and they can't get the carts unstuck, and they take like a half second to it's like, oh, it's stuck. Okay, I'll go for the next one.
Mhm.
I start counting how many human beings it takes to unstick two carts. And a lot of times it's the classic thing where you just lift a small grate that weighs probably a quarter of a pound,
Mhm.
and then it pulls out just fine.
Yeah.
Right now, my record is 11.
Boy,
So, 11 different people
Oh,
come in
no.
and they try for a half second, like, oh, whatever, I'll just go do it. That's what I get from this. I'm so scared that Cody's group is those 11 humans who can't figure out how to get two carts unstuck.
It's one of those things where I have to imagine that his
Now,
group
you
is
know what
smarter
the
than that.
you know what the big power play move though would be
What?
What?
is to walk over
I do
and
that all the
separate
fucking time.
cards and be like, let me get that for you.
Yeah, no, dude, that happens all the time. I've seen two people trying to really get the carts unstuck. And I
Yeah.
just go over and lift one thing. It's like, there you go.
And then they
And
go,
then it
thank
just pulls
you.
apart.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move past skill checks, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, it hurts my soul, I tell you. It hurts
Oh,
my
me
soul
too.
to
Yeah.
read that. Point. D&D 5e.
No.
Speaking of which, game mechanic... I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Game mechanic number 7 is the only thing on this list that isn't purely a game mechanic, and that's editing. Now, I know
That's
this may
fair.
seem weird,
Okay,
and
yeah,
honestly,
this
what
is-
I'm about to say may just hurt a few feelings out there in the tabletop world, but it's how I feel, and so I'm going to be critical. For as much grief as people gave Dungeons & Dragons 5e for their player's handbook layout, I have never seen a game as poorly edited as Pathfinder 2nd
It's
Edition.
really,
we
it's
all-
really bad.
In fact,
I was
yeah,
gonna
and
say-
Player's Handbook. Yeah.
Yeah, the core
No,
rule
it's
book
gonna-
for Pathfinder 2e is fucking bad. We've stated this before this video even
Though
started.
what really, really helps
Yeah.
is the bookmarks in the PDF that it's included with.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. The
huge.
the PDF is so good. If you haven't gone and spent
Dude.
$5, my
Oh
man.
my god, Humble Bundle!
Oh my god, Humble Bundle. Link in the
Support Humble
description. We are not partnered.
Nope.
Do you mean to tell me that I can donate to charities that matter and get a fucking rockin' PDF
I
for
fucking
a
do,
really
yeah.
good TTRPG
Oh.
at the same time?
Yes. No, but legitimately, the bookmarks for that are so
Yeah,
good.
they're
Oh my god, it
really, really
helps
good.
so much.
I love the fact that they have the little tags section.
Yeah,
They're
and
like,
it's beyond
shove
just
is an
chapters.
attack and
Yes, it's
Yeah,
so
and,
good.
shove is an attack and grapple
yeah,
is an
yeah,
attack.
yeah.
So I can hit a control and an F, and I can type in attack.
Uh-huh.
And oh, look at that! I have a lot of results.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was like, that's gonna be a bit much.
All right, Control F, the.
Oh, that's
Control
the
F,
power play right there.
Earn income. Look at that.
So,
See, when you do that, Control F, earn income, the only thing that comes up is Raid Shadow Legends.
of course.
We're still waiting for the call raid.
Yeah,
And honey.
right, yeah, and them too.
Did you know you can save a bunch of money?
Oh my
Ugh.
god, we're not doing this right now. Let's go. Let's go.
Did you know
Honey
it
would
searches
be-
for every single code on the internet?
Oh my god, yes, I did know that. Anyway, let's go.
As if Chrome doesn't
yep.
eat enough
I will
RAM.
mute you.
This bit is over.
Then I'll be the third host.
It's not playing for me. Oh god.
It's not paying?
No.
It's playing
Pause
for
it,
me.
Pause it, please.
No, you're not my boss.
You're right. Hello.
The core rulebook is a problem.
Okay, we're good.
But
You're
the
my
issue
friend.
isn't just with
Yeah, I
not
know.
being able to cut their book down. I do not feel as though they understood.
Oh, I thought we were friends too.
It was a behemoth of rules. You know what? Okay, fine. But to not have the presence of mind to understand that if you're going to give gamers a 638-page core rulebook, then it better be damned easy to look stuff up in is mind-boggling to me because nothing in this book is easy to find. Nothing.
Well,
Just
except for the appendix,
kicks,
but I
when
still
was
know. I know what he
making this
means.
video,
Yeah.
I just Googled Pathfinder 2e bad editing and clicked on the first link. That
All right,
came
we're
up.
going on this point a lot.
Okay.
Right.
Hey, you know what? I wonder what would happen if you Googled Pathfinder 2e good editing and clicked on the first link.
Yeah, right, exactly, right? Like, I just,
Never mind. I looked up Pathfinder 2e good at editing, and it's one of the weakest parts of Pathfinder 2e.
yeah, exactly, right? Like,
It's so bad, guys.
yeah,
Like,
everyone knows.
he's drawing it out.
I know,
but
that's what
yeah.
I'm saying. He's drawing it out a little too much because we got the point. Yes, it's bad.
Yeah, so
okay.
just go ahead and skip forward until the next point
No,
a little
no.
bit.
Here's a Reddit quote from
Regardless,
someone who
confirmation
said,
bias is a
The
thing.
core
Yeah,
rulebook
yeah.
layout with rules spread in multiple sections. Quote, oh, you want to craft? Maybe the rules are under skills or under a specific feat or in the player downtime action section. Maybe it's in the GM downtime rule section. Nope, just kidding. It's under earning an income, end quote. Let me say
Oh,
that
Jesus.
I feel your pain.
Yeah, it's not
and
sound
this
great.
is far from the only example.
And
But
crafting makes sense once you learn
D&D
it, but it's
5e.
super
But let's
complicated.
Yeah,
stay
it is
in a
quite
similar
complicated.
vein here with mechanic number
least it
8,
exists.
monster
Yes.
stat blocks. Again,
Oh,
I'm using
I have
mechanics
not
a
had an
little
issue with
loosely.
these. Let me
Okay.
pull one. Let me pull one up so we have something shared to look at.
right,
I'll even
okay.
pull up like
Now he's staring in my soul.
I've got
He's not happy.
I've got to piss so bad, so I'll be right back.
That is
Okay,
that,
quick break.
that is
Cool.
Angie Cody.
Yep.
All right. Actually, let me find one because I know what kind of. Yeah. Okay. So I'll pick this one because it has a big complaint with the Pathfinder 2e bestiary is that some enemies have abilities. I don't want that as my email. Have abilities that are not elaborated on. It'll just have the name of the ability or monster feature. So this one has also I love gibbering mouthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Gibbering Mouthers are one of my favorites.
So you can see how in bold above reactive gnaw it says all around vision, but it doesn't say what that means. So that is a common complaint where you basically have to look up all around vision 2e.
Yeah.
And then it pops up. But did you know that all around vision means you can look in all directions?
Yeah, I would imagine, given that
Yeah.
it is a horrible mass of mouths and eyes.
Yeah.
Some of them are a little bit more obscure, but I think at the bottom of the bestiary it does still. I could be wrong. Let me see. 'Cause that says page 342. So if I go to page 342, yeah. So there is a list of all the effects at the bottom of the bestiary.
Let me
Like-
see this
Yeah.
little thing here.
So the first thing I'm going over, Alejo, that I think Cody does complain about is that on some of the creatures, like you can see on the gibbering mouther, all around vision is bolded, but there's no words next to it.
No description.
It doesn't have a description. Well, that one's easy to assume.
I was gonna say, to
Yeah,
be fair,
but
that's very easy to assume.
Some of them don't. On some of them, it may just say constrict one action, and that may be all it says.
Oh, okay.
But then at the end of the bestiary, there is a list of all of the effects in alphabetical order, and you go constrict. The monster deals the listed amount of damage to any number of creatures it has grabbed.
Yeah, I mean that is good to have, and I'm glad it's there. But I would say that having it be on the stat block is a better option.
It's just tough because there's so much going on in the stat block already.
I know, but I could say that about a lot of things, right?
Well,
Like,
I mean, the thing is, these stat blocks, this is incredibly similar to 3.5, and in 3.5, they had all of that.
they had all of it on the stat block. So
Yeah,
honestly,
I've made monster, I have a custom stat block that I make monsters for the Devil campaign.
Yeah.
This is basically exactly what they look like, with a few extra things, but yeah, it's
I could even open up my DM notes and take a quick picture of a monster I made 2 days ago. For
Yeah,
reference.
the only hard part I've ever had with this is I often forget like where perception is versus saving throws.
Oh, sure.
But
Yeah.
other than that, it's like 2 seconds of perception's at the top, or where's fortitude.
Yeah, that like navigating this is not hard. I would
Right,
say.
exactly,
It's not a difficulty in that case, because once you look at one, you've basically figured out them all.
Yeah.
But the only thing that I would say is just the whole like not having the description there is just an oversight that I think should have been corrected.
Fair.
But they do have the thing at the end, which is something, you know.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen on all creatures.
Yeah, exactly. I would imagine not all of them are like that, but again, for the ones that are, I have that issue. So I can agree with that. If that is a point that he makes, I don't know.
I think it is.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to be a little washed out because
I
I'm
see
in
the
the dark
stats at
room
the
with
top,
dust
the
light.
basic AC and
Yeah.
stuff, the
Yeah,
abilities.
yeah.
It's totally fair.
Yeah,
Pretty similar.
I showed it on for a second. Yeah.
Cool. So let's see what Cody thinks.
What does Cody think?
On 5e, which painfully lists out every single detail in their stat blocks over and over again. A great example of which is the clay golem listing out exactly what magic weapon does and exactly what magic resistance does. Then on page 169 of the monster manual, they do it again for the flash golem, spelling out exactly what each of those abilities does for that.
Yeah, it's almost like they want you to be able to look at a stat block and not have to look up other things.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say that's good
Like,
that they do that.
like if anything, I would consider Pathfinder 2E's slightly
Worse.
flawed
Yeah,
for the fact that I have to look up what all around vision is.
yeah.
Like, granted, I should be able to intuit what it is.
But you don't know if it comes with a perception bonus or
Right,
something.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know what it does. I just need to know if it has some numeric thing
Exactly.
to
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's the issue that I had stated before as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I this is a strange point, very strange.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like if I
Like-
look at a goblin and then I look at a goblin boss.
Actually,
like-
here, let's compare Goblin 5e and Goblin. Let's see. I want to see.
Okay.
Goblin 5e stat block.
Monster
If anything, the stat blocks in 2E look cluttered, but by no means
It's
would
usually
I ever...
because they're going around the creatures.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas 5E has nice, tight little blocks.
Yeah, they have an actual
Um,
box and everything goes in.
Where-
yeah.
And I also love the fact that because that box is so not recognizable, but like it's so integral, I guess you could say, to the presentation of a monster, that you can find programs online that will very easily help you make a stat
Yeah,
block.
That is one place that 2E struggles right now. Making creatures is tough.
Yeah.
But luckily they're also pumping out bestiaries. They're already working on the third one.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well.
So there's
but
Goblin
Yeah.
Warrior. Don't bother worry about the commando, but there's Goblin Warrior.
yeah. I have goblin from
Can you drop it in the chat just so I can?
Pathfinder goblins
yeah,
aren't
give me a sec.
sexy at all.
Pathfinder goblins are great, and there's monkey goblins.
Oh,
they're great.
cool.
They're
Dude,
furry and they have like powerful tails.
I was playing
Oh.
an Iron Gut Goblin, and it was great. Because they can
Yeah.
eat trash
and survive off it. It's
and
great.
It's super good. Give
Do
me a
they
second here.
Bad? Still?
See what?
Does it taste? No, they like it, dude.
Yeah.
Of course.
No,
they
dude,
like
and like the freaking ancestry feat that he took with shoddy crafting. You
Yep.
can always you can craft shitty equipment, and when you equip it, you take like -2 penalties to everything.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
But the junk tinker goblins don't take a penalty to it.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
It's super
really
good.
cool.
I love it.
Yeah, so 5e is definitely more nice to look at.
Yeah. That is fine. I don't care about aesthetics though in this case. Like aesthetics are whatever they are.
Yeah.
What he's complaining about is the fact that every creature has everything explained on it.
Yeah, I don't
is
think it's a
just-
penalty.
No, it is not a penalty, and I
no.
don't know why he's putting it in such a negative light because
So wait. which one? Which one is he complaining about? Explaining
He's
everything.
complaining about 5e.
He's complaining about 5e and how a clay golem and a flesh golem have the same kind of things, but they explain them all out in detail on both.
And
Oh, boo hoo!
like he hasn't even
information.
gotten to the point of comparison yet, but he's already started with that, and I'm like, what?
and like, dude, you know what? When I look at a stat block, I get that wolves, dire wolves, and winter wolves all have pack tactics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? When I'm looking through the stat block and I see pack tactics, I just go to the next line.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I know what that is. Great, good. Let's continue.
Yeah, and like one thing the 2e bestiary does is like Goblin Warrior, Commando, War Chanter, and Boss, I think they're called. They all have Goblin Scuttle, and it's explained under Goblin Warrior, and the other ones say Goblin Scuttle, same as Goblin Warrior.
Yeah.
Which is one half scroll above. Which again, it could have been written out, but
I would prefer it personally, but I can see if it's a very easy thing to look at, I guess. But at the same time, it's still not a detriment to have it all written out, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I can see preference, absolutely, that's fine, but it's not a detriment. I don't.
5e lends itself very well to I can take like the goblin stat block and the wolf stat block, and I can take a whole like the entire encounter I have planned, and I can take screen grabs of the stat blocks, and I can open up GIMP, and I can slap those on a piece of paper, and then print out that piece of paper and clip that to my DM screen, and that's the encounter.
That's smart. Yeah.
I should start fucking doing that.
Another point I will give D&D is the Pathfinder encounter balancing system. Their version of challenge rating is a lot more confusing. You can see that this Goblin Warrior is level -1.
Yeah, I see that. Creature -1.
So D&D 5e, remind me, is the CR is the average level of your 4 characters.
Yes.
And a CR level 5 enemy is an equal threat to 4 level 5 characters.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. It's similar, but not in 2nd edition. In 2nd
Is
edition,
it like additive?
you have an XP budget. If you want your if you have a party of 4 characters and you want to give them a medium encounter, you have 80 XP to spend. An enemy creature that is the same level as the party is worth 40 experience. One less is worth 30, 20, 15, and 10.
That is not.
And then
into
one
it at
more is 60, 80, and I believe 120 if it's 3 levels higher than the party.
Yeah, okay.
And it's so if you have a party of 4 level 1s, adding a Goblin Warrior, which is level -1, would add 20 XP to your encounter. And if you want it to be a moderate threat, you want to get that to about 80. So 4 level 1s versus 4 Goblin Warriors would be a moderate encounter. The only reason I can do this so quickly and easily is because I made a video on it and studied it. It is not intuitive.
No, I was going to say, just
awful.
listening to it,
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough.
I'm gonna be real honest. I kind of tuned all that out because I was like, there's a lot of numbers.
Because like,
and I waited for the numbers to stop.
to be fair as well, D&D does have the ability for you to do that with a budget system, but the CR system is so easy to do, and it's been there forever. And
that's one of those choices
understands
where I
it.
can tell Paizo wanted to be different, but they really should have just stuck to
They
the CR
kind of
system.
should have copied that a little bit. Yeah.
That and maybe it's 5e has the advantage here because it's been out for longer, but there are tools that exist for I have a party of level 4 humans, make me a challenging encounter with goblins.
Even
There is for 2e already as well.
I was gonna say, even so, back in older editions, they could have seen those and kind of like the CR kind of thing and like copied it from there as well.
Apologies. Feel free to keep going without me if you want to. I just need to run to the bathroom.
Okay.
Oh well, we can wait. It's fine.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. We'll just shoot the shit a little bit.
Yeah.
It's CR and XP budgets.
XP budgets. No,
XP budgets. XP budgets have always like I said, it's an option in D&D 5e, but I've never wanted to use them. Right?
Yeah. No.
Like I always look at CR because I'm like, this is fine, and then I go, do I want it to be more challenging? I add more. Whee!
Yeah.
Hey, dear listener, if you're listening right now, because I know you are, and watchers, I also know that you are. Hey, don't forget, you can join our Discord and interact with us more. And hey, maybe every now and again, I know I posted a bunch of video games that I have codes for, and I was like, fuck it, who wants them? And some people took some, but there's still a lot there. And, you know, we just had the book, or the Humble Bundle purchase was posted there for somebody to grab, which, has anybody grabbed that yet, Aiden?
I shall check.
Okay.
Let's see, Pathfinder. Wait, no. Wait, am I in the wrong Discord? No. Important things, community members channel, Pathfinder talk. No response.
Okay. It might be that it's a little late, to be fair. We did start late. But I don't know.
I just hope it's not someone grabbed the code and then didn't say claimed.
Maybe you should put that if that wasn't expressed.
Yeah. Edit message.
Yeah.
I'll put it under redemption instructions, which I have linked for your convenience.
Ooh.
Oh.
You will have to make a Paizo account, but you can make one in like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
and
Paizo
for
accounts are cool.
Yeah, no, it's.
You can even use them for the Starfinder and Pathfinder organization stuff, which is cool. That's how I did mine. It was fun. But yeah, you can do that, and hope you're enjoying. Leave us some feedback if you are or if you aren't. If you have any objections to what we say. Oh, that would be neat. Because we have had some of that because it's cool. But yeah. And hey, if you're listening this far and it's not already next week, we're gonna be having a call with someone we covered actually.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so fucking.
I'm actually so hyped for it.
I am too.
I really want to talk things out with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So nervous.
It'll be fine, dude. No worries.
I have nothing to be nervous about.
Yeah.
It's true.
I stick to my guns. I very much think that it is, like was stated, a thing of preference. And
What is?
No, and it wasn't, which is why he addressed it.
Yeah, and which is why I'm glad I'm gonna be excited when we talk about it more.
I do actually have one point I made that I would actually go back on.
Ooh, okay.
Which shall be revealed next episode.
Ooh, secrets.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Let us continue on. Yes.
Those abilities does for that block. But you know what? I actually like this. I like this a lot.
Okay.
If I'm running a monster, I just look down and I read the stat block.
Okay. All right. Then Cody, apologies for
that. Yep.
But also, like, he let it on.
He did lead it on as a negative, which I
doing a little bit.
I understand, and that's fine. It is.
Retract my criticism.
Yes, exactly. It is perfectly understandable now, and retracting it is fine.
Right then and there. And on the other side, we have Pathfinder 2e with its bounty of traits you are expected to memorize or look up if you don't have them memorized.
Yes.
A fantastic example that had me pulling my hair out in the middle of combat is the gelatinous cube on page 254 in the back.
But Cody, you shaved.
When he had hair, dude. Remember those times?
Maybe this is the result of how frustrated he was.
I'm just gonna see if I can. I already have the appendix open. I'm gonna see if I can find it before he gets finished telling this story.
Maybe he got so frustrated that he was like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I want no hair on my head. And then he looked at the gelatinous cube and he went, ah!
Now, Brogan. To be fair, some of the stuff is not listed on the actual stat block, and having to go look at it is a little annoying.
A little bit, yeah.
And so I agree with that sentiment. I don't think he's going, it's the worst thing. I hope, at least. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, right.
154 in the best area with its engulf ability. Okay, I have to pause.
Let's see, engulf.
I actually
engulf.
This
there it is.
A few days ago when I had hair, and reading it just now.
It is a long effect.
Okay.
And now here, this is one of the reasons. I'll send you the link. Picture. This is one of the reasons it is not on the creature sheet, because those are the rules for engulf.
Jesus. Hold on. That's a little much there. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
Like I get it. It's straightforward, but
I feel like they could have done something about this, though. I don't know, though. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
It's so much. It's way too much. Why is it so much? Why is this so much?
If the monster dies, all creatures it has engulfed are automatically released as the monster's form loses cohesion. No shit.
Yeah, I feel like you could shorten that till when the monster dies, all creatures are released.
Or not even mention it at all. That should be fairly obvious.
Yeah, I would hope so, but even so, I will say that including it is good just for those who then have the question. But shortening it is definitely possible. I understand you want to have the flavor in there of it losing cohesion, sure, but this is not a part of the stat block, so it could be for anything. Like if I were to say you were engulfed by, I don't know, a cloud of locusts.
Ooh.
And they all die, do they lose cohesion?
I don't think that would be engulfed, though, because a cloud of locust would not grab, slow, and suffocate you.
I suppose so. I suppose. Okay, then what about a giant toad that engulfs you by
That is a
eating you?
swallow whole, which are different rules.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
In fairness,
Albeit
though,
very similar.
Okay, alright, well.
in fairness, that's 5e.
Oh.
Which is going to look a lot shorter because the
yeah, it's wider. So that's actually about the same length. Here, I can actually copy paste right next to him. I got it. So it looks like this.
I can't really show.
Okay, no, Pathfinder is definitely still
Pathfinder's is so much bigger. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I can take screen caps of that actually, so that I can show it on the thing. Hang on.
Oh. Okay, so you know what? Oh, dude, actually, I'm gonna take this, right? I'm gonna put it in a Word document, and I'll do a character count.
Okay. Sure. Let me... Actually, oh, fuck me.
So you know what the big difference is? Is they made it so that... I think a lot of the length difference is in 5e, it's just an effect that happens when it moves, whereas Engulf is like, it moves to engulf, does this and all of this when it takes this action.
Gotcha. Sure, I'll save it there. Then I can open it from here. And then it goes
Alright,
over here.
So 5e, words, 163.
Uh-huh.
Does that count like numbers and stuff?
I did the entire message.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I did from engulf to cube.
Okay, I just don't know if it's counting the 66 or DC 12 or stuff like that.
I don't know, but in which case, because the same test will be done for both.
Oh, I'm guessing like 300 to 350.
Yeah, it'll wash out.
For some reason, my viewing of the picture has crashed. Neat.
278 in Pathfinder.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
So like what, 180 to 280?
So yeah, it's probably like 2-3 sentences longer.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it does the same thing. It's fine.
Is.
Like
and you know what it is? That's going over the specific conditions. You know, the grabbed, the slowed, the suffocating.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah.
It is just, it looks daunting, right?
Yeah,
That's all.
absolutely.
That's all. I don't have an issue. The only thing that I would say is, again, I still have the issue of it not being on the stat block, because having the page devoted to such a creature would make sense to me, right? Like what they do for 5e. But it's not how they do it, so I don't know.
So I have a question I'd like to pose to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Should this not be considered part of the editing and layout point?
I would say so, yes.
I don't know, because these are something as a GM, he's not talking about. I mean, he's talking about these as a tool, I suppose, versus the books themselves. I don't know. It could be argued either way. It's probably more so for length and content.
I can see both sides of it.
Yeah.
I just
If-
also kind of wanted to mention it so that our listeners at home or at work or in travel
Ooh.
can also think and meditate and ruminate on
It's
this.
true. It's true. Yeah. What I would say is if he didn't have the section that was for editing and layout, it would still work, right? Because the editing for section and layout isn't even apparently it was just included because he doesn't like the layout and no one does. But he even said himself like it doesn't need to be here. So
Fair enough.
Okay. Engulfability. It literally just says DC 19. Like, how lazy is it that they couldn't include reflex saving throw DC 19? So I think that it's a reflex saving throw.
okay, wait.
Well, it also says Rupture 7 and must attempt a saving throw against paralysis. And 2d6
Wait,
acid
where
damage.
is he seeing? Am I
Think
bad?
third to the
Oh,
bottom.
there it is.
Below melee.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they did include it. So then,
It doesn't include all of it. But
what
you know.
doesn't it include? This is actually important now.
Well, what we sent in the
In the Discord.
No, I know, but what specifically that isn't shortened that you can get everything that you need to know, right? That's my question.
yeah,
do you
right?
get
Strides
all?
up to double strides up to double its speed, can
Okay.
move through the spaces of any creatures in its path.
Okay.
It completely ignores what happens if you pass your save.
Okay.
So like how you can be pushed to the end. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Where's the one where it says if you
if you succeed your save, you can either be pushed aside or to the end of the monster's movement.
Yes, it
Okay.
ignores that.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so then I would say yes, that should be in there as well. You can put a few more things in there because they shortened what was the numbers and stuff that was important. So I would say
Well, the thing is, those are the numbers that are specific to the cube. Those numbers will vary depending on what creature has the engulf ability.
yeah, that's fair.
It also
still.
says it also ignores the whole if it is grabbed is slowed 1 has to hold its breath or start suffocating.
Yeah, that should definitely be there as well.
It ignores the fact that the creature takes the listed amount of damage when first engulfed and at the end of each of its
That
turns
should
while it's
definitely
engulfed.
be there. Jesus.
It talks about escaping the listed escape DC is.
Yeah, honestly, the only
Yeah,
things I think
escape is
that
there.
need to be there, I don't even know why that last sentence is there, honestly, because that's the same. I think it should have the numbers there, and then just have it be in the appendix. Because honestly, I do think it would look awful if that massive paragraph were smack in the middle of this bestiary.
So I mean, even if it's not smack in the middle, even if like I said, you devote a page to a creature, right? Like it would just change how you format things in order for it to look okay. It is a difference of how how it's laid out, rather than using what is currently there. And if they were to use what is currently there, then I suppose yes, it would look very out of place, but it would still give that information. So I don't know.
I would also say the stat block that he brings up completely ignores the fact that the engulfed creature can attack the monster engulfing it, but only with unarmed attacks with weapons of light bulk or less, and that the engulfing creature is flat-footed. All it says is Rupture 7, which is mentioned in the long one, which says if the monster takes piercing or slashing damage equaling or exceeding the listed Rupture value from a single attack or spell, the engulfed creature cuts itself free. So I would agree with Cody in that it literally just relies on you knowing what Rupture 7 means.
Or having it, if you're going to use a gelatinous cube, maybe just have the page bookmarked.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's another thing. Like it's one thing. Like yes, I do agree with the points that have been made. It also doesn't take too long to spend a minute or two going, this is how engulf works. Maybe write some shorthand on how it works as a GM, and then you know what it does in the middle of your sentence.
Absolutely. And this is the thing of like you got to take notes and stuff. Like if you're going to be using a monster, you should know how it works. I would just say for ease of play, I guess is what we would be arguing for.
Yeah.
Whereas in D&D, it's you turn to the stat page and you have everything, right?
Yeah, I still got to give the point to.
Oh,
5e.
absolutely.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
too.
Also, I do like how its melee attack is cube face.
I love it.
So I'll just make the ruling. Okay, now it says Rupture 7. What does Rupture 7 mean? It doesn't have anything else, just Rupture 7, and then more information about a saving throw against paralysis. Not even a fort save against paralysis, by the way. Okay, let me check the bestiary index. Okay, no index in the bestiary. Maybe there's a glossary right before.
You mean
Nope,
bestiary?
creatures by CR. Maybe.
No, bestiary is fine too.
No, bestiary. There's no E.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's
Are
no
you
A.
Are you
Cool.
complaining that there's no appendix, Cody?
He says index and glossary, and I was gonna say there is an appendix though, isn't there?
There's an appendix for the creatures.
Right, but
The
wait,
or an
okay,
index for the
let's-
creatures. At the end, there's a link creatures by level.
uh,
And then right before that is creatures by type.
not helpful.
And then before that is the ability glossary.
Okay, so then he's talking about the glossary, I guess, at this point. So if there's no index, indexes are nice. I like indexes.
But they're all on the same page.
Do you guys remember how we made the point earlier of how many people it takes to pull apart 2 carts?
Yep.
That's how I feel with trying to decipher this video. How many people does it take to determine what Cody is
what his
saying?
point is. This happens
Yeah.
every time.
And again, I don't understand every time we bring up a Cody video, and you're always like, "Oh, it's fine," and yet it
I
always
thought it
takes
would-
like 2 fucking hours to get through 8 points
I thought it would be.
every time. I know you're
know.
trying to play devil's advocate. I know you're trying to be nice, but this happens every fucking time.
Yeah,
To be
but
fair, that's
like-
not Cody's fault. That's because all 4 of us love to talk nonstop.
That's not
Well,
entirely
it's
the
because
case,
we're
though.
trying to pull apart his points.
Yeah,
Brogan.
that I was gonna say that is kind of Cody's fault in the sense of not making his points very clear
Yeah.
in certain
Like-
cases.
Like, think of how little we paused at points 1 through 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like if all of them had been like that, then I'd been like, yeah, neat.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would have been a quick video.
it would
And
would have been.
and if the issue were we all liked to talk, then we would have had a repeat of what happened with the first video, which is we got through and we went, oh, that's kind of neat, and then maybe got a little bit of clarification here and there.
Yeah.
Me in front of that. No, that's creatures by type. Okay, surely it's in the 638-page core rulebook index. Nope. Nothing.
Google is your
I'll
friend,
just
Cody.
Google it right now. The sorcerer is casting a spell. I'm
Oh,
trying to stay
there you
relevant.
go.
Okay, Archives of Nethys is the first result, their new SRD page, and it says nothing
been on
in the
there.
first result that's useful.
Oh, it is
Lists
best.
a
Oh,
page
okay.
in the bestiary of 342. I'll go back and check there. Okay, there is an ability glossary. I was close the first time. Here it is. Engulf. 2 paragraphs
Okay,
later.
well, see, now you're just talking about how you missed the fucking glossary in the book. Like, Brogan, is there a table of contents?
Let's find out. If you own it if you have the chapter by chapter PDF, you
Unfortunately,
open
I don't.
appendix. It's
Yeah.
what opens it. It
Oh.
opens right to it. Let's see. Front matter. Bestiary. So introduction, monsters A through Z, appendix 342, ability glossary 342.
Fucking look at your fucking book, dude. Oh my god. Okay.
Sorry, Cody.
Yeah.
Once again, you could probably have avoided this by reading your player's handbook.
Yeah, or your bestiary, like fucking.
See one line.
Because like, this is a
Wait,
universal.
no, you know
thing.
what?
Yeah.
You know what? No.
Go on,
This
go on.
begs the question, though. If you're throwing this at your player and you're saying, "Oh, I'm trying to stay in the moment," why are you throwing a monster that you don't know what it does at your players? Cody?
Exactly, right? That is also an issue.
The
Like,
only-
You should
yeah.
have gone to this session already having done that.
Yes.
If it's a pre-written campaign or a campaign you wrote yourself, I 100% agree. The only way I could see this happening is if you were somehow using a random encounter table.
yeah,
Yes,
which
which I have.
2E doesn't have a built-in one. You'd have to be using one you made yourself.
yeah, I was gonna say you would make
Yeah.
that yourself, so you would have put
I-
work into that. And okay.
I also don't personally like random encounter tables because
Yeah, I
it's
don't
like,
do them.
oh, you're
Yeah.
in the middle of the desert. Oh, you encounter a gelatinous cube, and it's like
That's what I really appreciated
Sand?
about D&D rules, basic D&D basic that we played, was that it had like random
Yeah,
encounters,
it's like
desert,
hills.
nighttime. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Rock
5e has it.
baboons.
5e has
Rock
it too.
baboons.
But
so disappointed.
there are definitely many of the examples in them. I also personally don't prefer to use them, but they are definitely there and helpful. I would say.
I do like random encounter tables for things like urban environments and
Yes.
social encounters. Those are really good.
Oh
I-
sure, yeah.
because
well,
people
I-
are fucking crazy and you can encounter anything.
That's what I
That's
liked,
fair.
and I think 5e does this as well, where there are non-aggressive
Yeah,
encounters.
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
where
yeah,
Bandathar
yeah.
came from.
Yeah, Xanathar.
Oh yeah.
No, Bandathar.
Oh,
Yeah. What was his
I'm
great 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 grandfather's name again?
Bandathar.
And what was his nephew's name?
I think that was also Bandathar.
Oh, okay, okay.
But
there
now,
was
wait, was it Bandithar or Banduthar?
Yeah,
or
No,
Bandathar?
Bandathar was his great grandfather.
Yes.
Oh.
But
think-
what I mean, the nephew, was it Da, or Di?
Da.
Jesus Christ! Oh no!
Bandithar? Da.
What did I miss out on?
You missed 6 months of D&D, friend.
I know I did. Yeah, I was dead for 6 months.
You missed out on Muscle Wizard.
Yeah, I know.
You missed out on me fucking getting my head blown off.
Fucking
Great.
exploded and shattered.
And
And then a 2-session-long funeral.
Again, I
Yeah.
regret for being dead for 6 months. It's okay. I rose again. It's fine.
You missed out on the best alchemist and his boyfriend.
Oh,
And
yeah.
The fact that he became a Muscle Wizard.
Nice.
And
Cool.
also, you missed out on fucking throwing halflings into
Yes.
the ocean.
And
Muscle
yeah,
Wizard. Donkey
and-
kick.
Yes, and into the streets. Don't forget.
Oh.
I had a recurring character who was gonna start as a basic antagonist, just sort of chasing and trying
Sure.
to be better than the party, and then
Yeah,
eventually get corrupted and become the big bad guy.
Sure.
And they killed him in the first session.
I threw him 60 feet out into the ocean.
That's amazing.
After kicking him in the face.
Yep.
That's great.
And he
Yeah.
drowned.
And when he was making his way towards shore, I threw a net at him and he got tangled up in it.
Oh no!
And then when Muscle Wizard tried to do CPR, I rolled a really bad medicine check. So I was like, I guess I'll just cast Fist at his chest. That will help.
Yeah, and there's like a fucking geyser of blood erupting out of his chest.
Oh my god,
then-
that's
then-
great.
Then there was a hole in his body, and Muscle
Oh,
Wizard
it's
was
so good.
distraught
That's
because
funny.
he's walking his way through the town, cradling its little limp body, and he's bawling.
And then Boo got invited by a seductress to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Then we can go through that entire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was great.
Sounds
I want to DM
great.
you guys again. God damn it! I want to DM again.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you were gonna do Starfinder.
it's
I
true.
want
At
to
some point,
I want to
yeah.
do Pathfinder.
We can do that too. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
Also,
let's
to
anyway.
a whole new fucking system.
talking about
About the term rupture. Point Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. I don't care how similar that was to their last point, they get another one, okay? They get another point. Mechanic number 9, resting. So, which is the better mechanic? Short rest, where you miraculously heal in an hour
Yeah, it's
with
kinda
hit
weird.
die, followed by long rest that miraculously heal you back 83 hit points to full, even if in the
I
previous
agree.
day you've
It's
been
silly.
axed in the face by an Etten, or Pathfinder 2e with no short rest and healing for con mod multiplied by your level once per day. Point Pathfinder 2nd edition.
easy.
Mhm.
Like
Yep.
this,
Yeah.
easy. And again,
Yep.
this
Though,
this will come down to preference as well. Some people
Mhm.
like the idea of being the video game character that can just get all their hit points back during
Yep.
short rest or long rest and all that.
and sometimes that just keeps the game moving.
Absolutely, yeah.
that's
And
the thing.
Yeah. It's
I've
a lot
played-
easier, especially as a GM, to be like, shit is going down. You guys need to move. Here's an encounter. You just got beat to shit, but you can't spend a week getting back together because the
Right,
evil guy's going to destroy the world in 2 days. So just get back in there.
Yeah, and-
Yeah.
It's actually kind of ironic that the D&D one, the one that doesn't or the 5e doesn't have you, the one that doesn't have you be superheroes has the more video
Quicker healing.
gamey superhero healing.
yeah, it is really weird.
The
But-
correct answer to all of this is the Pathfinder 2e stamina variant, which is awesome.
Oh.
If I may pull it up.
Go for it.
Please.
It is a variant rule, not in the core rulebook, but in the game mastery guide.
Ooh.
So stamina points represent a character's energy and readiness. They're reduced by damage, just like hit points, but a character always loses stamina points first, and only loses hit points if they are out of stamina points. If a character takes damage exceeding stamina, it goes into their hit points. Though stamina and hit points function similarly, a character recovers them differently. A heal spell restores hit points, not stamina points. And the action described below, such as the Take a Breather action, which is only in the variant rule, restores stamina points. And Take a Breather is something you can do once per day to restore stamina points. A character regains all of their stamina points after a full night's rest. And hit points still determined if you're conscious. Even if you regain stamina points, you're still unconscious at 0 hit points.
You can be at like 3 hit points, but 15 stamina points.
And so, like,
it's great health.
Yeah,
exactly,
I was gonna say
but-
it's an overshield.
yep, but so what they do is normally a barbarian would get their health would be 12 plus their con modifier. Instead, they get 6 hit points and 6 plus their con modifier stamina points. So
okay.
a solid as you level up, a slightly greater percentage of your health becomes stamina.
Yeah. Okay.
See, now that's a little bit odd to me because, like, I got slashed in the chest with a sword. Oh, I'm just a little bit tired.
Yeah, it does.
That's
It does
a
kind of
weird.
feel a little stranger, but you can flavor it differently.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's true.
That's you can flavor it as like you deflect the blow with your sword, but it requires a lot of force, and now your arms
That's another
kind of
one
a bit
where
tingly.
I don't know if you guys have
12
reviewed it.
stamina damage.
Might be good for a future session. Have you watched Taking 20's video on what is a hit point?
Yes.
Yeah, we
hated it.
have.
Oh
Really?
My God.
Yeah, we hated
So
it.
No.
if and that's what I've actually been thinking of this whole time of
Yeah.
like if you just say, oh yeah, half your hit points are stamina points, and like you leap out of the way of the falling boulders, but that exertion costs you 12 stamina points.
Right.
Totally fine. But if you're saying like, oh well, like, oh it's a hit point in this, like for me a hit point means you got hit. And then say flavoring that, and I know it's a variant rule in the player's handbook. I know it is in the book of 5e, but I have elected to ignore these rules on account of they're stupid.
So you think it's easier to explain that you
Given-
got blasted
sorry.
in the face by a fireball for 36 damage, and you can just rest that up the next day?
Well, I have issues with resting in 5e
Yeah, I was gonna
in
say
general.
we just talked
the
about
the
how
issue
resting's
the
weird.
issue is not with hit points, but rather with resting.
Yes.
I'm perfectly fine with them taking 36 hit points of damage. I am not okay with them resting that damage off.
Yes. Exactly.
The hard part is just explaining a character with 10 health takes 5 damage. A character with 40 health takes 20 damage. They have the same effect.
Yeah.
So how does that...
That again, that is also an issue with how hit points are used. I know one of my friends made a system where if you took half of your health, you had to make a check, and if you failed that check,
If you fail that check, you go unconscious.
You go unconscious.
That's also in Call of Cthulhu.
Which is also a variant rule.
That's a straight rule in Call of Cthulhu.
It's also
It's
a
in
variant rule in
3.5, I
D&D, actually. There are variant rules for
yeah,
if you take a lot, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people tend to use hit points as meat points, almost. Like, oh, I can just set myself down on this Tarrasque tooth and let it chomp on me, and like I took 42 points of damage, and I have a big hole in my stomach, but I've got 89 health remaining.
Right, yeah. It's tough. And it's one of those lines where you're like, okay, it's a game, or trying to make it realistic, and it's one of those things where until the RPG comes out of the woodwork that has found a better way to represent health, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I'm lagging, by the way. Oh my god.
Yeah, we know.
Yes, you are.
Sorry.
That's right.
Oh, there it goes. I'm now fine. Fuck me.
There we go.
But
welcome back.
Thank you. Oh wow, thanks. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just it is the measurement because it has to be because it is the game.
Because we don't have anything else.
Because there is
because
nothing
it is
better.
a game.
Yeah, exactly. Ultimately, it is a game, but I will not say that it's luck or it's like something that is arbitrary. Because
See, luck was the one I kind of liked the most.
I figured.
Yeah.
I figured, and luck is the one that we don't like.
Yeah, because it's just like I think there's actually a Star Wars game that uses it, an older one. And it's like, oh,
It's what Nathan Drake uses.
It's like you have luck and then you have health. It's like if you take health damage, you're in big fucking shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you get shot in the chest with a laser rifle, and it's like, oh, that just shaved off a few points of luck. It's like,
I think what you could do that would work, especially like if you got used to it as a GM, is with the stamina variant. Is like if you get hit by an arrow and it only dealt stamina damage, maybe it snapped on your armor, but it still bruised the shit.
Exactly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you can totally work with it.
That makes total
exactly.
sense.
And that's why what I'll do for describing like little hits is the bandit brings his sword down. Come get some fucking HP in your health bar, you little piece of shit.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
damn it.
is I'll say the bandit brings his sword down and you raise your shield in time. But as like the momentum of his sword carries into you, you feel that like reverberation go through your
Yep.
arm, and your fist that like is also holding one of the metal straps actually crashes into your head, and you wind up punching yourself a little bit. Take 8 points of damage.
Yeah, like
And you
Go on.
can like escalatingly make the injuries, like maybe they take another like 8 points of damage from then on. They just took 8, but now the fact that there's 16 points down is you now have a gash along your arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just comes down to how you describe it, and I don't think changing it to say, oh, you lucked out, right? Because that just takes a lot out of it, because it's like you're in combat. If you lucked out, then you won, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Or it missed.
I think that's a little disingenuous.
So what I mean by
oversimplify
that, what I mean by that, I suppose, is when you luck out, it's more of just, this is completely out of your control, right? And not something that you worked at, you have skill for, I guess. So what I said is wrong. Yes, I would say.
So would you say then that some ambusher shooting an arrow at you and it snapping off your armor is something you worked for and like had a goal towards?
Yes.
I would say slightly, because you bought the armor in hopes that it protected you from such things. I mean,
okay, but like, why can't that just be like, oh wow, like, fucking re-described as it hits you, but like it wasn't a major injury. That's lucky. He could have hit me in the throat.
I mean, you can use lucky as a descriptor, sure, but when you put it as luck itself, right, like as a resource, then it's like, I don't know. That feels, that, I guess, okay, it feels too video gamey to me, because I've played many games that use luck like that, where I have an example. Hard West. Hard West is a tactical kind of top-down game like XCOM. And so
It's set in the Far East.
Set in, actually, no, it's set in the Wild West, and they use a system of luck in order to make it so that you don't always get shot. You get some luck to dodge bullets and stuff, right? And that's fine with me, because it's a video game where I'm like, yes, this is the only way that you can balance this, I suppose, that you thought was right. But in something like D&D, I find it as more of a realistic kind of thing, because it is role-playing, right? Where I have the character, I am the character, and if everything's luck, then it's
So you
like,
don't think
weird.
luck is a part of life?
I do, absolutely.
Yeah.
I do, and that's when you roll things. That is using the dice.
But
that
rolling
is
is determining the skill of the person doing it in the moment. And the luck could be something like, as you reposition yourself, you don't take account for a stone that gets in the way, so you slide your foot back and you accidentally trip a little bit. The sword barely misses you, but you're thrown off, and that is your loss of hit points as luck.
And again, I'm sorry. Am I coming across that I say no to luck?
You're kind of coming across
entirely?
as luck makes me feel like I don't control my character.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the feel I get as
Sorry. Okay. That's not entirely, I guess, what I mean. Let me say then, just to completely be clear, I would not use luck personally, because I don't like it. That's where I will go.
And that is your choice.
Yeah, that is what I will state. I'm not trying to dissuade other people from doing it. I think that's fine if you use it. I just don't like it, because it just doesn't work for me, because it feels too video gamey, I guess.
Okay.
So there you go.
I would say I'm conflicted on luck. On one side, I like the feeling of like, oh yeah, sure, I have 15 luck points, but my HP's at 3. And you know that like once you take those 15 points of damage, despite the fact you've only taken 15 points of damage, you've just been sitting there with your 3 health, and you're going like, yee.
Yeah.
And I like that sort of tenseness, and just for me, going from 18 to 3 points doesn't quite give me that.
And
It has to do with how I guess my mind organizes folders of information. Because for me, that little red light is blinking even when I have the 3 health and the 15 luck.
Oh, I have an example actually after you're done. Go on.
And if I'm at 18 HP, that little light doesn't blink, and I like the light to blink, and I like to be worried and scared.
See, that's what I like about the stamina variant. Is like, especially if you have multiple.
Oh yeah, sorry.
encounters
Yeah, I've been saying luck. I meant stamina.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Where you're like, you finish the encounter with 2 hit points left, and you take a breather.
Yeah,
you
that's
get
fine.
your 20 stamina back, and you're like, but then another pack of wolves shows up, and you're like,
And you're like,
okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna be in bad shape. Yeah. So actually, I have an example that I could pull that that describes how luck feels to me, right? If I were in a situation where people consider hit points as luck, and it's called that, when I get shot at a million times by arrows and they keep missing me, I don't know about that, right? Because it keeps shaving down my luck until I get hit by that one. That's why
I don't think every hit is luck. I think it's a mix.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But the way that a lot of people present it is that it is luck until you hit that final hit.
That final one is
Right?
one hit
no,
is
that
fatal.
no.
Yeah, no,
that
don't
I
like
do
either.
not like because it
No.
just does not feel
Again,
right.
honestly, I think the way to make luck work is a GM that can properly narrate it. If you have the GM who's like, yeah, it misses, your turn.
Yeah, exactly.
If it like I'd say like the first round, like it hits and it spirals off your shoulder pad and it and that's how we'll describe it. But we all know around the table that you've taken 3 damage.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the second hit, maybe it sticks in your thigh and you're like, ah.
Or maybe it misses you, but it just perfectly hits the straps on your pauldrons, and they sort of loosen and aren't providing as much protection anymore.
And
I wondered about that point, but I specifically chose to not do that because that for me as
affect
a
armor
player
class?
would tell me, okay, the DM is lowering my armor class, and what
That's
the fuck?
fair.
Yeah. And this is the other thing. If you narrate anything like that, then there's no reason to call it luck, right? Because it is just HP. It's just a number at that point. Like however you describe it is however it is, unless you make it have significance with like if it misses by a margin, then you know lucky, right? And then if it like scrapes your shoulder, then you know it hit you and you took damage, right? But it's one of those things where it just depends on the way it's described, I guess. Because if I'm told that I'm the luckiest man in the world, then I feel like the luckiest man in the world, and that's not right.
See,
it's very weird.
What I don't know if I'm going to be bursting you guys' bubble, but all those points are valid. However, they still fall off, if only because this is less about health and more about the resting mechanic. And so if we
it's true.
If we say, for example, stamina, if you've ever been in a fucking fight with a guy, you need to rest. And eventually, and I can say this from personal experience because I work out on a parking lot in the fucking heat. And it's really, really tiring. And when you go out there and you work for 30 minutes, you're tired. You go cool off, you rest. But your maximum stamina for the day is getting slowly just less and less. Even when you rest back up, it's not as high as it was at the beginning. So at some point, you're going to reach a point where physically you're just done.
And that's when you need a long rest versus a short
That's
rest.
when you need, yes, exactly. That's when you need to like sleep or like rest for a day. And so even if we use stamina or even if we use luck even more so, because if you're going to be doing luck, it's like, well, you were lucky today, but who knows how lucky you're going to be the next day. The problem still stands that the problem people have with resting is that you took this damage, you rest, you're good to go. If you use stamina or luck, you're still going to have diminishing returns regardless, like in real life. So resting and getting all your stamina back, or resting and getting all your luck back, Still doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's why I like the stamina version, because you don't get your hit points back. You just get your stamina back.
Yeah.
But
is a
again,
good middle
it's
ground.
still the thing is though, like even if you're in these really tense situations where you're fighting off wolves or bears or wolf bears, eventually you're just going to get worn down. And
Yeah,
no
it's
amount
true.
of resting, no amount of short resting is gonna get your stamina back in real life. Obviously, in a video
Right.
game or D&D or
Yeah.
Pathfinder, it
And
doesn't
that's why,
matter.
and the way they represent that is the take a breather, which restores your stamina points in 10 minutes. You can't do that an infinite number of times.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
which is-
really good.
You have
good.
resolve points.
Good,
Yes.
good. Yeah. And
I
so,
didn't mention the resolve points.
Yeah.
but
Okay. Go into that a little bit if there's any more.
Each PC has a pool of resolve points representing their intrinsic grit and luck.
No, Jesus.
A character's
okay.
maximum resolve points is equal to their key ability modifier. So you could do it 5 times in a day, or 4 times in a day if you have a +4 to your modifier.
That's very good. I like
Okay.
that a lot.
I'm a fan of the system. I don't like I'm not the fan of the wording of this is your intrinsic luck stat. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like luck in Call of Cthulhu is a thing, right? Where you use that to push things.
Luck in Call of Cthulhu is basically you can spend luck point for point to increase the success of a roll. So if you rolled a 29 or if you rolled a 30 and you need to get below 25, you spend 5 luck, you bring it down to 25, you're good.
Now, question. Do you get that back at all, like luck?
You do. Whenever you have an investigator development phase, you roll, and if you get
So there's a chance.
Yes, there is a chance that you can get luck back. And then
I'm
the
more okay
chance
with
gets
that.
higher as your luck gets lower.
Yeah, I'm more okay with that.
I
as a
think
luck thing.
reading forward, I think the reason they call it luck is because one of the actions you can do with resolve points in this variant is also stabilize at 0 HP. So maybe like the luck of like your character thinking in the moment, this is a fatal wound. No, it's not as bad as I thought. That's lucky.
Okay, sure, I guess.
Right.
It's a little weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not perfect. None of them are gonna be perfect. you know?
Anyway, it's 2:45. Let's move on.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, Mora's asleep on the couch right now. Not in the same room, but she's out there.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm having fun discussing things with
No,
you
I know,
guys,
me too.
though.
Sorry, this is my fault.
No,
'Cause I got
no.
off at work at 10.
No, it's fine.
No, it's fine, dude.
You're good.
They tried to retcon it with meat grinder mode, which also failed. Let's be honest, pacing yourselves in a dungeon or an enemy territory is meaningless in 5e. Meanwhile, Pathfinder system for resting feels actually right. Well done, Pathfinder. Mechanic number 10 for some will be the biggest
Thank you
deciding
for
factor.
elaborating on that, Cody.
Yeah. it's just okay. Neat.
It's fine.
And it probably deserves more than just a single point being awarded to it, and that's
What?
character design. I want to give Dungeons & Dragons 5e the props that they deserve for their emphasis on character creation with backgrounds. It was awesome
What?
to see. However, this, my dear friends, was never close. Pathfinder 2e takes this point by an absolute landslide.
okay.
Yeah,
In fact,
no
it's
Okay.
easily
Okay.
Okay.
I was very worried for a second there. I was like
Hmm.
I was like 5e is not that
I
great
felt
with it.
I felt anxiety building.
I agree, and I'm
Because in 5th edition, you can pick from backgrounds. In Pathfinder, you can just pick from backgrounds.
yeah, I was just like immediately I was just like pulling my collar and afterwards I'm like, oh, the
Background,
steam is gone.
ancestry.
Yeah, no.
ABC, baby.
Fucking yeah, it's much better. in
A,
Pathfinder.
B, C, C, C.
Yeah.
A, B, C, character creation.
Mhm,
A, B, C, C, C.
Ah, yes, you're right.
single largest selling point for the game, in my opinion. It doesn't matter what kind of
It is the
characters
most
you
fun I've
want
had
to play
theory
in
crafting
Pathfinder.
in a system.
You can
It's
name
very
it.
good.
And even if a fellow party member had a similar idea, there's so much customization available to players that you could easily fill miles difference. This
I'll
is
just say,
the
to
thing
fit
that
in.
Pathfinder
Yeah, you better.
does not just well, but excellent. Meanwhile, if you've seen one 5e barbarian, you've seen them all. If you've seen one warlock cast Eldritch Blast,
Not true.
you've seen them all.
it-
And let me get
Not true.
It is not true entirely, but I will say that it does feel more samey. At least to me when I see this like barbarian. Like if I see a Storm Herald barbarian, I've seen all Storm Herald barbarians, right?
Right.
At least mechanically speaking.
Yes, mechanically.
Yeah.
speaking,
Oh yeah.
yes.
This is leaving roleplay. I completely
Roleplay
understand.
is totally different. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, mechanically. It's a shame. There was a barbarian concept I had that was actually going to get me to finally play a barbarian
Oh.
that I was thinking about today,
And you should play a barbarian in 2e.
Should.
and I can't remember for the life of me what it was.
You should have texted yourself, dude. That's what I do.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, I have an idea. Text myself.
Nice.
I think it was some sort of noble.
Oh.
Oh.
Huh.
That doesn't really make any sense, but I'm down.
I mean,
I'm down to hear it.
to be fair, a
could.
cast out noble.
It wasn't
could.
that he was. It wasn't that he was stupid. It was that he had. I think it was that he had anger issues or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh.
And he would present himself. I think he presented himself like a fighter,
Mhm.
and you'd see him like, and you'd be like, oh, okay, like this guy, he's a fighter. He's got like a scimitar and like his nice noble's clothes and everything. But
Mhm.
that's because he's not proficient in fucking armor. Because that's what knights are for.
Oh.
I mean, he is proficient in armor, but he just doesn't wear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Mm.
he's just like, if someone like slighted him or didn't do court etiquette basically
Mhm,
around him, he'd fly into a rage and start like fucking slashing people with his scimitars, suplexing people.
Yeah, dude, that is straight up just the Fury Instinct in 2e. Fury Instinct is just, you're really angry. You don't derive your
Yep.
fury and rage from anything but your pure anger.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
You're the
super cool.
Hulk.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Fucking
Head of the comments
no, go on.
that will
It
say,
was just
well,
me,
5e is
Warhammer.
about the character and not the stat sheet. Okay, fine. But those aren't mutually exclusive. If you can write a killer backstory for a 5e character, you can write a killer backstory for a Pathfinder 2e character. The only
True.
difference is the Pathfinder 2e character might play with a dazzling, unique playstyle that you've never seen before based on how the character's mechanics were built. Point, Pathfinder. Mechanic number 10 is gear and magic item design. I am not going to pick on Dungeons & Dragons 5e for its de-emphasis of magic items. I get it. 3.5 and 4e were video games in terms of gear slots. However, I find that players love magic items. They love them.
2e magic
And
items are
having them
fucking
find
bumping.
magic items lying around is just fun for me as a game master. I think Pathfinder 2e
Fucking
handles
weapon
magic items
runes. Sorry,
It's fine. I wait until he's made his point, my man.
go ahead.
especially their mundane items spectacularly. There are so many good options even for mundane items, and your players shouldn't feel forced in the slightest if they want something a little cooler to use. I don't think 5e has nearly as many good alternatives to their go-to best-in-slot weapons, to snag a video game term. I could expand.
Oh,
Sorry.
there we go. I would say personally that this comes down purely to DMing style.
Yeah.
I think he's going off of like pre-written available magic items, because as a GM, you can make whatever the hell you want.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
But even so.
honestly, I would be very prone to lifting items from D&D and putting them in Pathfinder and vice versa.
And vice versa, yeah.
Yeah.
And
totally.
And vice versa.
this is I think another one of those points that should have probably been a tie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And that
I don't know.
unless
In what is
unless-
portrayed by the system, Pathfinder gives a lot more than 5e.
So there are a lot more items like in the book than in 5e.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I
So-
can
Good
see it
lord.
maybe
Yeah.
Pathfinder.
how many are in there? Do you know?
Let me see.
I think it'd be a bit
Counting
hard
consumables, because they're part of the same. Part of the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Here is one table.
I mean,
And
we
this
don't
is all
have
magic
to,
items.
we
Yes.
don't have to count every
Yeah, we
magic
do.
No,
item
not
we don't
counting.
have
index.
But I'm just kind of showing off just this is just the table.
Right.
And it goes on 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Yeah, there's 7 pages of tables that size.
I would,
Just-
have to,
yeah.
I would have to look at the DMG. I don't remember.
Oh,
off
they're in the
top
core
of my
rulebook.
head. I know.
Oh,
I'm just saying
DMG of
for
5th edition?
5th edition. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I just don't know how many tables there are, but I know there are a bunch.
But no, that's another reason 2e is such a long book. It goes super in depth. It goes into different like magical ammunitions, all the different runes you can inscribe on weapons and armor.
It feels more like 3.5.
It does,
Yeah.
which is good. I like that. So
I like
What?
having
Pathfinder
a
feels like 3.5? What?
I like having a shopping list in front of me with like
Hell yeah.
100 items, and then going, which one do you want, baby? And I'm like, all of
that's
them.
that's why I recommended both of these boys the book from 3.5 of Magic Items. That is literally a shopping list, basically. So like, yeah, I'm more preferable. That's not. Hello, brain. I prefer more that
You are more preferable, but we're talking about Pathfinder right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I prefer there being a lot more options to use and look
plus
at.
more options means more inspiration.
Exactly. Yes, and that is never a bad thing. So yeah.
I could expand on this a little bit more, but for brevity's sake, point Pathfinder 2e. Game mechanic number 12 is as meat and potatoes as you're going to get with the advantage-disadvantage system versus number crunching modifiers. I've had a few criticisms of advantage and disadvantage here on the channel, but my criticism is not with the mechanic itself, but rather the concept that everything in the entire game is advantage disadvantage, except for cover and like 2 other examples. But with that said, it would be completely disingenuous of me to.
Ironically enough, I take advantage and disadvantage out of a lot of things, and then use advantage and disadvantage on cover. Yeah, like if the way that I rule it is, if you are like shielding someone from harm. Like you're throwing you're basically like your back to the enemy and like taking a horse stance and like spreading your arms. If they want to attack past you and get the person you're trying to protect, they have disadvantage. If they are trying to attack you, they get advantage.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Fair.
And I just like the ability, especially with mods, it's so much easier to stack and just get these cool, overpowered situations of like, yeah, my enemy is frightened and prone, so that's -4 to AC. We're flanking, or actually that wouldn't stack. But then if you have some kind of bonus on your own to hit, like, it's fun to destroy their AC, especially with the new crit fumble system of 2e.
Yeah, and like I know there are many people who don't enjoy all of the math, and that's fair enough. Like, you don't have to enjoy the math, but it's definitely not too hard to do, I would say, because it's simple math. It is actually very simple math.
I will probably always take advantage and disadvantage and like lift that and put it into other things.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I think there's nothing wrong with mixing the two.
No,
absolutely. Exactly, because telling a player, like, hey, dude, you get to roll 2 dice and pick the better, they go, ooh, dopamine.
Very much so.
And you can also achieve that a similar effect with plus mods, and you say, hey, add a +5, and they go, all right, but at least personally, and this is my mind goblins, your tribe may vary. Being told
my tribe is sexy.
Oh god.
Okay. Wow.
Well, all right. That's you, bud. Being told add a +5 to your roll does not give me the same dopamine hit as roll with advantage.
Really?
It's true.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That just comes down to personal preference.
Yes, that is purely me, and as such, that is reflected in my DMing style.
So now, wait. Let me ask this then: would you prefer to have advantage and roll 2 dice, or have a +13?
Oh no, by all means, if I am speccing my character around
that's what's
building
fun about 2e.
If I am building towards something, then like, unless if you're gonna give me quadruple advantage boo, my +13 will almost always be better.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's just, So at some point the number does tip the scale.
Yes, I would say when that number reaches 7.
I think a big problem with advantage disadvantage is that penalties aren't usually used around advantage disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's usually just like, if they're flanked, you get advantage.
Yeah. There's definite problems with it because it is so simplified.
And whereas like in 2e, like you can make a rogue that's all about just penalty.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's so fun to debilitate your opponent like that.
Absolutely.
And that's why I absolutely always recommend people use a mixture of the two.
Mhm.
And I prefer doing plus minus mods.
Mhm.
And then throwing in advantage or disadvantage if it makes sense for the scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like there's something like something a bit more bizarre or out of the norm
Mhm.
that is happening right here, right now. Alternatively, I will use advantage and disadvantage if I'm trying to get through a scene quickly.
Yes.
Fair.
Of me to award this point to Pathfinder, because let's face it, D&D 5e's advantage and disadvantage system
This is preference.
rocks.
Preference.
It was simply
Preference.
innovative, bringing it to the D20 system. I think they brought it here. Without a doubt, this was and is
As far as
the
I know, they
better
did.
game design. Now, I would still prefer a soft.
I wouldn't
But
say
but
that
there he
game
also-
design.
But he also just said, I would also prefer a softer mix of the two systems.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear
Yes.
that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Which
okay.
2E does have that to an extent. Like the True
Yeah.
Strike spell does still give
Mhm.
advantage.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that's right. It does.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
True Strike isn't garbage.
Yeah. I think we can all say that DMs as a whole, one of the things that a lot of DMs like to do is take what they learn and cherry pick from everything they like of every
Yes.
edition that they've
Yeah.
played.
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure.
And whenever they play a game like, oh, we're gonna play D&D 5e, it will be 5e, but there will more than likely be rules that are added at session 0
I mean,
that will make it the Uber edition.
it's true, and I mean, like we've even gone in with our thing. We've implemented 5e things into 3.5 just to
Yes.
streamline
yeah,
it a bit more.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's useful. It's good to pick and choose
Yeah, because
what
it's
you
another
need.
20 years of game balance to
Oh,
work
absolutely.
with.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
like,
It's take what you have learned over the summation of your career
Mhm.
that makes things go good,
Mhm.
and then use that.
Yeah.
And my flanking house rule in D&D 5e with +2 with adjacent squares receiving a +1 has been a smashing success with my players, but nevertheless,
I like
point
that.
to Dungeons and Dragons here. Oh man, mechanic number 13 is another huge one, and that is feats. On one hand, we have
Pathfinder.
the awful
Yeah,
memories
Pathfinder.
that
Yep,
feat
Pathfinder.
trees
Pathfinder.
brought us, and thus D&D 5e now.
Oh, but it could
lists
be
as an
5e.
optional mechanic in an attempt to reduce players'
Do I want to get
forced
+2 to 2
optimize and
stats?
base their
Or
entire characters
cooking?
around said feats.
Yeah, all right.
We have Pathfinder 2e's newer and, in my humble opinion, significantly improved feat pool system. So who gets the point?
Mhm.
Pathfinder 2e,
Yep.
which for any players out there who
Clearly.
have genuinely played both games, I think you guys would agree with me hands down. Dungeons and Dragons 5th
Yep.
edition, I feel, has not just de-emphasized feats in their games, but they've actually done a subpar job with them. I don't have any problems with their design approach being, hey, feats got way out of hand in past editions. We want this game to have an easier barrier to entry,
don't
and so
think-
we're just
They always make that point.
3.5, actually, I really like the feats of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dude, every general feat level is so satisfying.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
like, they always make this point that the feats in 3.5 were bad, like too
Yeah,
much.
Or there were too many of them,
Yeah.
or you had to have too
and
many.
then you have somebody come over and say Pathfinders are good because there are a lot of them and they are more
Yeah,
useful.
it's
And I'm
weird.
like, I look at
Yeah.
it and I go, but if you use the 3.5 ones right, they were very useful and there are a lot of them to choose from. And
Yeah.
anyone can take a lot of them.
I disliked the 5e ones because a lot of them felt lacking in character.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They felt generic RPG.
Mhm.
Select, like, here is skill point.
+2 to stealth and thief.
Yeah.
I get Sentinel because Sentinel.
And don't get me wrong, granted, in 3.5,
Mhm.
one of my favorite feats is the alertness feat, which gives a +2 to spot and listen.
It's true.
Yeah.
I take it with almost every single character I ever play because
Can confirm.
Spot.
Yep.
Spot.
He loves
I-
him some spot
Who
checks.
sees? I
Who
see.
sees? Yeah.
You sees. And another one I always get is Jack of all trades,
Yeah.
because being able to put skill point in box feel good.
Mhm.
And I will say 3.5 Some would say bloated. I would say more well-rounded in the fact that like the fucking dude, there is a book. What do you want, bud?
Yeah.
It's
I
in
love the
there.
prerequisites of it all.
Yeah.
I'm not fat. I'm well rounded.
Exactly.
I apologize,
would-
but I do believe I'm gonna need to step out here.
Okay. That's
yeah,
fair enough,
I'm sorry.
man.
3 a.m. is
Well-
the cutoff, I think.
Hey, man.
Yep.
Just
Right, that
go
is-
ahead, promote all of your shit then.
Nonat1s on YouTube and Twitter, and we have a merch store with links on the YouTube and the Twitter. And I don't know what else to plug at the moment. I'm very tired.
What about that thing that you're going to later in the times? The place where people gather. Do you want to announce about that too?
Wait, the place, the Discord server?
The general thing where people go that gather at a convention center usually.
Oh yeah. On the Gen Con online.
Yeah.
Next Friday on the 31st. I don't know when this is going up.
On Friday. So
Like tomorrow
like
or 2 days?
technically yes, tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, in 1 week on the 31st, I'll be hosting a 1-hour character creation basics seminar for 2E. It'll just be some live character creation going step by step, explaining how it all works and having some fun with it. And that'll be at 3 p.m. Eastern. You can find the event on Gen Con.
Hey.
I'm sorry,
Cool.
that just sounded hilarious to me. a character creation seminar.
That's the event type. I had to pick seminar.
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Jesus. I don't know. That just sounds hilarious to me, and I'm not trying to be a dick.
No, I know. We live in a funny world. But all right.
But yeah, no, dude, it's been great having you on again.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Fun.
we'll do it again at some
Definitely
point.
we'll do it again.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, someday.
as always, you are always welcome.
Mhm.
Of course. I appreciate it.
Our
All right.
fourth host.
You guys
So-
So
I wondered, is that when we talk to the other guy, is he going to be our fifth host?
No one else is a host. Everybody else is a guest. Everybody.
Brogan,
You guys have a
Oh.
wonderful rest of your
Brogan
session.
Brogan is still a guest.
It's true.
Okay.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, bye.
See ya.
Bye now.
Get the fuck out of here, guest.
God.
I hate that guy.
All right.
Yeah,
Fucking
right?
Trim the fat.
Yeah.
now
I'm well rounded.
Unfortunately, we don't have our Pathfinder expert now, so
Yeah.
we'll probably just go through the rest of these.
Well,
points.
I mean, honestly,
Perhaps
a
we
lot
shouldn't have spent an hour on point 8.
Yeah, well, you know, it's
Yeah, well.
it's the way of things.
It is
Perhaps
with
we shouldn't
Cody.
have started at 10 p.m. I don't know.
All right, let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
It's good. Let's go.
Not going to make feats a big part of the game. But the feats are so wildly unbalanced that they quite literally created exactly what they wanted to avoid, a meta. If you don't believe me, ask yourself, how many times have you seen a character take the Sentinel or Lucky feat? Then ask yourself
Yeah.
how many times you've seen someone take Moderately Armored or Weapon Master. Worse yet,
I took
if you
Weapon
want
Master.
a
I actually have someone in my party that has Weapon Master.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
builds a Sentinel
Again,
shield.
he's
I took it in order to be able to create Yulon, because otherwise I couldn't use a longsword.
God, fucking Keen Mind. It's so hilariously
Yeah,
bad.
we've
Oh,
already covered
God.
that on his thing about
All
feats.
right.
Oh
That
my
shit.
god, bad stuff.
Ugh.
Yeah, I tried to forget.
Yeah.
Too bad.
If you want a feat, you must forego an ASI. I mean, can you imagine wanting to just use a different weapon efficiently because it's cool and it fits your character theme and background a little better with Weapon Master, and having to give up a +2 boost
I will
to
say it does
Constitution?
suck. Yes.
Yes.
I'm fine with it because think of it this way.
Mhm.
Which would you rather do, workout or get training?
Well, this is the thing, right? Like the only reason I got it was for one weapon. That was it. I did it for a character reason. And that was it. I got it for one thing, which I don't regret doing because it is Yulon's thing. He uses longsword. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Constitution just to do that? Terrible. And I don't even want to see comments about how feats are optional. Okay, I know that. It changes exactly nothing about this video. First, everyone uses feats, even Adventures League. And secondly, that's exactly the point. Wizards of the Coast put such little design and balance into their feats that they just said, let's just tell people they're optional and call it a day. Meanwhile, Paizo's approach to feats being an integral part of their game, while at the same time eliminating the mountains of feat trees, feels so good. One of my biggest
See, at least personally, in 2E, it feels almost more feat tree-esque because
Yeah, I
you're
was gonna
like,
say.
your
Yeah,
level,
like
your feat determines how your class plays pretty much.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It is itself a
And
tree.
and being told, okay, at level 2 or 4, pick a homunculus or explosive bombs.
yeah.
At level 6, pick this or this. At level 8, pick this or this. That feels more skill tree to me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not to mention the whole system in and of itself is like, if you take this archetype, you have to get 3 of these before you can go off on this branch.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Is that
That is
if
also
that's
true,
not
like-
a tree? I
but
don't know what the fuck a tree is.
What I
but-
will say is that in comparison to
Fine,
3.5,
too.
it is a smaller tree.
yes,
I will say that.
it's
much
more
at
of a
least.
bush.
It is more of a you're right. It is more of a bush, and the way that they present it in 3.5 is much less clear for the tree. Like the branches twist everywhere.
Yeah.
So I will say it is superior at least.
I will say 3.5 for all, as much as I love it, and the fact that like you can find whatever you want.
Yep.
There is definitely going to be a gnarled route that you have to take
Yes.
to get there.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That is one
One
of
of my
the
biggest-
flaws with 3.5.
complaints about Pathfinder First Edition was that I felt like I literally had to stop and plan out every feat at level 1. I spent hours and hours theorizing the right build, and I know based on the forums that I'm not even kind of the only one to
I
do
mean,
that.
you did that
But
in
the feat
3.5 as well
pools
because
make
1E
everything-
was the same as 3.5 in that
Yeah.
respect. So. don't know.
I would also say like maybe worry a bit less about plotting out your whole build at level 1.
Yeah, maybe
yeah,
just take
that's-
it in the moment. Like
do
you-
what makes sense narratively.
you take a feat, and then when you get to the ability to get another feat, then worry about it. I guess. Like,
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do.
yeah, I don't know. That just seems like a personal thing for you, Cody. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
like, that-
de-stress
I don't
a
know.
bit. You know?
Yeah, that's I don't do that.
Yeah.
Is that what people do?
Apparently.
not.
I mean, he said apparently a lot of people on forums do as well. So
Oh well, yeah.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, what is he visiting? dndoptimizedbuilds.org. we already know Cody has a problem with confirmation bias in Google.
It is true.
It seems so natural and easy for the players. Hey, you're a goblin. At level 1, you get a racial feat. Pick one of these 4, and your character gets something cool to differentiate them from other goblins. Hey, you just leveled up. You get a new feat of your choice from
He
these
goes.
things.
Okay,
he goes-
we get it.
See,
Oh.
the thing is, he goes very in depth into some things, but other things he just goes, I could go into this more, but I'll just go.
I won't.
It's very. I don't know. It's a little inconsistent.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not
God,
as
we
much of
get
a
it.
fan of it.
It's dragging
Like
it out.
for this, I understand it a bit more because it's like, yes, you're providing the example for what happens with it, but still, it's
true, but yeah, it's still just dragging it out.
It's one of those things where I would appreciate it if he did it for everything. That way, I could have the precedent there. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
You leveled up again. You get another feat, but we added another 4 feats to your choices. Point, Pathfinder 2.
Okay, thank God.
The way that they handle feats for the players is like the reason to play the system. Is it perfect? No. Very good? I think so. Better than the 5e team? Absolutely. All right, now we're in the home
Yes.
stretch with mechanic number 14, Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition with their Opportunity Attack versus Pathfinder 2nd Edition's Attack of Opportunity. I'm going to speak
Wait,
candidly
really?
here and tell you guys
Burger with cheese or cheese with burger?
Yeah, right? God damn it.
It's very strange, but I assume they work differently. So
Here's hoping.
candidly here and tell you guys that I'm giving the point to the game that I prefer the least. Yes, that's right. I am admitting that I have a bias here and that the game mechanic
Oh.
that I like best.
No
Ima-
shit.
Imagine my
No.
surprise.
Oh my God.
like
You can tell by the
like,
sound of my voice how
he's-
surprised I am.
he in the beginning of the video made sure to tell you that my opinions are subjective, and now he's making sure that fucking 21
Ugh.
minutes and 21 seconds into the video, my opinions are subjective.
It's like, you know, the gif of the guy like with his mouth open and he's like covering his cheek and then he moves it to covering his mouth. Like that's
Yeah.
what I'm feeling right now.
Why does
I'm
this
excited.
keep fucking happening?
I'm excited. It's
like
great.
every fucking time.
It's fine.
Let's go.
This video hasn't been the worst. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
This has been
Oh,
the
yeah.
best one we've covered so far, I think.
I would say so.
I honestly think so, actually, yeah.
I think there was one that we liked more, but I can't remember.
I don't remember. Yeah, it's been a while.
I like best isn't the better design. Basically, between a patron and my brother, they convinced me that I was wrong. And so I'm awarding the point here to 5th edition. Now, I will stand by the fact that the way Pathfinder 2e handles attacks of opportunity is actually superior for me, but there is no denying that after being a dungeon master for brand new players in both 5e and in Pathfinder 2e, 2e feels like it punishes the players more, and 5e is just way easier to teach them. The best analogy I can come up with is it's sort of like Minecraft Creative.
Look, okay, I don't care about your fucking analogy. You haven't gone into how or why.
Yeah,
like, you do so for
God.
other points. Like I said, you do so for other points. But right now, I have no idea what you're talking about.
We don't need a fucking analogy. We need the fucking rules.
Yeah, I just like it's not. Okay, let me go look at because we know 5e.
I'm looking at it now.
Okay,
In
are you
2E.
looking at 2e?
Yeah.
Okay, because 5e, I can explain it very easily. You're in threatened range, which is within reach of whatever enemy you're facing. If you move out of threatened range, it provokes an attack of opportunity unless you use disengage or some other kind of thing, and sometimes it uses your reaction. And you have one reaction per round. I don't think I'm missing anything else. I'm not sure.
No,
But anyway.
In 2e, and granted, I'm not horrendously familiar with 2e. A few things of note: multiple attack penalty applies only during your turn. So if you do an attack of opportunity, you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, that's fair.
Attacks of opportunity can disrupt certain actions. And it's actually really good because if you do so, it says when an action is disrupted, you can still use the actions or reactions you committed, and you still expend any costs, but the action's effects don't occur. So if someone's like going to throw a potion vial, you slap it out of their hand, and they still expend an action point.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep,
That's good.
which makes sense.
Yeah, no, I like that.
At least in certain circumstances.
Yeah,
Because it reminds me of like
you can hit them with the Dikembe Mutombo and the not in my house.
And again, and like it said, I assume it's circumstantial whether or not it does that, right?
It reminds me of in Divinity where you would be trying to like walk away from somebody and they smack you upside the head when you turn around, and then you've probably used at least a portion of one of your action points.
Yeah,
for that round, and you're like, fuck.
Yep, absolutely.
Attack of Opportunity is available on page 473 of the 2E manual as the actual action. And it says, trigger, a creature within your reach uses a manipulate action or a move action, makes a ranged attack, or leaves a square during a move action it's using. You lash out at a foe that leaves an opening, make a melee strike against the triggering creature. If your attack is a critical hit and the trigger was a manipulate action, you disrupt that action. That's the slapping the potion out of their hands.
Yep.
This strike doesn't count toward your multiple attack penalty, and your multiple attack penalty doesn't apply to this strike. Saying the same sentence twice, but okay. This strike doesn't count towards your multiple attack penalty. Okay.
Oh,
so,
okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
So yeah, it can't increase that. And if it is increased, it doesn't affect this.
Yes. Okay.
This reaction lets you make a melee strike, uses manipulator move. The triggering moves diagram on page 474 illustrates examples of movements that might trigger attack of opportunity from a creature without reach and one with reach. You'll notice this reaction allows you to use a modified basic action, a strike. This follows the rules on subordinate actions found on page 462.
Okay.
Because your attack of opportunity takes place outside your turn, the attack roll doesn't incur a multiple attack penalty. Pretty similar, except you can also
incur some things.
Yeah, you can stop people from doing things that they want to.
On crit, which is important.
On a crit, yes.
Which is very cool. I'm into that.
If you are a crewman,
yeah.
And
absolutely.
your DM may even be gracious and allow you to catch that health potion.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet.
So I would say it would go to Pathfinder personally, but if he's giving it to D&D, I guess I understand from a new player perspective, I guess. But this is the thing, right? I don't know what his metric is now, because it's like, is this because of new players? Is this because of you? Is this because of like what? Why are you giving this the point when this is your video about your opinions? How are you wrong when I think that you're right about liking Pathfinders more?
This is actually reminded me. I have an analogy.
Oh,
fuck you, Cody.
Oh no. That's
I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm not mad.
Versus survival, or wait, maybe it's like Dark Souls versus Mario Odyssey, or maybe it's like Darkest Dungeon versus Pokemon. I don't know. Pick your favorite analogy. Whatever.
What?
All I know is that I enjoy the nuance of Pathfinder 2.
Okay.
What the fuck was that supposed to tell me?
Did not just compare Darkest Dungeon to Pokemon in the same sentence. As an avid player of both,
I see. Now I've never played Darkest Dungeon. Maybe it's like Pokemon.
No, that's not what he's doing. He's saying,
yeah, right?
He's saying the Dungeons and Dragons attack of opportunity is different to the Pathfinder attack of opportunity, a la Darkest Dungeon is different to Pokemon, which is
or if they're apples and oranges.
But no, both
I was gonna say they are extremely similar, whereas Darkest Dungeon and Pokemon are very different. Very bad analogy, my man.
They're so close. It's like one does this, and one does this and this.
Yeah,
one's
only
difference
difference
with cheese and one's a Royale with cheese.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Right?
Okay.
Pathfinder 2E system. But when playing 2E, I've seen the frustration on my players' faces.
Okay, so you're saying that Pathfinder 2E is far more nuanced. Yes, I guess you could say that Darkest Dungeon, a completely different game with a lot of hidden mechanics, is more nuanced than Pokemon. Sure.
Because, Pokemon doesn't have much mechanics, right?
Yeah, I guess you could also say, I don't know, fucking...
It's a bad fucking...
Oh, what's the Japanese game? It's like checkers, but
I know
what
you're talking about. Yeah,
you could say that shogi is more nuanced than checkers. Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, no, shogi and checkers would have been a fucking perfect example.
It would have been a much better example, but nope.
But no.
Yeah. Hey guys, did you know Titanfall is more nuanced than Call of Duty?
Oh wow, there you go. Wow.
I've never played Call of Duty. I'm joking.
Did you know that Pokemon Snap is less nuanced than I don't know, fucking what's
Pokemon Go?
No. The guy that makes you like subtlety is for cowards. What's his name?
Subtlety is
Death Stranding.
Oh,
Kojima.
Kojima.
Uh-huh.
Subtlety is for cowards. That does apply to him to it too. You're right.
Oh my god.
That's great.
Or you could say Detroit Become Human. What's his face?
Heavy Rain.
Yeah, Heavy Rain.
Fucking oh god. Why can't I remember his name now? Oh no. I know who you're talking about though, yes. Him.
Yeah.
Creator of that. Who wants to make movies but makes video games for some reason.
Yeah. Who misses the forest for the trees, and the name of the forest is emotion. David Cage.
David Cage, thank you, yes.
Yeah.
Easy. Oh god. Such an easy name to remember. What the fuck? Anyway.
Yeah.
On my players' faces when they play loose with their spells and movements and then feel like they can't do the things they want to sometimes and have to wait for another round. And
no.
That brings us to our...
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so consequences
What do you mean I can't
bad.
cast multiple spells
No,
in a turn because I'm not the rap god?
It's quite literally he says that his players don't like the fact that they feel threatened in an environment where if you do a ranged attack, you get an attack of opportunity provoked against when somebody's right there. That's stupid. That's dumb.
First of all, you shouldn't be fucking trying to fire an arrow when you're next to a guy.
It's very strange.
Come on.
The problem there lies on your players.
Yeah. This is not.
Right?
This is not a.
This has. Yeah.
Whoever your brother and your patron who convinced you, they're wrong. I'm sorry, Cody, but I have to stick up for you now. You were right from the beginning. Please go back
Truly
to being
a plot written by David Cage.
God damn it.
Please, Cody. Please, I hope at this point you have gone back to being correct because I stand old Cody now.
Oh, Jesus. That's quite a statement.
Are we gonna have to go on a Black Ops rescue mission to rescue Cody?
I'll do it,
No.
dude. I'll do it
Can
because
Kit Harington play his brother?
all right, let's continue.
The best DM he knows told him the D&D system was better because
Friendship
apparently
ended
Oh,
with
that's
Cody's
right.
brother. Now Cody is my best friend.
yeah, right?
I just I don't.
Our 15th and final game mechanic, criticals. Now, when comparing D20 systems over the years to one another, normally
I say
this wouldn't have
Pathfinder
even
in this
varied
Pathfinder.
from one
Yeah.
game to the next. And that's why I am including it here. Because Pathfinder 2e brought something totally different to the table with their plus 10, minus 10
Yeah,
crit system.
it's true.
Which differs drastically from 3.5, Pathfinder 1st edition, and 5th edition. When I first read this in the core rulebook, I will admit I was skeptical. I immediately had flashbacks from Star Wars Edge of the Empire from Fantasy Flight Games, a system that I still think is overly taxing on the Game Master. But after running this for some time now, I have to say it's excellent. I thought it was going to be a lot tougher to keep track of, and maybe that's true for 100% analog players. But as I run 100...
I'll say I'm currently at that point where he said his initial like feeling about it was. I would love to have more experience with it and perhaps have my feelings go with Cody on this one, but I will bow out on this point as I have no experience using that as a system.
I didn't understand it as much when I was playing the other night, but having played and seen it and used it, I think it's pretty great. I personally do, so I will go with it.
I have no experience with Pathfinder whatsoever, but I like the idea of the system where if you roll so high that you're just a goblin has a fucking 1 AC or something, who knows, and you roll and you get like 15, you hit that guy so hard his head just explodes.
Yeah, sure.
I really like that.
I have done that a couple times with giving players some better results on things, sort of a la a crit, but like not fully a crit. Which was when the AC to hit like a sack that was hung up where a scarecrow initially was like it was an 11 because it was 200 feet out, but that was within the normal range of the guy's bow.
Right.
But it's just a sack, dude. Like its AC isn't much.
Yeah, exactly.
And he hit like a fucking 21, and I said, not only do you hit the sack, but the post that it is on breaks, allowing you to yard the sack in.
Yeah, exactly. Like it makes sense. So
so
I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I like it.
I will also make a quick little cheeky comment and say I do think his brother is holding him hostage, because if I have ever seen a cry for help, it's that neckbeard. Hey, again, jokes, not an act.
Jokes. We joke on this podcast. Did you know?
Yes. I love you, Cody. I don't love your points all the time.
Yeah.
Run 100% of my
I don't love
games
Measure
at
Post
the moment
most of
in
the
Fantasy
time.
Grounds and have for quite some time, which immediately spits out whether a save is a critical success, a failure, or a critical failure. This system is a winner. I love the concept that every roll matters to the extreme. Instead of the bugbear just failing their save against your fireball, they actually critically failed, and now they take double damage. Instead of just rolling really high against a measly orc, you beat their AC by 10, so enjoy your crit. It's just satisfying, and my players seem to love it every bit as I do. Meanwhile,
I will say one thing that I do like about the crit system, the more I think about it, is it does encourages players to sort of get that plus 13 to stealth, because boy oh boy, I am disappearing from the world.
Yeah, exactly.
You are the darkness.
Yeah,
Yes,
I don't
exactly.
know. I don't know how crits are for skills, if they still don't do crits for skills as well, but I don't know, because they never technically have been a thing, right?
Yeah.
So.
which is something that is widely ignored.
Yep.
I will also say that this is another excellent example of a little tidbit that you learn in an edition
Mhm.
that you can absolutely keep in the back of your DM
Yes.
brain
Oh, yeah.
and use
Oh,
in
yeah.
Starfinder,
Yeah.
in Call of Cthulhu, kind of.
Well,
You
they
know.
already Call of Cthulhu 7th
Oh yeah,
edition's
that's right.
already
They already
got
do.
levels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They have
yeah.
levels.
So sorry, I redact that. You can use it in 5e.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You can use it in Starfinder.
I
Like,
was gonna
yeah.
say in combat oriented kind of
Yes.
Yes,
TTRPGs.
in combat situations,
Yes.
really.
Yeah.
much like how I take advantage and disadvantage, and will probably always like keep it in the back
Slide
of my
that in there.
mind as a little like, well, they would probably do really well in this
Mhm.
scenario. Go ahead and roll twice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like something like that can be absolutely copy pasted into whatever you want.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 5e has a pretty solid crit system. I love that they took out critical restrictions against undead from older systems, and all in all, I think there's nothing wrong with the way that 5e handles criticals.
Yeah.
It's clean and straightforward.
Fine.
And did I mention it's super easy to teach? Because it is. But
Yeah.
I have to pick a winner here, and so the final point goes to
I don't remember how many
Pathfinder.
points
The
each
game
have.
just has a
I
better
sure
critical
hope he, like,
mechanic, and
actually
while it is
I
slightly
trust him to
more
count.
complicated than
I know
5e,
he will.
I think it's
Absolutely.
every bit as inventive.
You try-
to
I-
what a critical
just
should
like
be
you
as
trust
to
him
what
to run the
5e
game.
brought to the table with advantage
Hopefully.
and disadvantage from
Mhm.
modifiers. And I
Mhm.
think that's saying something. So if my count is correct, that leads us to our overall.
Oh, now
winner
you
in
fill
this
me with doubt,
head-to-head
Cody.
match.
Yeah, I was gonna say if my count is
Oh,
correct, you
I
have total control.
until you said that.
You
have total
control.
Goblins.
It's very strange. Anyway, it's fine. I know he's just doing it for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Congratulations, Pathfinder. You've won nothing. But, good job. Okay. In all seriousness, this was a fun video to make, and the point was that both games bring a lot of great things to the table. If you ask me, in my honest opinion as to why Pathfinder 2e, while being the number 2 highest selling game, with Starfinder as number 3, by the way, isn't as popular as 5e, I'd probably say because of marketing, because of fear of missing out, because of nostalgia,
Name
and, well,
recognition.
because 5e
Yeah,
is
it's definitely that,
also
yeah.
Not to
a
mention
very good
money.
game. Now, I'll
Because
go ahead
Wizards of the
and-
Coast can afford more
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
all of that.
They've been around for much longer. So
Yeah. So
Answer this right now, because I know that I'm going to get asked, what game would I personally play or recommend? The short answer is both. And I know that that's lame, but truth be told, I would
I knew
much
it.
rather play.
I mean, to be fair though, he did pick a winner, right?
yeah,
Like,
so
so you were half right. I'll
Yeah.
give you half points.
Play Pathfinder 2e than Dungeons and Dragons 5e.
There you go.
But, and this is a
As well.
big but, I would much rather run a game of D&D 5e, and that kind of sucks
fair.
to admit. But I
That's
cannot
fair.
overstate how horrendously Pathfinder 2e is laid out for game masters.
Sure.
I mean,
Yes.
And
it
players.
will
Yeah.
outright stop your games from time to time, and I hate that. But on the flip side, oh man, I love the combat and character creation so much in Pathfinder 2e compared to 5th edition. I'd much rather play in a Pathfinder campaign with a great GM than D&D, and I think that says a lot about the game's design. It truly
fair.
does have
Yeah,
a lot
absolutely.
to offer as far as game design goes.
now how
Now,
long
I wanna
has
pass it over
Pathfinder
to-
been around?
Since,
Now the video's effectively over.
third edition, I believe.
Yeah, it was.
I
It
believe
was back in third.
predates 3.5.
Maybe.
I
I don't know.
I could be wrong. I'll do
Yeah.
a quick.
See some of that. I just want to see if he has anything else to say.
Well, he's
Yeah,
passing
guys
over
in
to
the
collect
community,
comments.
Let me hear it.
Oh, yep, you're
in
right.
the
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think in current memory, that's the best Cody video we've watched. He had he.
I will say,
Mhm.
or yeah, we can go around the table kind of and talk about summary thoughts on the video, I suppose.
Oh,
I wanted to figure out how old Pathfinder is compared to
I'm
D&D.
working on it now.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say that he started out, and we agreed with him for a lot of the time, and he got a little rocky in the middle there, but he still sprinkled in a couple of points that we were agreeing with, and then ended it off pretty all right. So,
Yeah.
I
it
was
wasn't a shit
super
show.
wrong. 3.5 was released in June 2003.
Mhm.
Pathfinder 1E was released in August 2009.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
See, now here's
Okay.
the thing. Pathfinder has been around for 11 years, whereas D&D has been around for more than 40 years.
Yeah. But that
So,
and not counting the stuff from back when it was owned by TSR, it was.
yeah.
But still, that should actually count because they marketed and shit then too. So
Yeah. But, I mean, my thing is that if you compared Pathfinder 2E
Mhm.
to when Dungeons and Dragons was 11 years old,
Mhm.
it starts to kind of, you start wondering as how you start wondering if those older editions of Dungeons and Dragons were also kind of horribly laid out potentially.
Oh, they were.
Oh, I think probably,
So-
honestly.
So
From my experience with early editions of like when we played Basic, it was kind of rough.
yeah, I
that's
don't
pretty
remember.
bad.
Basic
I
that much, but-
would, however, counter that with
Mhm.
it's still 2018, 2019, 2020.
Exactly. Yeah.
Uh,
And the other thing,
current editing methods exist.
yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no
that's
matter,
all you
no
got to
matter
do.
if it's first edition or second edition.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
all you got to do is look at a D&D book and be like, okay, if they've laid it out this way, this is an effective way to do it. Let's just do something similar.
Yeah,
That's all they had to do.
Mhm.
Honestly, it's not that bad to copy that. Like, you're not gonna get anything
I mean,
wrong.
yeah, I mean, that would be like saying, like, oh, our phone book can't copy that phone book. You know?
Yeah, totally.
No one cares.
In fairness, though, if I opened up a Pathfinder 2e core rulebook and I saw a stat block and I said, "Holy shit, that's a D&D 5e stat
Oh, well,
block,"
no.
I would go to my friends and I would say, "Hey, look at how blatantly they're ripping off 5e."
Absolutely.
Well,
but
no, we're not
that's
saying
that's not
rip
the point.
off the stat blocks or anything like that. I'm just saying the
Layout.
actual layout
Yeah.
of the book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, you
Again,
can keep all your
current
flair and
editing
shit.
methods exist.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So it's just strange that it became so. Excuse me. It's strange that it became so badly laid out.
Yeah, it's so bad that you have to actually kind of point it out, and people have pointed it out
Quite literally,
lots.
everyone has.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a single person and haven't heard a single person say, "I like the layout of this book."
Yeah,
Like-
so it's pretty crazy that happened.
It is rather insane.
I would also make 2 points. Oh, go on.
Oh,
go
sorry. No, I was lagging.
Alejo?
Sorry. You're good. Go on.
Oh,
I would also make 2 more points regarding why D&D is probably far and away the number 1 position is because it is also, as Boo mentioned, older. It got so much free advertising during the Satanic Panic.
Yep.
yep.
And secondly, whenever you say, and due to the presence of D&D in the media, a la Stranger Things and Critical Role, whenever you say like, "Hey, I'm going to my local Pathfinder game," and people say, "Pathfinder, what's that?" You always say, "Oh, it's like D&D."
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
you don't ever have someone ask, "Oh, what's D&D?" And you never say, "Oh, it's like Pathfinder."
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's because it
hell,
was the standard, right?
something that happened actually just tonight. I was talking about. I have a coworker who does like customer service, and I was just in passing. I was behind customer service, just getting a drink, because my boss is cool and she lets me keep my drink back behind customer service.
Nice.
And I was just getting a drink, and I'm like crouching down behind the counter so people don't be like, "Oh, hey, you work customer service?" And we have a little ink stamp in like a little cubby hole back down there. And I was just looking at it while I was taking my drink, and I was like, and I was just talking loud. It's like, I wish that ink stamps were more, they got used more, because nobody really uses them anymore, even though they're super cool.
In Japan, they do.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was talking to her, and it's like, I wish they got used a little bit more because they're kind of cool. And in fact, I run. Do you know Dungeons and Dragons? She's like, yeah. And this is a person who is like not a gamer
Mhm.
and not really a nerd
Mhm.
or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
And
A disgusting normie.
a disgusting normie. Yes.
Oh god.
And so like
Ooh, feel
like
it.
just out of the blue, yeah, I know what Dungeons and Dragons is.
Yeah, I honestly, if I were to
So-
go ask some grandma, like, who I would never have seen anywhere, then they would go, yeah, I know what D&D is. Like,
Yeah.
it's so much, it's been around for so long. Like you said,
Yeah.
it has all that advertising, free advertising from all the fucking Satan stuff.
Yeah.
Like, and still it's looked at that as that by some people, right? So,
You know, it's so ironic that people are like, "Oh my god, D&D is so Satanist," and we're like, "No, it's really not. We're
No.
fucking the good guys. We're
Yeah.
fighting,
Yeah.
and then
Very
we're
well.
playing it. We're
Tune
playing it."
into our Devils and Dice
yeah,
campaign.
exactly,
Yeah.
right?
I never intended that.
Yeah, I know,
but
that's
it just
great.
happened.
But yeah, boys, I think this is gonna do it
Yeah,
for the
'cause
night.
it's
Can I
3:30.
summarize
Absolutely.
actually my thoughts on the video?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
for it. Yeah, I was gonna say final thoughts.
I would say, yeah, by far one of the best taking 20 videos that we reviewed. I would say he did an excellent job of covering a lot of the core differences between Pathfinder
Yeah.
and 5e. And the video itself is incredibly informative in terms of helping you see the differences and how the two RPG systems display themselves. I would say that there are some flaws in logic and behind what edition he gives points.
Yes.
There's some things he gives to Pathfinder that I think should honestly be given to D&D and vice versa.
Or just
Yes.
neutral.
Yeah, or
Most
like
of the
a
time
tie.
it was ties.
Yes. So yeah, logic a little rocky at times.
Yeah.
But aside from that, good video, Cody. You set out what you titled your video to do, which was Dungeons and Dragons 5e versus Pathfinder 2e head to head. And I would honestly recommend this video to a person that didn't know much about either.
Oh.
Yeah, I would say there's a couple of points where I would rather he elaborated more on, like he does for
Yep.
some others, but that's the only other criticism aside from what you've said.
Yeah. Again, not perfect,
no.
but
Not perfect, but it is good.
I've come to learn to not expect that.
Well, that's
Overall,
fair.
I'd give the video a 79.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 7 out of 10. Honestly, I think it was pretty good. You got anything else there, Bill?
Yeah. So my my only thing that I would like to see him do next,
Okay.
if once he grows his hair back,
Okay.
if he decides to shave, please, Cody, please do me a service, please. Shave the neck beard and the mustache, and then shave
the
your
hair?
head hair to look like yeah,
Ooh. Like the mustache and beard, but upside down.
Yes, please do that. Please.
Yeah.
That would be
Please,
great.
I would die if you did that.
That would
Die
be
of
great.
happiness.
I would actually love it if he sat down with the same purple shirt and everything, and
Yeah.
sits down in front of the camera and goes, "You know what? I'm sick of this," and then
Comes back.
shaves the neck beard, but leaves the head hair, and he goes, "I don't know," and then stands up again, and he comes back, and his head hair is gone too,
Yeah.
That would be funny.
and then he sits back, he goes, much better."
I'd be into it. I would be into it.
Like
That's fair.
that'd be a good bit.
It would be. It'd be great. Completely unrelated to the video.
Oh,
but-
absolutely.
Actually, speaking of completely unrelated to the video,
Okay.
I had no, that's current. Was it in general? Where is it? Oh, I'll just search for the 4Gs. Nope. 4G. There we go. So I was making a town this Sunday, And this is, I think, just a little handy D&D tip I want to throw out to, the loyal listeners who listen to
course.
the end,
Of course.
or the people who start up the beginning and skip to the end. You get
Yes.
rewarded just the same because life isn't fair.
Yes, I
Yes.
know. Go back and watch the whole thing. Or listen.
Read your player's handbook. Listen to the podcast. Consume content. I was making a town, and there was something I've been doing for a while, and I didn't realize I was doing it until it kind of struck me. Because I was labeling each section with the same letter. And just a handy, helpful little tip to help you build towns quicker and more believably.
Mhm.
I call it the 4 Gs of society.
Oh.
And it is gods, goods, guilds, and government.
Mm-hmm.
And you should check each of those off whenever you make a city. So for guilds, I have the Fighters Guild, as well as a bunch of NPCs to list for that. Leader, Armorer, Master of Coin, Assignment Master, Quartermaster, yada, yada, yada. Mages Guild, Leader, the one for each school, Magical Wildlife, Bursar, Quartermaster, Thieves Guild, Leader, then all the things that a Thieves Guild would believably do in your world, Merchants Guild, yada, yada, yada. Goods. List every single good you can possibly think of, and then look up more.
Oh.
And then just add them all to this list.
Yeah.
Pick and choose what makes sense for the town that you are making.
There you go.
Government, town leader, council, maybe elders, guards, captain of the guard, investigative affairs, paranormal affairs, plus some random guard names.
Sure.
Gods, list all the temples of the gods that exist, as well as some NPCs for those temples. You got yourself a town.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can choose as need be.
So, yeah. 4 Gs, gods, goods, guilds, and government.
There you go. 4 Gs. And then,
then you have Bill Gates with 5G implanting the corona in our brains.
I was gonna go into that, yeah.
God.
But yeah,
the 5th G is Gates.
Oh, Jesus.
all right. So thank you all very much for watching and listening. Very much appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed. You can find this every Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube channel first, and then again on your podcasting service of choice at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure to tune into Devils and Dice, which is on our YouTube channel at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesdays. And join our Discord. The link is in the description. Follow our Twitter and our Instagram at TableTalk D&D. I figured out that posting episodes, little thumbnails early is pretty cool for the Instagram, so there we go. We're starting to do stuff with it.
Yeah, join our Discord for a chance at a free Pathfinder 2e core rulebook, which has as of yet been unclaimed.
Oh, there you go. I mean, you have a couple of days until this goes up, so it's probably gone. Don't forget though, the Pathfinder 2e core, the Pathfinder 2e bundle is out on Humble Bundle. Please go and get a copy of it. It is it's great. It really is. Even just the $5 tier is fucking everything you would really need. And
if you liked the soothing voice of our guest for this week, check him out at Nonat1s.
Link is
all
in
one
the
word.
description.
Link will be in the description. You can find him on Twitter, YouTube, everything that matters. Which is to say, he's not on Facebook.
Exactly. No one is.
I don't know. He may be on Facebook.
I don't know. Fucking.
Don't think so.
You can tweet him and ask him.
Yeah.
And let's see.
Check out his merch too.
That's right. Yeah, that link will also be in the description. Other than that, I think
tune in next week for a special guest.
Right. Yes. Actually, we can say that here now. Special guest next time is going to be Rolled Stats. Or Roll Stats. Excuse me.
Yes, Roll Stats. The handsome man that looks like Vincent D'Onofrio.
He very much appreciated that.
Oh, did he?
He usually gets called Uncle Fester. So
yeah,
yeah.
Dude.
So he was like, I like that you guys compared me to Vincent D'Onofrio instead of Uncle Fester. And I was like, yeah.
Oh, dude. Oh, yeah.
But yes, he will be on. We'll be talking more about rules, heavy and light systems, and see what else we cover. We might cover a video with him. We might not. It depends on if he wants to. But yeah,
as he's our guest, he will be in the position of honor and free to choose what he wants to do.
exactly. I got to message him about that again as well. But that and one other thing that I forgot until right now, you can also leave an email at our email. It is tabletalkd&d@gmail.com. Link is also going to be in the description. And yeah, fucking leave comments, likes, reviews, all that stuff, please. Very much enjoy whenever we see that kind of stuff.
But if you're one of those people who leaves a dislike and does absolutely nothing to back it up, when you go home, I'm going to be underneath your bed.
Ooh. Well, that's
with a strap on.
I guess guess I'm gonna dislike our videos.
I was thinking more a notepad, but
guess I'm gonna.
Dude, let me know. Give me a shopping list.
But yeah, I think that's everything. So thank you all again, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. Thank you to our newest member. Yes, I love nachos.
Ooh.
Oh, did we get a new member?
I also love nachos.
Did we get a new member during this?
Perhaps. 7:20.
Holy shit. That wasn't.
Well, no, 7:20 p.m.'s like July 20th.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember this. Wait, no. Oh, this is new. No.
Hey, wait. Roll stats joint?
Oh yeah, roll stats joint.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I didn't see. Oh no, I did see. Yes, I love nachos. Okay, we're good. Sorry, I thought I had missed somebody. I was gonna be very upset with myself. Anyway.
Anyway.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'll let you guys do it this time.
That's fair.
Every time you do it, you got to do a mixture of like wax on and wax off. Like bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.